have the third base dugout, you guys are sitting in the first base side. If we have the first base dugout, you're sitting on the third base side.
I'll see what I can do.
And a pleasant good morning and welcome back to Schott Stadium in Dunmore, Pennsylvania, our baseball showcase event, day 2, 5 games coming up today. And we are beginning today with Baseball U Tellip out of Scranton against Baseball U New Jersey. New Jersey is playing back-to-back games again today. Bob Rotruk here with you, pleased to be joined along the very underdressed Ray Dunn, who I hope does not freeze to death. And this is Aaron Winsinger on the mound, and he is dealing to Matt Schau, and he fires up high, ball one on a fastball. We are underway promptly at 8:02 a.m. We will have 5 games and 35 innings. And Matt Schau takes a fastball strike from Aaron Winsinger, and it is 1-1. Schau went 0 for 3 yesterday. He had a strikeout, and he reached on an error, and he has a good cut there. And it is 1 ball and 2 strikes. As per usual, we are kind of scrambling again to put down the lineups, scribble them in. Here's the Abington Heights High School product. Schau and a swing and a miss, and that's a good breaking ball. And Aaron Winsinger has himself a strikeout to begin today's game.
Yeah, just attacking the zone to start this day here for Winsinger. His part there. Moving quickly through the first batter.
He is moving quickly. We will not be moving quickly through the day, though. We will have 35 innings in over 10 hours. We did it yesterday. Here's a good drive out to left field. That'll be caught out there. And the batter was Tyler Greb, who flies out to left field, and 2 gone in the first inning. Now Gavin Shalat, and this high school sophomore, is somewhat hyped. He is an LSU commit, so a Louisiana State future for him, and a smooth-looking shortstop as well. He's playing at second base today, and he takes, I believe that was a ball, and it's 1 ball and no strikes to Gavin Shalat. Here's the wind by Aaron Winsinger. Fastball is just a little low and in. 1-1. Is that what we have? Yes, thank you. Winsinger out of Highstown High School for Baseball U New Jersey. And there is a strike, and it is 1-2. Baseball U New Jersey, and kind of one of the hosts of the event here on the Baseball U Baseball Showcase, they're playing 4 games total this weekend, more than the other teams. Here's a looping liner, bounces in front of the shortstop. That kind of ate him up a little bit, and his throw across is not going to be in time. It was an in-betweener. He didn't know whether to kind of charge in to try to catch it or play it back, and that hesitation cost him there on the shortstop play.
Yeah, even more so with trying to get set to throw it. Obviously, playing on turf can be different for players depending on what they're used to. That back foot, as he was trying to really get his arm back and throw across, never got set, and he slips.
Here is number 42, Kyle Serene, and a foul back from the left fielder. No balls and 1 strike. Kyle Serene is also a college commit. PSU Harrisburg is in his future. And the North Pocono product is a senior, a class of 2021. No balls, 1 strike to Kyle Serene, and a 2-out runner at first base is Gavin Shalat on a very chilly morning from the Poconos. And there's a pickoff throw to first that gets away, but not too far. So Shalott will stay at first. This college showcase event features coaches from 11 different colleges, and we can see them in the lawn chairs all the way down at third. By the end of yesterday, they were on the first base side because it was sunnier over there. And for a showcase event, they can sit in the field. Here's a grounder. He smashed it foul right towards those coaches that we were talking about.
Want to see the coaches form there, stay low, keep their hand to the ground, see if they field it the way they teach it. And right there. Good work for them.
We were making similar comments yesterday. There were a couple times where they weren't paying attention, and I was concerned a smash might come and get them. They're kind of fearless out there, though. That's why they're coaches. No balls and 2 strikes to Kyle Serene. Yesterday, he went 0 for 3. I mean, they only had a couple hits yesterday for Baseball U Scranton, led by Coach Tellip. And that pitch misses for a ball. We have some of the other rules in force from yesterday. 6-batter maximum. Here's a grounder up the middle. Shortstop got there on a diving play and flips it on for the force out. So he got caught on that weird in-betweener before and makes up for it on a nice play at short for Baseball U New Jersey. Baseball U Tellip with 1 hit and 1 runner left on base. And Baseball U New Jersey is coming to bat in the bottom of the first inning in game 1 out of 5 on a bright and early and chilly morning from Dunmore, PA on BFA Live Sports. Rejoining you from Schott Stadium in Dunmore, Pennsylvania, in the Wilkes-Barre-Scranton area here for our baseball showcase event. Bob Rotruck here alongside Ray Dunn, and so glad you could join us today. New Jersey playing 2 games again today, and they're going to do a little bit of the same of what they did yesterday. They're going to have their same batting order and just pick up where they left off. And so Nicholas Terafenko will start. They had 14 batters in the lineup today, or yesterday rather, and they'll have 12 today. And there's a fastball strike to Nicholas Terafenko. 0-1 here in the bottom of the first inning. And a fastball and a high heater, and that is strike 2. Nate Jasler is the name of this pitcher. No, I beg your pardon. Who do we have here? I did get it right. Yeah, thank you. Nate Jasler, who's a 5'11" right-hander out of Hanover High School. A lot of these kids are local. So, from the Wilkes-Barre area, whereas all the other teams are coming from 2 hours or more away, so it's a lot easier for these Scranton kids.
Yeah, I would have taken their commute this morning.
Absolutely. So there's ball 1 to Terafenko. And a swing and a miss. And a strikeout for Nate Jasler. I assume we're going to see a lot of different pitchers from who we saw yesterday. I don't know if any of the pitchers would go on back-to-back days. There were a couple of kids who only threw maybe 20 pitches or so it would be possible.
Possible, not probable. I think
right. Yeah,
I go with that.
I thought that too, but I'm kind of the new kid, so I'm not positive on any of it. Nicholas Mortalito out of Toms River North. And the wind from Jasler, and it's smashed foul.
Oh, didn't keep his hand down. I think he knocked it down. The coach is getting action early here. Out in front of it. Got back-to-back Nicholases to start off. Two Nicholases, one Nick on this New Jersey team.
We had a lot of Zachs yesterday, too, among the 9 teams. That's a popular name. Here comes the 1-1, and that is inside and backs him away. 2 balls and 1 strike. New Jersey won both of their games yesterday, which is pleasing for Coach John Wells. They beat PA Torresani Philly 2-1 with a home run from Joe Celia, which was our only homer of the day. And they beat the Taconic Rangers 3-1. We had a lot of low-scoring, well-played, well-pitched games and a fair amount of good defense, too. A couple of errors in there, but we weren't exactly getting the big bats. Had 1 homer all day and a lot of good pitching. Here's a smash back up the middle. Well, there's some good hitting for Nicholas Mortalito. And a base hit right back through the box and into center field for Mortalito out of Toms River North for Baseball U, New Jersey.
And that's just a good job there by Mortalito. You know, early in the morning you might be trying to show off what you got hitting-wise, swing at some bad pitches. Instead here he works a nice count, gets ahead, and then gets the pitch he's looking for and smacks it right back up the middle.
All right, Sam Gates now. And Gates showed good speed on the bases yesterday. He had a stolen base. And he's one of their college commits as well on this team. And a 1-out runner at first in the bottom of the first for Baseball U, New Jersey. There's a strike that catches the outside corner. It was a long day for the teams and for the parents, but especially for the umpires, the announcers, the crew. So, go ahead.
Why you guys brought me on in? I'm fresh voice here today.
The relief work is here. There's a foul back. Sam Gates is on his way to George Washington University, and good for him. He's on his way to a D1 school as a commit to GW. On that foul back, I think we got 0-2. Okay, I thought might have been 1-2, but 0-2 to Gates with a 1-out runner at first for Baseball U, New Jersey in the bottom of the first. Fastball is high and away for a ball. So 6 batters maximum. We only reached that max a couple times yesterday, which is really unusual. I thought we would get there more frequently. We have the reset rule when we get to ball 4. We bring it back to 2 balls and do only fastballs from there. So that gives the batters a chance to show their stuff here, and hence the name. It's a showcase. You don't want to see a guy walk a bunch of times. That doesn't really show you what he's got. Runner goes. Fastball is high. They're not going to have a play. Nicholas Mortalito got a good jump and has himself a stolen base.
Yeah, good jump. Catcher comes up. Sees he's got not much there.
A lot of guys throw it when they don't have a chance, and that just risks firing it into the outfield and giving them an extra base. That's up high as well. So Jasler having a tricky time keeping it down. I mean, it is cold. We're in the low 40s, and you've got the turf mound as well, so it's different. But we had a lot of guys blowing on their hands yesterday. Even when we got to the late morning and the afternoon, the temperatures were higher. It didn't feel like it was that much warmer because it was so windy. Here's a high pop. I'm telling you. 1 o'clock to me felt the same as 9 in the morning, and the temperature did not look the same. I know you're cold. I've been there. I was there less than 24 hours ago. Teeth chattering broadcasts. Full count to Sam Gates. Jasler out of the stretch with Mortalito at second base. And that caught the outside corner on a good curveball dropped in there for Nate Jasler for his second strikeout of the game. That was a good pitch.
That was a good pitch, just too close to take on that one. That pitch does drop in the back door, but you got to be prepared for something like that. In that instance, for Gates, I think he was kind of lulled to sleep by the fastballs going high and away to get that curveball on the outside. Kind of threw him for a loop.
Here is Zachary Ragacki, good-looking catcher, but here a mile-high pop-up on the infield, and backpedaling, the shortstop will put that away and retire the side. Baseball U, New Jersey in the bottom of the first with no runs on 1 hit, 1 stolen base for Mortalito, and 1 runner left on base. 1 inning down in game 1 out of 5 today. It is Baseball U New Jersey nothing, Baseball U Scranton Tellip nothing on BFA Live Sports.
Not saying they're going to kill it. Just because of the country. It's different.
That has to be the number one. Sorry, this is hit. Unless you're center field.
You can't triple out. You know? Everyone hits the outlet. It seems like the outlet. So he smoked them. 15 feet from me. And then he still jumps. Definitely does.
Yeah, over here, yeah.
Like 10 degrees difference from yesterday when we were over
On to the
there.
second inning now, and here is Aaron Winsinger to face off against Aiden DeLucy in the top of the second inning. Here's Winsinger winding and firing, and that is a fastball and a strike to Aiden DeLucy on the outside corner. No balls and one strike. Next pitch coming is a fastball at the knees on the outside corner and a good pitch. 0-2. Aiden DeLucy, a 6'1" tall right-handed batter out of North Pocono High School. And that bounces up there from Winsinger for ball one.
Winsinger's done a good job attacking the zone early and just getting ahead of hitters. Again here with the 1-2 ahead.
There's a swing and a miss on a fastball. Good pitch from Winsinger after he did get ahead. And he has himself his second strikeout of the game, and the second time he has gotten the leadoff guy. So now Jeremy Cawley, who yesterday struck out a couple of times and went 0 for 3. Cawley is a 5'7" tall righty batting middle infielder out of Pittston High School.
One of the younger ones in this game. We had a class of 2023.
Yeah, we had a couple of those, but yeah, they were definitely in the minority. And waved at that and missed, and so 1 ball, 1 strike. Winsinger, the tall right-hander, and his 1-1 pitch. Fastball, that missed a little high. Seeing some guys missing upstairs here with their cold hands. Maybe I'm making too much of that.
Also could be with Cawley. I mean, the rest of his team is standing close to 5'10" to 6'2" type range. He's at 5'7", just coming down and making sure you're adjusting to the zone you're throwing to. Could be a little bit there for Winsinger.
2 balls, 1 strike, and a swing and a foul back, and it's 2-2. Cawley is stepping out here and ready to go in and battle again on this 2-strike count. Oh, that's a good fastball from Aaron Winsinger. Cawley waves at it. That's 3 strikeouts for Aaron Winsinger.
He's just done a great job pounding the zone with his fastball. Just coming at hitters. A straightforward approach.
Two outs for Saida, and a fastball is missing for ball 1. This is Matt Saida out of Scranton High School. 5'10" tall right-handed batter, and he lifts it up into shallow center, and that is easily catchable, and that's a good-looking 1-2-3 inning for Aaron Winsinger. Down goes Baseball U Tellip Scranton, and in the middle of the second inning, it is a 0-0 score in Game 1 of our quintuple header on BFA Live Sports.
Ball now 4.
Okay, bottom of the second inning. Here from, we're still kind of working out some little technical glitches as we go along here, but I think we've got it figured out, more or less, right? So we're looking at Nate Jasler for Baseball U New Jersey. And I beg your pardon, who are we looking at here? Let me get caught up here. I'm all turned around. So we had Regacki. This should be Joe Celia, right?
This is Joe Celia.
Okay, got it. And he had the home run yesterday against Nate Jasler. And what did we say? 2-1, and now a fastball is outside for ball 3. Joe Celia is one of the members of this Baseball U New Jersey team that'll be traveling down to the Perfect Game Wood Bat World Championships in Florida in just a couple of weeks. There is a swing and a miss and a strike. Another one of those players is Sam Bowles, but he's not here for the doubleheader today. Jacob Bowles, I beg your pardon. Swing and a foul tip, and the count stays full. But Joe Celia, he really rocked it over the tall fence and right. And while it is a shorter porch out there, he did it in game 2 out of 5 yesterday around 10:30 or 11 in the morning when the wind was blowing in. It was a good shot. And that pitch is bounced up there, ball 4, so we do a reset. And we reset the count to 2 balls and 2 strikes, and now it's all fastballs from Nate Jasler by rule/agreement.
America's pastime, the showcase version here.
Yes, that's right. The idea is, you know, Joe Celia, he's a kid that can swing the bat. He has a good eye, but if he walks 3 times in a game, then these coaches from the colleges that want to see what he can do, they didn't get to see what he can do, and they want to. They saw what he could do yesterday. Here, he pops it up on the infield, and the second baseman is there to catch for the first out in the bottom of the second inning. So Joe Celia, who homered yesterday, this one didn't go quite as far, and he skies out, and it brings up Nick Vaughn.
And to be clear, all the coaches over there are going to take note of the fact that he drew that walk. That wasn't a walk.
Absolutely. They know that he got a good eye. There is a swing and a miss for Vaughn. No balls and 1 strike.
These showcases wouldn't have played to my abilities as a player. I'd take my base every time.
Yeah, that's the only way I could get on.
Yeah.
Ocean Township High School here for the senior Nick Vaughn. And a swing and a miss, and it is 0-2. Big kid here, 6'2" and 205 pounds. And there's a ball. So it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Well, we've got a smattering of fans here for Game 1 at 8 a.m. I was impressed with the turnout yesterday. A lot of families, of course. Swing and a miss, and Vaughn goes chasing, and there's the 3rd strikeout of the game for Nate Jasler. That kind of tailed away a little bit to the outside corner.
Yeah, he's just out in front of that one. Didn't really seem like a solid base, solid lower half going through the zone with that swing. And strikes him out there. So 3 strikeouts on both sides for the pitchers.
I'm telling you, we had good pitching yesterday, too, and now we got different guys today just picking up where they left off. David Cohen takes a fastball strike. No balls and 1 strike to the lefty batting senior out of Colts Neck High School, David Cohen. And there's a fastball missing high from Jasler. 1 ball and 1 strike. No score, and we're in the bottom of the 2nd inning here in Game 1 of our quintuple header. 35 innings in total, although not for any of these individual teams. That's for us. And ball 2 on a fastball missing from Jasler is 2 balls and 1 strike. It's amazing when you do a game or games for 10 hours, starting with the sunrise and ending with the sunset. That's a long day. Here's a high fly to right field for David Cohen. That'll be put away. It's a 1-2-3 inning, and very good work for Nate Jasler. Baseball U, New Jersey, and Baseball U, Tellip, Scranton. A 0-0 score at the end of 2 on BFA Live Sports.
Why throw something high where he's gonna?
Alongside Ray Dunn, my name Bob Rotruck, and had a heck of a good time yesterday, albeit a chilly one. I came more prepared with the wardrobe today because, I mean, even when it gets up to 60, it still feels cold. Way up here in the Poconos. I come up here from Allentown, and a lot of our crew comes up from Philly or Jersey area. There's ball 1 to Gavin Lecoe, 1 ball and no strikes. If you're coming up from Allentown up the Northeast Extension, once you get through the Lehigh Tunnel, it's like you're entering a completely different atmosphere going through that mountain there. 10-degree difference or 15 degrees. It's incredible. It's going to be snowing on one side and not on the other. I've made the drive a lot. Lecoe takes a strike, and now a fastball is high from Aaron Winsinger, ball 2.
Yeah, I prepared for the weather in Philadelphia today. I came straight from Leocoris Garage on the campus of Temple University, and I was very surprised when I stepped out of the car.
Lecoe hits a one-hopper to the shortstop. That's Vincent Versace with a whole big ski mask, and he threw it away and wide. And so Lecoe will reach safely on an E6. On Shalot's liner that bounced in front of Versace in the first, I called that a base hit, even though Versace kind of misjudged it and was a little bit in between on it. But I thought that was worthy of an infield single. We don't have an official score, so it's really whatever I want to decide that it is. And here that was one where he needed to make the play, and he threw it a little down the line.
The two of us agreed on the infield single there, so I'll think that's the official scoring for.
That works. I'm good with that. Jeff Higgins now for Baseball U, Scranton Tellip. Higgins, number 16, and a right-handed batter out of Riverside High School, 5'10". And am I looking at Lecoe? We are. So we missed a batter here. This is Lecoe, and so somebody else was up beforehand.
Casey Serene was.
Oh, I didn't have him on the lineup card. I knew I missed somebody. Thank you. Serene is the one who reached on an error. And this is Leco. I beg your pardon. 1-1 to Leco with Serene on at first, leading away, kind of dancing around over there. And Zachary Gackey will have a look at him after the pitch from Winsinger missed for ball 2. 2 balls and 1 strike to Gavin Leco. Top of the third, and no score, and at least from the very start, it has the makings of more pitching and not a lot of hitting. Here's a foul away, 2-2. Well, PA Tellip, this team batting now, the Scranton team, was sort of an example of that yesterday against Connecticut Black. They faced some good pitchers. They only had 3 hits in the game. They had a meeting after the game, and I know that's what they were talking about. Here's a swing and a miss. Good breaking ball from Aaron Winsinger for his 4th strikeout of the game.
Yeah, Phillies old manager Charlie Manuel will refer to the summer months as hitting season. This is quite the opposite weather of hitting season right now. This is playing to the advantage of the pitchers, the weather.
Matt Schau, who had one of the 4 strikeouts for Aaron Winsinger, or not Schau, that's Higgins, I beg your pardon. Schau is on deck. Here's Higgins, and he's taking a strike, and it's 0-1. So Jeff Higgins out of Riverside High School is a 5' 10" tall right-handed batter. He's showing bunt, and he offered at it. He tried to sneak one in there. No balls and 2 strikes to Jeff Higgins. I'm somewhat impressed there by Coach Wells. John Wells down there. He doesn't flash signals across. They have a number system that he shouts across to the runner at first base. 53-3, was that going to be a hit and run or a steal? Instead of touching the nose and the cap and the shoulder, he just shouts across, which I've never seen that before. Maybe that's more common than I'm aware of. Higgins struck out there, so that's 5 strikeouts for Winsinger.
No, I think you're right there. I think that's a unique way of doing it. Certainly interesting. It saves you from having to know the signals or miss a signal.
There's 22-3. I mean, I heard that yesterday when they got runners on, and it took them, a little bit to get some runners on. And there's a throw over there. To check on them. So, that's I beg your pardon. That's Trevor Tellip. I was saying Wells, but that's Tellip for Scranton, who's doing the number system from the third base coach's box. Schau fouls it away. 0-2 to Matt Schau.
I'd also have to say, as a pitcher, it'd make me a little paranoid. Just hearing
Does it distract you? Yeah.
Hearing it instead of knowing it's happening. You're aware it's happening, but actually hearing it happen across and thinking, okay, what's going on here?
What does 53-3 mean? Right. Well, I didn't know where that was coming from at first yesterday. It took them a while to get base runners on yesterday, so we didn't have it for a little while as Schau fouls it back 0-2. And then I started kind of hearing 53-3, and I didn't pay attention to it much. I'm kind of looking at what the pitcher is doing. and then I started hearing 53-3, 0-1-2. I'm like, is this a football game? What is going on here? Yeah, but that's what he's doing. He's doing football call-outs, 57 black hike. Here's a ground ball to shortstop. Versace was moving on a hit and run, had a double back, recovers, throws low, and he got bailed out at first on a low throw. That's a nice pick on the turf hop to get Matt Schau on the ground out. No runs, no hits, 1 error, 1 runner left on base. 53-3. And for the middle of the third, it is Scranton nothing, New Jersey nothing in game 1 out of 5 of our baseball showcase from Dunmore, Pennsylvania on BFA Live Sports. Bottom of the third inning in today's baseball showcase. Here with 9 teams. We have 5 more games today after 5 games yesterday. So 10 games total on the weekend. 9 teams, 10 games, 11 colleges with coaches who are here, although I don't think they're all here yet. Figliolino is batting, and that is a strike to Joseph Figliolino, a senior out of Christian Brothers Academy for Baseball U, New Jersey. And he takes one kind of bouncing up there. Got away a little from the catcher. 1 ball, 1 strike with no score. And nobody on base here in the bottom of the third. 7 innings or 2 hours, whichever comes first. Grounder out to third, and a nice play running across and cutting in front of the shortstop. And that is Dom Temperino over there at third base, number 5, who made that play moving over to his left.
That's just an experienced and mature play right there. You know, there's some players that let it, it's going to shortstop, especially nervous early morning showcase atmosphere. You don't know if you want to try and make that play, but he shows maturity, gets over there, makes the play.
Here's Vincent Versace, smacking it into left. There's a base hit single for Vincent Versace, who's staying nice and toasty with his ski mask style. You don't have just the face mask in the coronavirus era. He's got the whole ski mask because it is chilly. I mean, we're not freezing cold, although, I mean, there are some showcases that are scheduled for a couple weeks from now. Now that's cold if you don't get October rain and all of that, autumn type of weather. Fastball that slipped out of the hand there of our pitcher, which is still Nate Jasler. You always got to be on your toes here. And the batter is Jonathan Spatola for Baseball U, New Jersey. 1 out runner at first. That's their second hit of the game for New Jersey. And their coach, John Wells, is the guy who basically started Baseball U, which has branched out into 4 different states. And 14 years later, hundreds of collegiate players that they have produced through the Baseball U travel teams and programs. There's a high fastball strike for Spatola. It is 1-1. I mean, Versace's a middle infielder, so we should probably be checking out his lead here as the right-hander Jasler peers over his shoulder. Boy, that was a close play at first. He scrambled to get back, and the throw got away. And so it might have even hit off the runner. My view is a little obscured. So the throw gets away on the pickoff attempt. Versace had a good lead over there. I mean, Jasler was correct to throw over. But on an E1, Versace will head down to second.
Yeah, like you said, he's right to check on him there. I think the throw just too far up the line for his first baseman.
That pitch cut back in. Jonathan Spatola kind of backed away, twisted away, and it broke back in. And got an inside corner there for Jasler, and 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Yeah, what you're looking for here as we get to the third inning of Jasler is just consistently keeping it down. It seems like he's not finishing off a lot of his pitches. It's been high. That one he's able to keep down towards the zone. We missed high a lot early on the first 2 innings.
Looking back at second, and now the 1-2 pitch. That caught the corner, too. And Spatola thought that was a little generous on the call. He took a couple on the inside corner that the last one he thought was about to hit him. So there's 4 strikeouts now for Nate Jasler. And here is Daniel Keenan, who is beginning today's action in right field. Ground ball pulled it foul, third base side. No balls and 1 strike. Dom Temperino out of Dunmore High over there at third base was giving chase. What do we have coming up? 10-10. Baseball U New Jersey plays again because they're doing a doubleheader again. They just pick up where they left off in the lineups. Whoever made the last out, then you go to the next batter, and you kind of play it like it's one long game with 12, 13 batters in the lineup. There's a fastball low, ball 1. And they will be playing Connecticut Orange in game 2. A lot of the New Jersey, Philly, Scranton teams, they see plenty of each other. They've seen the Connecticut teams as well, but not as much. But these Connecticut teams traveling all the way in. It gives them some variety of opponents. Fouled away by Keenan. He pulled it third base side. 1 ball and 2 strikes. With 2 outs and a runner at second is Vincent Versace. who is dressed like he could go rob a bank right now with the ski mask. He looks like he could be in a bank heist movie.
Doubling as a baseball player.
Right, exactly. We think it's Vincent Versace. You could, I mean, we know by his number, but you certainly couldn't tell if you know his face. We have no idea who that is. There's a ball high to Keenan. 2 balls and 2 strikes. He might be the smartest one of all of us, though, wearing that warm ski mask type style.
Oh, he absolutely is the smartest out of all of us.
I don't think there's any question. 2-2. That one just missed it. Almost fell back in. It's a full count to Keenan. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Number 29 out of Jackson Liberty High School. Plays outfield today, but he pitches as well, and we saw him pitch yesterday. He had 5 strikeouts, if I recall correctly, if I wrote it down right. And here he strikes out himself. He chased a changeup that bounced up there. It fooled him. He was a mile out in front, and the catcher will throw him out at first for the final out. So that's a good outing for Nate Jasler, and after 3 innings, I'm going to assume that might be it for him. He has 5 strikeouts in his 3 innings for Baseball U Tellip. And once again, more good pitching today. We are 0-0 after 3 innings. On to the 4th we go for Scranton against New Jersey. A couple of Baseball U programs on BFA Live Sports. Alongside Ray Dunn, I'm Bob Rotruck on BFA Live Sports. Welcome back to historic Schatz Stadium here in Dunmore, Pennsylvania. And this is Tyler Grebb, who swings and misses at the first pitch offered. We have a new pitcher, actually, lest I forget. Jacob Bowles, is this correct? Yes. So that's why he's not in the lineup today. It's not that he's not here, it's because he was pitching today and getting ready for his relief appearance. So Tyler Grebb flied out to left field and is 0 for 1 out of Pocono Mountain East. High fastball, strike 3. Getting that waist-high strike from Jacob Bowles, the right-hander out of Lacey High School.
And that wraps up a successful morning for Winsinger. 3 innings, only 1 hit, 5 strikeouts.
Foul back from Gavin Shalat. So, again, there's a fair amount of hype for this young man who was a class of 2023. I think 15 years old as I looked up yesterday, and already committed for a terrific baseball program at Louisiana State. Swing and a miss, 0-2. And I really liked what he brought to the table as a shortstop yesterday. I felt like he looked very smooth out there, playing shortstop, particularly for such a young age. Here's the 0-2, and that misses low, ball 1. That's what the scouts, the college teams, the pro teams, that's what they look for. Smooth is a word that they like a lot. Here is Jacob Bowles, the 1-2 pitch, and a high fly is hit into left field, and it's a long wait for it to come down. And a fly out for Gavin Shalat with an infield single his previous time up. So he goes to 1 for 2, and that was Kyle Serene out there in left field, right? Yeah.
Kyle Serene's coming to bat right here.
I beg your pardon. So in left field, that was Julian Buckman who was catching. I got my teams mixed around again, which is not the last time that'll happen. Kyle Serene is batting and taking the ball. 1 ball and no strikes. And here's a smash to the left field corner, and they pulled that one foul. 1 ball and 1 strike. Buckman for Baseball U New Jersey out there, who made that catch in left field, had a terrific throw to nab a runner at the plate in yesterday's action. And he showed a pretty good hose, for sure. There is a fastball missing low and away to Kyle Serene, ball 2. 2 balls and 1 strike to Serene, who is 0 for 1 today and 0 for 4 in our weekend baseball showcase. And there's a ball almost at his knees to the tall drink of water, Kyle Serene, 6 feet 4 inches tall, and a commit for Penn State Harrisburg as well. Most of these players have not committed yet, hence the college coaches are interested in seeing what they have. But most of the teams have 2 or 3 guys who are college commits, including a couple from Baseball U New Jersey and 3 players from Baseball U Scranton Tellip. Casey Serene is another college commit for Penn State Du Bois. That was pulled foul by Serene. So it's a full count with 2 outs and nobody on here in the top of the 4th. We're practically in Scranton, but Scranton's the away team for this game. That pitch missed low, ball 4, bouncing up. And then again, it's not a walk. We reset the count to 2-2. We had a ton of players flip the bat aside after ball 4, have to go and get it. Yes, I mean, you have the instincts. Ball 4 means you get to take a base. We all know that. Ground ball to third. Oh, there's a nice play at third on a smash to his left. Coming up with it and throwing him out. Kyle Serene hit it hard, but denied at third base on, I thought, a terrific play over there. That is the third baseman, Joe Celia, who came up with that play, moving quickly to his left on a 1-hop smash. So, Scranton goes down in order in the top of the 4th inning. We're halfway through game 1 already, and it's a 0-0 score for Baseball U Scranton Tellip against Baseball U New Jersey on BFA Live Sports. Here is Julian Buckman, who is leading off the bottom of the 4th inning for Baseball U New Jersey. We were just talking about him in left field for the Marlboro, New Jersey native, and he swings and misses on an off-speed offering from Nate Jasler, who is still on the mound here for Baseball U Scranton Tellip. With 5 strikeouts, too.
Yeah, showing some longevity here. I mean, he's only faced 11 batters, so that does help, but certainly showing that he can go the distance.
5 strikeouts is throwing a few pitches, but he hasn't had any of those walks and resets in there. Sometimes you can get a 12, 14 pitch at bat and he's still staying around and he's on ball 5. That can happen too. Here is Buckman taking the ball, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike. And a terrific throw from right field yesterday, gunned down a runner at the plate. And here is a bouncer to third, barely a fair ball coming up with it, but the throw from Temporino over there will not be in time. He didn't have much of a chance. Buckman, who runs pretty fast, he was booking it down that line, and I've got his perfect game scouting report up here. I like to look up the kids when I can. A 7.16 60-yard dash, which is pretty fast, and he legs it out for an infield single. Throw got away, but it wasn't going to get him anyway. And now I think we're to the top of the lineup. And we are. Nicholas Terefenko struck out swinging in the first inning. We're in the bottom of the fourth, and a 0-0 score, and some good pitching from Nate Jasler. He's given up 2 hits. He has 5 strikeouts. He's given up 3 hits, I beg your pardon. 5 strikeouts, and of the 3 hits, I mean, one of those was an infield single there. There's ball 1 to Terefenko. 1 ball and no strikes. And there's a throw over to first to check on the runner, Buckman.
Back to that play over there at third base for the infield single. It was so close to going foul. It's one of those things you're going to try and make that play every time. But just how close it was to the line, if he had stepped back and tried to field it beyond the bag, that might have been a foul ball.
Yeah, he cut in front of the bag to play it. Yeah, that's true. Here's a ground ball to second. Oh, a nice play over there, Shalat. My goodness. From his knees, flipping to short, and then on for the double play. And Gavin Shalat is one smooth-looking middle infielder. That was a tremendous play, sliding to his knees to his left and then turning back to get the force at second base. Gavin Shalat, he looks like a kid who just loves to play. I mean, that kind of play, I love it. It knocks my socks off.
Not that I didn't believe you when you said he looks
He's
smooth.
legit.
When he looks smooth up the middle, but seeing it right there, that's exactly what you're looking for. He makes the play quick to his feet, quick getting the ball out. Easy double play when you can field it like that.
He knows what he's doing over there. He really does. And sometimes it's not just intellect, it's also just having the ability to do it. Here's a ground ball to shortstop, and that'll be played and thrown on to first. Was that juggled? Yeah, so.
He came off the bag.
Oh, he came off the base. Okay. So at first he comes off. So for Mortalito, I couldn't see. I guess the throw, if it was offline, do we call that an error? Or did he come off early? Error on the first baseman for coming off? Yeah, he couldn't even tell really on the video very much.
Yeah, looking at it, I'm curious if he just didn't have his feet set correctly over there at first base and had to come off the bag because he wasn't set.
Mortalito can book it. I mean, he runs hard. It's a close play, but I'm undecided, especially my view is obscured at first base as well, so that kind of causes an issue. I'll call it an E3 for now until somebody tells me otherwise, but nobody's going to because we're the only ones here doing this. Here's the runner going, and he got a good jump. The throw from Laco, the catcher, wasn't really going to have much of a chance to get him, was a little offline as well. Mortalito can fly, and so a stolen base. And the batter, Sam Gates, the George Washington University commit.
So in sign language just now with the umpire, we decided that was E6.
Okay.
On that last one, that the throw was offline.
Oh, was he turning Della? He overhears us sometimes.
Yes.
We're that close. There's a ball. 2 balls and no strikes to Sam Gates, who struck out looking in the first inning. So another stolen base. Mortalito has 2 steals today. He beat it out on, what was almost an infield single, but it was his speed that kind of prompted that error. You got to hustle. The bottom dropped out of that one. Gates swings right through it and over it. And it's 2 balls and 1 strike. I want to go back to Gavin Shalat and the play that he made, and he made a couple really good, not that good, but good plays at shortstop yesterday, where it catches your attention and he makes it look easy. And he sort of reminds me of the player that I was seeing a lot of last year, swing and a miss on a fastball, Gates. I was broadcasting last year for the Phillies minor league team in Williamsport. And they have first-rounder Bryson Stott over there, and so there's a lot of hype. He's a first-rounder, right? And so I saw a lot of him, and he played short. They put him at third, and he said, I don't know if I've ever played third, but he had to try it. And they want him to have the versatility. And at second base, there's a reason why he's a first-rounder. And Shalat's got a little bit of Bryson Stott and how he plays those middle infield positions and how he just makes those plays. Sam Gates swings and strikes out on a changeup. I don't want to put too much pressure on Shalat because you might not be a first rounder, Shalat, but you're on the right path. That's absolutely for sure. I know a good player when I see one, and Gavin Shalat definitely is, and there's a reason why he's, LSU wanted to snag him, and I'm sure that several other colleges did as well. Okay, so with that said, here for Baseball U New Jersey in the 4th, it's no runs on 1 hit, 1 error, and 1 runner is left on base. And we're through 4 and on to the 5th and still looking for our first run of the day. And we only have 5 games, so I'm sure somebody will score eventually. But it hasn't happened yet. Nothing score New Jersey and Scranton on BFA Live Sports.
test it. They just say what? Firebird?
Oh, no, I gotta get some.
You know what though? I don't even know. I think it was you want. So you literally just watch it.
So I'm trying to figure out. That's why. What's it? She flushed the toilet twice.
Aiden DeLucia is going to step in for Baseball U. Tellip out of Scranton. Grounder in the hole at short. That's going to be a long throw, long stretch. Got him. Nice play. Boy, a long throw from over there. That's Versace. No, that's Mortalito, I beg your pardon, who's the shortstop. Making that play for Baseball U, New Jersey. We had Versace over there before in the ski mask, but they changed positions around. So Mortalito made a really nice play from deep in the hole and a long throw. Brendan Cawley swinging a miss and a strike. Love that play from Mortalito.
Yeah, you're looking at natural arm strength right there. They're not really able to get much on that. That's just firing across the diamond. And the great stretch. You can't understate the stretch over there because it was a short hop on him, and he was able to scoop that one out of the ground.
I don't know if that's David Cohen over there at first. It might be. Here's a high pop. And actually, what is that, 29? Daniel Keenan. So that kind of fooled me a little bit because he's not even listed as a first baseman. But when you have one primary position and a secondary position on a roster, well, guess what? A lot of these guys play a third or a fourth position, too. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. And a grounder out to first. And, dropped and picked up and recovered over there. So Keenan handles it and takes it to the base for the out on Cawley. Keenan was in right field before, and now he's at first base. I mean, they rotate around a ton.
Showcases. That's
right.
That's the way you explain everything here. You see that you don't typically see.
Because the college coaches want to see him play in right and play at first and play on the mound. It's not about trying to win the game, but you're trying to do that too. Here's a high pop-up on the left side of the diamond. Well, I guess who's there with the ski mask at third base? That is Vincent Versace from shortstop to third, and he puts it away. And that's a nice 1-2-3 inning for Jacob Bowles. My goodness. So 2 perfect innings for him, right? Because he came on in the fourth after Winsinger threw the first 3. So 6 up and 6 down for Jacob Bowles. We're in the middle of the 5th. Baseball U Scranton Tellip nothing. Baseball U New Jersey nothing on BFA Live Sports.
So you literally can watch the game. He's giving you the signs.
Well, on the video here between innings, you're getting a good look at number 4, Casey Serene. Out of North Pocono High School as a 6'1" tall right-hander. He takes over for Nate Jasler, who fired 4 very strong innings with 6 strikeouts in there. And a little help from his D, too. And his first pitch here in the bottom of the 5th inning is in for a strike. And I'm just trying to confirm who I'm looking at here. I think this is, let me see, 14, right? Rogacki, yes. Zachary Rogacki, 0-1 and missing outside. Ball 1. 1 ball and 1 strike. So 17 and a half years old is right-handed pitching Casey Serene. And he's a commit for Penn State DuBois. There's a foul away by Rogacki, 1-2. And he can, you know, like a lot of kids that are on their way to college, he can play in the field, he can pitch, and we don't know which Penn State DuBois might have in mind for him, or maybe both. Maybe they like him in both sides.
Play to the strengths of the team and the player. They'll figure it out as they go along.
There is a lot of figuring it out as you go along. That does happen for sure. Zachary Rogacki takes a ball, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And even more so right now with recruiting and eligibility. I do not envy the position of college coaches right now across the sports scene.
Swing and a miss, and Serene kind of fooled him there. He got him to go chasing. You know, he put a 2-strike pitch outside the strike zone, and if Rogacki doesn't touch it, then he's not really hurt. And if he does go chasing after it, then that's going to be a win for Casey Serene. A good 2-strike pitch. And now a strike for Joe Celia, 0-1.
That was a nice bender right there. Dropping it into the zone perfectly.
Celia had the home run in game 2 out of the 5 yesterday. He went 0 for 2 in the next game, and now today he's 0 for 1. So let's see, on the whole, I think he's 1 for 5, 1 for 4 with a walk and a home run on the weekend as a whole. 1 ball and 1 strike to Joe Celia. Righty thrower, but a lefty batter. Oh, it bent right in on the outside corner for a strike. Celia's kind of turning and thinking maybe, he took it thinking it was going to miss away. And had a little bend back in for Casey Serene to the Colts Neck High School product, Celia. That one fell low. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Well, Celia learned yesterday what a lot of left-handed batters have learned. This is a good ballpark to play in. 260 to right field because of the stores out there, and that's how it's always been at this facility. There's strike 3 at the knees, and Celia got caught on the inside corner there. They used to play baseball here for decades, all the way back to 1950, and they had however many thousands of fans who have come to games of various levels, including the old Scranton Red Sox of the ACBL in the 60s and 70s. There's Nick Vaughn taking a strike, 0-1. Field had fallen apart, and there was nobody here anymore, no swimming pools like they used to have. They put a couple $1 million into it, and it reopened last year. It's a completely different look, and you wouldn't recognize it, but there's a lot of pride in this community and a lot of joy for a lot of the area residents who have childhood memories of playing at this very spot on actual grass, not the turf that they have. That'll keep a little bit better than the grass does. 0-2, and a swing and a high fly into shallow right. Now that's 3 guys converging out there, and somebody got in there and caught it. It might have been the right fielder. Again, sometimes my view to the right side is obscured. So Casey Serene comes on and takes the mound and puts away the Baseball U New Jersey batters in order. Well, I sure hope somebody scores. Nothing against the pitchers, but it has not happened so far. We go to the 6th. Baseball U Scranton, nothing. Baseball U New Jersey, nothing on BFA Live Sports. Let's see what we have here. Scranton, no runs, 1 hit, 1 error. New Jersey, no runs, 3 hits, 2 errors. And Scranton, PA team Tellip, only had 3 hits yesterday. They still haven't scored a run in either game, and they weren't happy about it yesterday. So they're trying to get something going here in the 6th against Jacob Bulls with Casey Serene in there, and there's a strike. And there's a fastball on the inside corner as well. So Serene, who's now their pitcher as well, and takes his turn at the plate also after taking a cut on that last pitch. And there's a pitch that bounced up there, gets away. He's got a chance to beat it out, throw to first, and he does not beat him out. That's a good throw from the catcher. He's kind of pumped that he made that play. It was a tricky play after it skipped up, and that's Regacki, I believe, who got a piece of it, got enough of it, and completed the out for the strikeout.
Yeah, that was a tough play for him. Good job blocking it and getting to it, making the throw. I love the showing of the emotion there.
Well, and he just said hi to the fans and his family, and he's always talking to the pitchers as well.
Got to have that commanding presence about yourself if you're a catcher.
Chris talked to the pitchers a lot or I should say he talked to the pitchers a lot yesterday, and Chris loved him. This is Gavin Lecoe taking a ball and then a strike, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike to Gavin Lecoe, struck out swinging in the 3rd. Jacob Bulls pitch. It's falling low. 2 balls, 1 strike. So Scranton, no runs, 1 hit, 1 error. New Jersey, no runs, 3 hits, and 2 errors. And par for the course for our showcase event for all of the games, really, that we've had all weekend so far. This is our 6th. We've had some terrific pitching, although we haven't had a 0-0 game into the 6th. This is the first time we've been 0-0 this late in the game.
I understand. You know, I showed up today. They're a little nervous to hit in front of me. It makes sense.
Lecoe, 3-1, and a high pop is fouled backwards. 3 balls and 2 strikes out of Abington Heights High School is Gavin Lecoe, 6 feet tall. And remember, no walk at ball 4. You reset the count to 2-2. And there is a foul back. So right now we stay at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Game 2 is scheduled for 10:10. Baseball U New Jersey will just pick up where they left off. They will play again, and then they get to head home. This will be their last game out of 4 on the weekend, and they will play Connecticut Orange. There is a swing and a miss, and strike 3. Gavin Lecoe goes down, and back-to-back strikeouts for Jacob Bulls. Winsinger threw 3, and now Bulls came on in the 4th, and he's retired 8 straight, and that is all he has faced, right? Because Winsinger threw the 3. This is Bulls' 3rd inning. Wow. Well, here's a liner to short. That is caught out there by Mortalito. 9 up and 9 down for Jacob Bulls. Impressively done, and that's 3 strikeouts total as well, including 2 in this inning. Good stuff from Jacob Bulls, the right-hander out of Lacey High School. We are still 0-0, middle of the 6th inning. Baseball U Scranton Tellip against Baseball U New Jersey on BFA Live Sports.
I'll go with you. Go ahead.
Casey Serene is on for his 2nd inning of work after putting away the Baseball U New Jersey batters in order in the 5th inning. And David Cohen, 0 for 1 today with a fly out to right field, will lead off the 6th here in the bottom half of the 6th inning. Ooh, that bounced up there and hit the catcher DeLucy in the helmet, and I think he's okay. Well, he's got that big kind of, hockey goalie mask style of helmet, so hopefully that helps you feel it a little bit less. Yeah. I know you still feel it, I promise you. Ball 1 to Cohen. Fastball is missing high. And that's what we see sometimes. Bring it down. I mean, it doesn't entirely matter. Cold weather and you have a turf mound instead of dirt, which feels different. That is a phrase that you hear for pitching everywhere. You got to bring it down. That one he brought down just enough. I mean, he almost tried to miss high, but he got it in enough, and it's a strike, 2-1.
You'd wonder about the overcorrection after bouncing one that far in front of the plate,
well,
too.
That's true, right. So you're trying to bring it down, and your very first pitch, you bounced it. There's ball 3 to Cohen. 3 balls and 1 strike. So you bounce one, you sail one high. It's there's a lot of compensation and overcompensation that goes on. It's all just so teensy, differences with the grip and the feel and releasing. That was a strike to Cohen there. And a full count.
That's one thing you gotta look for in a young player. If they can find a consistent release point.
And he skies into left field, does David Cohen, kind of twisting around out there, but making the catch for the first out in the bottom of the 6th inning.
Going back to the release point, if you can find that consistent release point, stuff can develop over time. But if you get the mechanics of pitching down, it gives you so much freedom to work with different pitches, work with different stuff to enhance your game.
There's another bouncer. Case in point. You have confidence in your catcher to block it in front too, although it doesn't matter as much here without a runner on base. Figliolino takes ball 1. Joseph Figliolino grounded out to third, back in the third, and takes a ball from Casey Serene. 2 balls and no strikes here on this Baseball U showcase from the Pocono Mountains here in the Wilkes-Barre-Scranton area. We're in Dunmore, PA. All of Wilkes-Barre-Scranton, and I don't live up here, but I've been up here enough times. It all feels like just a big, small town. Everywhere you go, you have a small town, and kind of in the heart of Americana in Northeast Pennsylvania. Figliolino takes ball 3, and that's ball 4. So we reset to 2-0. And gorgeous setting, and we're overlooking the mountains from here as well. It really is a fun spot for baseball.
It was absolutely picturesque driving up here, seeing the sunrise over the mountains. It was very cool for me. I haven't been up this way in a little while.
There is a ball that bounced through, so it's now going back to 3-0 after we had reset to 2-0. Figliolino would like to get a chance to swing the bat here, undoubtedly. He had a single up the middle in one of the games yesterday. And here he hits it up the middle off the glove of the pitcher, Serene. Second baseman has it and has time to throw him out. So that's Gavin Shalad, who was kind of moving to his right, recovered to his left after the comebacker was slowed down and deflected off the glove of the pitcher, Serene. We've hyped up Gavin Shalad. I don't think that was a tremendous play. That kind of was tailor-made for him. He had a bit of a lucky bounce, and it came to him. And so the out on Figliolino is 1-4-3. Here's Vincent Versace smashing it foul, third base side.
I think the one thing you can give the shot there is just staying calm through that deflection. He could have really charged at that, caused a problem for himself, but stays back, charges as necessary, gets to it, and plays at his pace. You don't want to speed up the game too much when something happens that you're not expecting.
Versace has one of our few hits today, 4 of them total for the 2 teams combined. He takes a bouncer, ball 1. Scranton hasn't scored all weekend. They were shut out yesterday for Baseball U Scranton Tellip, 4-0. They had 3 hits yesterday, and today they only have 1 hit. So that's a little frustrating for them, I'm sure. There's a strike to Versace, and it is 1 ball and 2 strikes. Versace singled to left field in the first. Here's a foul off.
Serene taking something off of that one, and Versace all over it.
He was a mile out in front, smashing it towards the various lawn chairs down there, past beyond third base, where many of the college coaches had been stationed, but are kind of milling about as well while checking out the talent. They don't have to sit there and watch every single pitch of 10 hours of baseball. You come and you try to get the pitchers and get some radar readings and get an idea. Versace fouls it off, 1-2. 10 hours today, 20 hours total. That's a lot of baseball. That bounced up there. Good eye. Versace leaned into it, but he stayed off. He backed off of it, and it's ball 2.
If I could pick anything to do for 20 hours over a weekend, I think baseball would be right up at the top of that list.
Chris Markowitz and I were talking about it yesterday. You know, yes, it's 10 hours, but it went faster than what you think it is going to be going in. And then you're, on your way home and you're going, it's dark now and it's here at sunrise. This was a long day. All right, there's a ball. It bounced up there, and now a grounder out to shortstop. Fielded nicely out there, and throwing out the batter, and he bounced away. He bounced the throw away. So Versace reaches safely. I guess we call that an E6. And Baseball U New Jersey has a runner aboard for 27, Jonathan Spatola.
Yeah, that one was tough. The throw, just not enough mustard on it, and the short hop really catches the first baseman by surprise.
I think that's their other 4 out there at shortstop, which would be Jeremy Cawley. And he is a middle infielder. They have 2 number 4s, so that gets a little confusing. One of them is pitching, Casey Serene, and I think that's a 4 at shortstop. So, yeah, that was Jeremy Cawley, who kind of skipped that throw. And they checked over on Versace at first there, as you saw. There goes the runner. Yeah, they were right to check on him. It was a hit and run, and Spatola fouls it back. No balls and 1 strike. I'm telling you, yesterday, Coach Tellip had a meeting with his team, and they were talking about their loss, the shutout loss against Connecticut. We had 3 hits, guys, Yeah, I mean, I didn't hear. I hear it from here, but that's the typical type of thing. We got to go up there and battle in our at-bats. We got to do better than that. So, yes, it's a baseball showcase event, and you rotate around who's playing in what positions, and you're kind of giving guys different chances, but you don't want to be shut out. You want to win the game, too, and so baseball is still a team game, even though it's about individual performances. There goes the runner. That's a delayed steal. They got a chance to get him. Yeah, they nailed him. So that's the catcher, DeLucy, who fires out Vincent Versace. And Gavin Shalat on the tag there, caught stealing 2-4. That was a weird-looking play because he left late, and I don't know if it was a missed sign hit and run or he thought it was going to bounce. But anyway, because of that very, very late delayed steal, he got thrown out by a ton. No runs, no hits, 1 error, and nobody left on base. And we are going to the 7th and still in search of our first run of the game. A lot of good pitching today. Jacob Bowles stays on the mound, having retired 9 in a row. Baseball U Scranton nothing, Baseball U New Jersey nothing on BFA Live Sports.
I'll touch base after this is over.
Seventh inning, and essentially the top of the lineup here for Scranton. Matt Shaw is batting, and he's taking a fastball low, ball 1. And Jacob Bowles is throwing lights out here. This is still Bowles, is it not?
It is.
Okay. That's what I thought. It looked like him. There's a fastball strike, 1-1. 9 up, 9 down for Bowles, including 3 strikeouts. He locates it well, and he located that pitch well. That's a good example. 1-1 pitch, and a high pop-up on the right side. Let's see who can get there. Way over there in a long run for, is that Versace or the right fielder? Or somebody got over there to catch it.
Leave you have Rogacki getting out there making that catch. If I saw correct, number 14, Zachary Rogacki getting out from right field.
I thought he's the catcher still, but that's not him.
That's not him. Oh, we got another number to 14 out there.
Okay, then I'll give it to Rogacki. Okay.
No, I think you're right. I think we're still at the catcher here. Another 14 out there. So.
Well, now I'm confused, but somebody caught it. And it's one gone in the ninth for Tyler Greb, who is 0 for 2 with a flyout and a strikeout. And that curve breaks in there. For it's another strike. Nick Vaughn is out there? Okay, good. Thank you.
So Vaughn's at catcher. Rogaki made the catch in right field.
Oh,
we're all
Rogaki
settled.
caught it and Vaughn is catching, so thank you.
All set up there now.
Well, we got the catcher right in front of us, but because of the chest protector, you can't read the whole number. I mean, it's amazing. He's standing right there, and I'm like, well, what is that number? You can't see it because the protector goes around the back of his jersey. There is Greb taking low and away from Jacob Bowles for a ball. 2-2 now. Out of Pocono Mountain East is Tyler Greb, a fly out to left in the first, a strikeout looking in the fourth, and a foul back on this pitch.
As we move through this seventh, I think the pitchers really took 2 hours as a challenge.
Seriously. Gavin Shalat has this team's only hit. That was an infield single in the first, where we were even debating, do we call that an error or not? That is their only hit of the game. Greb fouled that off, and that was way back in the first. They had another runner reach. Casey Serene reached on an error in the third, and they haven't had a runner since the third. We're in the seventh, and we are 0-0. Here's a ground ball smashed and barely fell. Oh, we almost had another hit. If you're not going to get any hits in a game, sometimes it's just a matter of bad luck too, because that's a hard hit ball, and that was just a couple inches foul.
I was prepared to call you for the announcer's jinx there.
Tyler Greb out of Pocono Mountain East, and a 5' 10" tall right-handed batter, and looking to showcase his talents here for all of these college coaches who are here. And he kind of slowed down the swing for the changeup just to fight that off and pull it foul. He was already committed on the swing, and then you have that millisecond moment. This ball's not getting here, and he was able to get a piece of it and not swing too far ahead of it and stay alive. That's the idea, is staying alive in the at-bat with 2 strikes. That just missed a little low. Good eye. That's a good pitch, 2-2, and he laid off.
Back-to-back pitches where he just shows a good piece of hitting. The good adjustment on the foul ball, and then there to take that pitch and live to see another pitch.
That's a good pitch from Jacob Bowles, too. And there's a swing and a miss. Came low and in on him on that one. And a swing, cut on, and a strikeout for Jacob Bowles is his 4th of the game. He has retired 11 batters in a row. He has 4 strikeouts, and their starter, Aaron Winsinger, had 3 strikeouts. This is some terrific pitching from these 2 kids for Baseball U, New Jersey. And they had a kid like Daniel Keenan yesterday who had 5 strikeouts. They had good pitching yesterday, too. And they beat PA Torresani Philly 2-1 on a 2-hitter. I mean, that's a lot of good pitching. Jeez. Here's Gavin Shalat, their only hit of the game. And I think that was a ball to start. I was looking at some of the numbers there. Here's the pitch. Check swing, high and in fastball, got a piece of it, tapped it, fell. I don't think Bowles is exactly, blowing away the radar guns here.
No.
Just a smart pitcher, in and out, up and down, mixes the style of breaking stuff.
Yeah, now he's just locating it well. He's he got ahead a couple times early on here. He's missed the zone a little bit to start this inning, but
his snappies, that he kind of snaps off there, has a little late break action to him sometimes too. That one did. It missed, but it, kind of has a little late cut. That one didn't. That's the fastball that comes low and in on Gavin Shalat. 3 balls, 1 strike. 2 outs, nobody on in the 7th, and a 0-0 game. Shalat out of North Pocono High School, and a terrific-looking ball player coming out of the Wilkes-Barre area, which, you have some baseball players that come from here, but certainly not considered the hottest of baseball hotbeds in the cold weather part of the country. And there's a fastball strike to Shalat, full count. They have all of those kids down south that they can recruit from for the SEC conference schools. They want Shalat from the Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania area. Fouled off. Got a piece of it to stay alive. That's what you got to do against a pitcher that's just mixing it up this much. Pitch recognition, is that going to maybe be in the strike zone? I better get a piece of it and hope that I don't put it into play.
Part of it's just throwing your bat at it and hoping that it goes foul. You're not going to see every pitch perfectly.
Full count pitch, fastball, and he lifts it to left center. He got underneath. It's a long run in, but the left fielder gets there for the catch. And that is 4 perfect innings for right-hander Jacob Bowles with not a whole lot of velocity as best we can tell, but some terrific, smart pitching, intelligent stuff, and good breaking stuff from Jacob Bowles. We go to the bottom of the 7th. We don't know if we go to extras. We assume we don't, but we don't even know. But we're still 0-0 for Baseball U Scranton Tellip against Baseball U New Jersey on BFA Live Sports. All right, well, we assume this is the last chance here for Baseball U New Jersey to get on the board, well, at least in this game. And a fastball is up and in to Spatola. And that is ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes. This is Shalat that's pitching. So Gavin Shalat is going to show his stuff for 1 inning here. And Spatola takes ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes. I love this kid as a sophomore in high school and how good he looks in middle infield. And he's kind of blazing some fastballs in there at 82, 83 miles an hour. So that's pretty good for 15 years old, right? And there's ball 3 to Spatola, 3-0. Next pitch. And that missed low, I think. So we reset the count. Maybe he ends up as a pitcher, but I doubt it because I think he's really good at the middle infield positions. I mean, yeah, obviously if you're a good middle infielder, you're going to have a good arm too. And so at a high school level, you can be used as a pitcher also. And maybe at college at LSU, but
it's a good
right now I'm not seeing it because I love him at middle infield. But for the future, maybe something else happens. He hits a growth spurt, starts throwing 93. Who knows? There's Spatola taking a ball. And I'll tell you, even as, and if he ends up becoming a pro player, which he's got possibilities, Spatola takes ball 4, so that was the reset. And so Shalat's throwing it hard, but he's throwing it a little bit all over the place here to start. I mean, he's coming in having played second base. You don't get much of a bullpen to come in, and now you're pitching too. So I let that slide. There are guys that could field it and could pick it, and they couldn't hit for a darn, and they're an A ball, and it's not happening for them, and they switch.
Yep.
And you look at a kid that has a great arm at shortstop, it's not really working for him. I mean, got to get this kid on the mound. And so you start to teach him. Bunt, back to the pitcher, Gavin Shalat. He throws to first and gets the out on Daniel Keenan on a sacrifice. They're trying to just push across any run that they can. Keenan pushed it forward. I did minor league ball in Florida many, many years ago for the Mets single-A team in St. Lucie. And they had a shortstop who could throw it so hard, and he hit about 210. I remember the 1 home run that he had, and our public relations guy was telling me somebody's got to put this kid on the mound. I hope it's the Mets. It wasn't them. He went over to the Expos and then to the Giants, and his name is Guillermo Mota, and he was throwing 97, 98. And I remember seeing him a couple years later. He was reinventing himself as a pitcher because all the scouts could see this. We don't know how hard he's throwing because it's at shortstop, but my goodness, from the hole, he's a 6'6" shortstop. Put him on the mound because I don't think that's going to happen to Shalat, but there are examples. Yes. Buckman takes a ball.
And especially now when you information overload in baseball now. You're going to identify that so much earlier, given the position velos, where they're thrown across the diamond, because the metrics are there.
We were talking about that yesterday, and the analytics are unbelievable. Yeah, it's incredible stuff. Buckman takes on the outside corner. It is 1-2, one out runner at second in the bottom of the 7th inning in a 0-0 game, where we assume we wouldn't play extras, but we actually have time before the hour 50 or 2 hour time limit. So if they wanted to go to an 8th, to determine a winner, they theoretically could. For a showcase, I don't think so, but it's sort of by, hey, do we feel like doing it or not, too? Ball 2.
Just an example of toughness.
That hit him. That hit right. I'm sorry, it hit him, and so that works like a walk. It's a reset. He doesn't take his base, and so we reset the count to 2-2.
It's just a way to show off some toughness. Just turn around.
We had that happen 3 or 4 times yesterday. The guy gets hit by a pitch, and you're not going anywhere. You're just sitting there ready for the next pitch. 2-2 to Julian Buckman, Marlboro, New Jersey. And that's outside just a little bit. Shalat nibbling at the outside corner there. Full count to Julian Buckman. One out runner at second is Jonathan Spatola. Bottom of the 7th, no score. And Gavin Shalat, their third pitcher, fired it back to the screen. Down to third, Spatola on a wild pitch. And it's also a walk. But Buckman's run doesn't mean anything. But here's the other element here. We won't necessarily exactly have a walk-off win if New Jersey scores. The home team has batted in the bottom of the 7th even after they have won the game. That shows you how much it's about the showcase and not necessarily about the final score. So a team is up 3-0 to the bottom of the 7th. They get their bat anyway because we still have another pitcher for the other team and just getting the guys their at-bats and their chances to play. Well, but they are going to play it situationally and bring in the infielders. Runner goes for second. Here comes the run trying to score on the wild pitch. He's in on a headfirst slide and scores. A wild pitch got away, and Spatola comes charging in after Buckman took off for second with the pitch on a stolen base. It got away. Spatola barely beats the throw home. You don't have a lot of time because this backstop fence is only about 15 feet from home plate, if that. And it bounces back to the catcher very quickly. DeLucy got it to Shalat, and there was a little contact there. He kind of got hit in the chin. There was some contact, but Spatola came hustling in. That's a nice piece of base running by Spatola for our first run of the day.
Yeah, great piece of base running by Spatola, and to give some more props where props are due, Buckman, who got to second base, identifying that the play at home was going on, goes to third. Obviously, right now, you're in the bottom of the 7th of a showcase, but that type of mentality in a competitive baseball game is huge because he's taking the extra base while no one's paying attention to him at all. You got a runner on third instead of a runner on second.
Normally, we'd have the whole big walk-off celebration right now.
Right.
We're not doing that. But it is our first run of the day, and it's 0-2 to Terefenko, who swings and fouls it back. Stays 0-2. So, right, he's aware that we're going to keep playing anyway. He gets to third, but we're also continuing to play situationally. This is the first time all weekend that we've had the infield drawn in, where we had a runner at third in a late, tight ball game situation. So that's good practice. It's not just about trying to win the game. It's practicing the situations because these guys need to be able to do that on a drawn-in infield where, I mean, you feel like you're right on top of the batter.
Right.
You feel like you're 20 feet away, and you're, when you're that tight and drawn in.
And that turf's slowing nothing down. If it takes
that's
a hard
for sure.
bounce.
Absolutely. And there's a smash foul off the fence and bouncing back out. Terefenko for 2 in this game. 1 ball and 2 strikes. So Baseball U New Jersey, who had 3 hits earlier in this game, they haven't had a hit since the 4th inning, which was one of their infield singles. They scored 2 runs here on a couple walks and a steal and a wild pitch. That one hit them. So Gavin Shalat's got the arm, but to find the pitching mechanics here, we know he can throw with the velocity. I mean, there's so many different elements for pitching, and it's the one that you're missing that you have to work on, and you can identify, okay, what's the problem here? Well, I got velocity. I don't know if how much he knows how to pitch, and I certainly don't know if he has the location right now. He has to work on that. Terefenko fouled it off, 1-2. Swing and a miss. Good high fastball. blew it past him. Tarafenko a strikeout. So when Shalat finds his rhythm here, I mean, that's a good high fastball. That's tough to catch up to.
Right, it's one of those things, us just being dropped into a singular weekend in a player's existence of a showcase where we don't know exactly where he is along the development. We can give you something here and say something's the way it is, but for all we know, it could be an off morning, an off outing for Shalat. But like we were saying, finding the location, finding a little consistency in the mechanics is right now where you would look for.
That is a strike, and it is 1-1. I still think Shalat's future is in middle infield.
Yeah.
But again, he's a young kid, and oh. He got hit in the face or the helmet there. It got him. Oh no. So this is Nicholas Mortalito. It got him on the edge of the helmet, and it got a piece. He got a piece of his face there after getting it, just the edge of the flap maybe off of his helmet, and he's
I think it hit
really
the
hurting.
outer ear right,
yeah, I mean,
right
you
at the
can't tell
beginning.
if it's the visor or the outer ear, but it hit. You could hear it hit the helmet, but
Yeah.
also just got the edge of the helmet
Yeah.
and part of his head, his face, wherever it got him there. But it very clearly hurt him a lot. I think they have some blood too. Gavin Shalat just took off his shirt so that they can tend to some of the blood situation. Yeah, well, he's sitting up now, and holding some gauze, some towel to his nose.
It's one of those situations where you want to keep him at ease, keep him get it covered, make sure you're clotting it up, but not moving him too quickly.
Right, yeah, you stand up after you lose a little blood there, and that's a problem. But the fact is he's sitting up.
Yes.
And not to make light of it, but if you get conked on the nose, it hurts a ton.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's not too bad.
Right.
Nor is, it doesn't have to be, the fact that there's blood there doesn't have to be evidence that it's a bad situation. So we're just hoping the best for this young man, Nicholas Mortalito, who got hit off of the helmet. So the helmet slows it down a little, I guess. But it got him maybe off the side of the nose is kind of what it looks like.
And I mean, we spent the entire inning talking about the velocity on the pitching.
Yes,
right? So
yeah. Well, Shalat, he threw it hard.
Yeah.
And he's standing out there looking at what's happening, and it feels terrible. So this is Nicholas Mortalito, who is hurt. He's from Toms River North High School. But he's sitting up. He wanted to get up. He wanted to stand, and they kept him from standing
Yes.
up. So he feels like he's kind of okay to move along. But they're making sure they go kind of slowly but surely here.
Right, and I think that's him trying to,
They have an ice pack now for him too. I mean, I think he got it mostly off of the schnoz. I've had my nose broken before. Playing soccer, I've taken an elbow to the nose, and it hurts like the dickens, and you're stuffed up for a couple of weeks too.
Yeah.
But it's also something you do get
Right.
better from. It's and that, I hope it's not broken.
Yeah.
But if that's all it is, I think this young man in the future will be fine. You just have to control the bleeding, which happens, out of your nose after you get a little contact there for sure.
Yeah, and I think it's more protecting the head and protecting that area.
Yeah.
So he gets up to his feet.
Yeah. Yeah, Mortalito's standing now, and you know what? A couple of the coaches are smiling too. He might have even cracked a joke himself. So if I see the coaches smiling and they're the ones tending to him, I feel a little bit better about. I don't want to go. So I'm not there, and we don't know. Is he going to be okay or not? I really am not in a position to say. But the coaches and the umpires who are with him, who crack a smile, that is certainly a good sign. You're worried about him. He'll get off and take an ice pack and His teammates are there to pick him up and pat him on the back as they come back. And I think we're ending the game here.
I think this is where they're going to wrap it up.
Yeah, which is a very weird way to end. But
yeah, you were looking at the.
I mean, that they had already won the game, and that was 2 outs, and would have been. You have to bring everybody back. You would have to put Shalat or somebody else back on the mound right after Shalat had hit somebody in the face, which that's emotional for the pitcher that does that. You got to recover from that too. It's weird. So.
And
it's a very weird end to a game.
You're also ahead to Sam Gates, who'd be the 6th batter of the inning. So you're getting to that point where it's the question of why
would we do it?
Yeah. Let's tend to the player and.
Right. So, on that rather sour note, we're happy we are able to turn that sour note into a positive, in that it looks like Mortalito is going to be okay after he had a little blood off of the side of the nose, something like that, and New Jersey ends up winning in the bottom of the 7th inning. So for Baseball U New Jersey, 1 run, 3 hits, and 2 errors. Baseball U Scranton Tellip, no runs, 1 hit, 1 error. Jacob Bowles recorded 12 straight outs and was terrific on the mound for Baseball U New Jersey. Okay, 1 game down, 4 to go. We hope the best for Nicholas Mortalito. I don't think we have to say any prayers or anything like that for this young man. I think he's going to be okay. We certainly hope so, after a very scary moment at first. But if the coaches are cracking smiles at the end about it, then let's go ahead and assume that he's hopefully fine. And now game 2 will be coming up, and maybe about 10:10 it is scheduled. They might start a couple minutes early. They did that to us once yesterday. So coming up at 10:10 or earlier will be Baseball U New Jersey again against Connecticut Orange. We shall talk with you then. Along with Ray Dunn, I'm Bob Rotruck. New Jersey defeats Scranton 1-0 on BFA Live Sports.
Hello, everyone, and welcome on into Schatz Stadium in Dunmore, Pennsylvania for the Baseball U Fall Showcase event. I'm Ray Dunn, joined by Bob Rotruck to my left. We have a great game coming up for you between Baseball U New Jersey and Baseball U Connecticut Orange. Baseball U New Jersey back-to-back games. They got Jake Calfian on the mound. First pitch in there for a strike. Chris Kennedy leading it off for Orange. This is game 2 of 5 for today's slate. The 7th game overall here on BFA Live Sports.
Here's the confusing part. New Jersey is wearing orange. Connecticut Orange is wearing white. So how's that?
I'm only going to explain the showcase.
Let's call it Connecticut. Yeah,
yes.
We'll just do that, I think. It might be better. That was a good fastball there from Jake Calfian. He's bringing it.
1-2 to the first batter, Chris Kennedy, an infielder, class of 2022. Fouls this one back.
Connecticut Orange lost their game yesterday to Maple Zone Sports Institute 2-0. They only had 3 hits when they were shut out. That's been the theme. A lot of good pitching here all weekend.
And good pitching right there. The breaking ball from Calfian. Sits down Kennedy looking.
Kennedy was frozen by that. It looked like it was going to miss a little high or maybe even away, and it didn't. It didn't sail on him. It bent back in.
And now Joel Strand coming up to bat for Connecticut.
Connecticut Orange team here needs to work on contact. Yesterday, I mean, they're facing some good pitchers from Maple Zone, but they had batters that struck out 12 times yesterday, and that's entirely too many. They're not satisfied with that, for sure.
Especially in a 7-inning game, 21 outs 12 of those being strikeouts, just not putting the ball in play enough to get runs. 1-1 now. Cal Finan kicks and delivers. Popped up. And the infield going to drop. Second baseman gets to it quickly, but not in time. Strand could be in on an infield single.
That's Jonathan Spatola there. And the ball just wasn't hit as high as I think we or he thought it was, and so it kind of fell in front of him.
Yeah, it's a tough play. He's playing deep in that hole.
Yeah, he was really deep.
And it's the adjustment of playing on turf like this. You know, you're expecting those hard bounces, hard hit contact come up on you quick. So to get that soft pop-up is tough. As now Matt Bussiero coming to bat. Back-to-back Bussieros in the order here, 3 and 4. Owen coming up after him. And the 0-1. Ground ball up the middle, bobbled, and that's going to be an error.
That's Versace there in the ski mask again. Kind of ate him up on that one.
Yeah, Versace has that kick off his gloves now. First and second with one out for Dan Bussier. Excuse me. I had Owen on the last one. I don't know what I was reading.
We're scribbling so fast. That happened to me yesterday, just trying to read your own handwriting on some of the names as we're going very quickly.
I also have to say, for me, the 10:10 start even is a little early. I'm not a morning person. I've been up since 4:15, and that's not normal for me in the slightest. So that one's low, 2-0 to Bussiero.
I've done hundreds of games. I've never done a game at 8 a.m. until this weekend, and I've never done 5 games in a day before either, so a couple of firsts for me.
The 2-0 is in there for a strike.
We're getting some sun now. We were really cloudy before, and I mean that's what we had a lot of yesterday was varying weather. Sun peaked out a little bit, then it got cloudy and very windy again, and the wind changed direction.
Back-to-back pitches in there for a strike.
I mean, after all, we are in the mountains.
Yes.
So, yes, wind does become part of the equation sometimes.
From the 2-2, fouled back. We'll do it all over again here. So 2-1, 2-2 the count, 1 out. And the pitch. This one back up to second. That's just going to get by him. We got a runner held at third. A little confusion as this one now kicks away. And we'll have a very exciting nothingness to that play.
Well, you know, the backstop is so close that a throw getting away, it's really hard to try to advance from third. And with 1 out, there's no point in risking it. Maybe he can score on that play, but it's tricky because if the ball gets back to the fence, it's practically still right on top of the plate. It's pretty close anyway.
It's interesting. Matt Bussier took a long turn around second, thought there could be a play there. Then the ball kicks away here, thought there could be a play here. In the end, base is loaded, and Will Eustace is going to come to the bat. So first pitch in there for a strike. So the 0-1 now. Cal Finan.
That's a good
Swing
fastball.
and a miss.
You know, Perfect Game scouting report on Cal Finan has his fastball velocity at 81, and the way that he throws and continues to develop it into his body, the scouting report, they think that he can even build on that.
Well, it's going to get him a strikeout here. 3 pitches, and he sets down Eustace. His base is still loaded now with 2 outs, and showcase baseball. 6 hitters in an inning is what you're looking for, and that's where we're going to
that's right.
hit here.
This is the 6th batter of the inning. I always forget that part, so good to be reminded.
This first one's fouled back.
This is Charlie Lafreniere who's batting now.
Lafreniere, class of 2023, 6'3". Good size for his age. That one's a ball away, so now runs the count even 1-1.
I'm just amazed at the size of some of the kids that are, 15 years old. I mean, there's some big boys here.
This one up and away. 2-1.
And maybe even still growing,
Yeah.
right? I mean, if they're that young.
It's one of those things, as doing stuff in college, I expect, the athletes at Division I Temple Sports to be taller and bigger than me. But coming here and seeing kids 15 that if I were to
Right.
interview them, I'd be looking up at them, really checks your ego at the door.
But very quickly.
And now we got a 2-2 pitch coming from Cal Finan. Bases loaded and 2 away. That one's outside, runs the count full.
That's a good pitch, 2-2. I mean, he's got a good fastball, and he's locating it really well, just nibbling outside the strike zone to make it bad contact if he goes for it and isn't able to lay off.
And the 3-2, this one grounded foul.
And then he followed that up with off speed, and he was ahead of it, and he had to fight it off and foul it away. You get jumpy, you get the adrenaline going when you're 2 strikes. You have to be aggressive, and you don't want to go down looking because that gets embarrassed. I mean, it's so many different elements.
Especially in the team aspect, obviously a showcase. Bases load, 1 out. Now they have a chance to strand as he fouls this one back. So staying alive here.
I like that. That's good
Front here.
recognition to see that that's coming into the zone. He fights it off, fouls it away. I don't know if he was really ready to put that into play, but he got a piece.
And now Cal Finan to the front of the air. The pitch. And he's going to get a called 3rd strike, so that will wrap up this first inning. 3 strikeouts, even though he does load the bases for Cal Finan. So we got a couple of hits in this first inning, but no runs across. 0-0. We will see New Jersey again for their second game of the day right after this on BFA Live Sports. Welcome back for the bottom of the first inning here from Shout Stadium in Dunmore, Pennsylvania. On the mound to start for Connecticut, Nevin Belanger. And starting at bat for New Jersey will be Sam Gates, leading it off, picking up where they left off in the lineup from their game at 8 o'clock. It's a fast-moving game in that first one. Pitch outside.
I am dying to know if Nevin Belanger is related to the great Baltimore Orioles shortstop of the 70s, Mark Belanger. And I do think it's possible. Mark Belanger is from Pittsfield, Mass. So that's not far. It absolutely could be. And I can't find it. I've been Googling and trying to find it, and I can't, make heads or tails of it anywhere.
We're going to get you on Ancestry.com by the end of this one. The 1-1 pitch, high and away, 2-1.
Mark Belanger was a great shortstop for Baltimore in the 70s. They're kind of dynasty teams all the way up until 1981, and then some guy named Cal Ripken kind of slid over from third base and took over at shortstop. Mark Belanger was there for 15 years.
This one lofted in left field and a base hit for Gates. Leadoff man aboard. How about that for New Jersey, struggling hitting-wise in the first game?
Yeah.
First batter gets on.
Yeah, that's true.
See if hitting really is contagious as Zachary Rogacki comes to bat.
At the end of the previous game, Nicholas Mortolito was hit by that pitch and looked like he had a bloody nose or something in there. He walked behind us as he was coming off. I was told he was laughing too. So that certainly seems a good sign. They might be taking him to the hospital to get him checked out. When it's a head thing, you have concussion concerns, and also if he might have a broken nose, of course, as well. But to update everyone on that, it looks like if he's laughing, then we can hope that he's just fine and he'll be okay.
Laughing was certainly encouraging. 2 back-to-back breaking balls here in for strikes 0-2. And really, when you looked at the situation, obviously having him down, seeing him just get up and be able to walk, and even though he was guided, he was really on his own power, walking past us by the time he was there. So all good things, hopefully, for him coming up. As the 0-2 pitch, another good breaking ball. This one outside, 1-2.
You know, in hockey, it's a little more common to get a broken nose, especially in fights, and I work in hockey, and the running joke is, it makes your face look better. That's from the old Rocky movie, too. Hey, it's an improvement.
And this one, runner goes, lofted into center field, and catch is made, 1 away. Good recognition from Gates, getting on back.
Anyway, Mortolito is not here for this game, and we wouldn't expect him to be. He left in the car and maybe to go home or go to get checked out at the doctor. So, we could have anticipated that, but we actually saw him leave the ballpark, and in case you're wondering on that update.
Now Joe Celia coming to bat. No, you mentioned yesterday in the games that you were here for, you had the only home run.
Only home run of the whole thing, the whole weekend.
Over that high right field fence.
And he and also Sam Gates, who's out there at first.
This one sent into center field. Catch is made.
He and Sam Gates are going to be going down to Florida in a couple of weeks for that wood bat championship, the Perfect Game wood bat championship. And we have some guys who are using wood bats in these games. You don't have to. We have the metal bats too, but we've seen some wood bats as well. And to be going all the way down to Fort Myers, Florida, and represent Baseball U, who is playing in the Perfect Game Wood Bat Championships for a 14th consecutive season, it's something they're very proud of.
And this one also lined into center field. It's going to get down for a base hit. Gates rounding third. The ball got away. He's going to score. Standing, the throw goes into second. No tag made. So Nick Vaughn in to second base. I think he gave him a base hit, and then the bobble allowed him to advance.
Okay, so we'll call it a single and an error, you think? You saw that bobble better than I did.
That's where I'm leaning towards there.
Okay, sure. And that was actually, kind of a close play at second, wasn't it? They could have tagged him out before the run would have counted. It would have been very close because Vaughn was kind of jogging in. He had it made. Didn't know that there was going to be a close play at second. They could have tagged him a millisecond before he steps on the plate, and you could have had one of those situations, which doesn't happen very often.
We'd have to consult the replay we don't have.
Right. This is David Cohen here, right? Yes. And he's at 1-1.
So we got a run across. It took us all 7 innings to get a run in the first game. It took us all of 1 inning to get a run in this one.
Well, Baseball New Jersey is now on a roll. They've scored in back-to-back innings.
Yes. That one's in there for a strike 1 and 2 now. They can consider that first game batting practice. They were just getting warmed up. That was the cages now.
Well, so was I.
Yes.
Right? So were we all. And we are warmed up now with a lot more sunshine.
I never trust the fence. That one's fouled back right at us, and I jumped. So I'm going to be honest with all of you. I flinched on that one. 1 and 2. I know there's a fence in front of me, but gets me every time. It's going now down 1 and 2 in the count. Bellinger delivers. This breaking ball's ground to shortstop, and
he dropped it.
Drops the ball on that one. So now runners at first and third. E6.
And that is Chris Kennedy at shortstop, and kind of ate him up.
Yeah, one of those on the transfer. He seemed to field it cleanly as he was bringing it up to fire across the diamond. The ball just never quite got to the other hand. It's Joseph Figolino. digging on in, takes the first pitch for a strike. 2 outs, runners on the corners. This is the 6th batter of the inning. So both teams get into the 6th batter, even though we didn't get to a 6th batter in any inning in the first game.
This is their 4th game of the weekend, their 2nd in a row, and that got away, but the runners will hold. Again, it doesn't go very far. Let's see, Figliolino has gone 1 for 6 on the weekend as a whole in their 3 games, and now for their 4th.
1-1 to him. Takes that one inside. Ahead in the count 2-1. And for those of you just joining us, explain the rules with balls and strikes here. If it goes to 4 balls, you don't get the walk right away. You go back to 2. And then if you draw another walk, then we can send you down to first base. Showcase atmosphere. So that one's taken outside 3-1.
You have the 6 batter max. We have 7 innings or 2 hours, whichever comes first, and you have a lot of players that are switching positions. That's all for the benefit of the college coaches as well, to get different looks at different guys.
That one's high. So
ball 4 becomes ball 2. We
Yes.
reset the count. It was ball 4, but now it will be 2-1.
2-1 count to Figliolino. And the pitch. High, 3-1. So I would love for myself, back when I was playing, to have played in one of these and just have it continually reset and see how long I could draw on that bat. So this one, flown down the line in right, giving chase, and the catch is made out there in foul territory. So that will wrap up the first inning, but not before New Jersey gets on the board, taking a 1-0 lead here on BFA Live Sports. Welcome on back to Shot Stadium, the Baseball U Fall Showcase. New Jersey back in the field, Connecticut up to bat, top of the 2nd. Get started with Jackson Tavel, excuse me. And quickly gets ahead 2-0. Jake Calfian back on the mound.
I like Calfian's stuff. I think he's a really sharp pitcher there.
Looking to find the zone here, down 2-0, and he does. 2-1 to count. And the 2-1 pitch. Foul back and for Calfine. He's listed as his primary position as a pitcher. I think that's what they're trying to work on with. You mentioned he could really grow out into his frame and add some velocity to it. He's got great potential as a pitcher when he's not pitching over there at first base. As the takes that one for a called 3rd strike.
That's 4 strikeouts now for Calfian too.
That's the only way he's recorded an out.
That's right, yeah. Yeah, that's true.
4 outs, 4 strikeouts. Managed to load up the bases with 1 out in the top of the 1st, but came back-to-back strikeouts to end that inning, so he's now struck out the last 3 batters he faced. This ball is outside to start Cole Dickinson. 1 away, Dickinson will try and get something going here. That one's in for a strike.
Well, Dickinson struck out a couple times yesterday, and we mentioned the Connecticut batters. They had 12 strikeouts yesterday. They have 4 more today. They're swinging aggressively,
Yes.
aren't they? There's another aggressive swing.
That's now down 1-2 in the count. And just looking at the base that Dickinson has in his swing, you can tell he's trying to barrel one up and send it a country mile. As this one's outside, 2-2.
Swing hard because in case you make contact,
Yeah.
you're going to be glad that you did.
Got fine, trying to make it 5 strikeouts with a 2-2 count right here to Dickinson. Rounded it down the line, foul. Oh, a diving play down there by one of the college coaches.
Hey there, baby. All right. He was sitting on the ground and rolled over and made a nice pick. I've seen some terrific picks by managers and coaches in the third base coach's box. Some wonderful bare hand plays.
And that is another called third strike, back-to-back looking strikeouts for Cal Fyan. He's up to 5 strikeouts, and now quickly 2 away for Connecticut.
I wonder if Peter J., their head coach, is okay with this. I mean, they're striking out an awful lot, and I know they're you want to have that aggressiveness, but that seems a little much. But hey, you know what? I mean that's where Major League Baseball has gone to as well, with more strikeouts too. So who knows?
Quinn Sotero up to bat, swings and misses, down 0-2.
We saw him on the mound in yesterday's game as well, and he pitched pretty well.
Chance to hit here, down 0-2, and I feel like I missed so much yesterday, but that's what happens when you miss 10 hours of baseball.
That's right.
1-2 now. The ball goes outside. The relief announcer this weekend. This one's in there. A called third strike. What an inning for Jake Calfine. Gets all 3 hitters looking on strikes. That wraps up the top of the second inning. New Jersey still leads 1-0. Welcome back. Bottom of the second inning. New Jersey coming to bat, leading 1-0. Vince Versace coming to the bat. And the first pitch in there for a strike.
Well, in a weekend where we haven't had a whole lot of hitting for anybody, Versace has a couple of hits in 6 at-bats for the previous 3 games.
Got on base twice in the last game. One by way of a single, one by way of an error. One, 2 on the way.
That was a 2-0, I think.
2-0?
I think. There we go. 1-2.
1-2.
Neither one of us were right.
Yeah, it's okay. 1-2. Foul back. Way to adjust on the breaking ball right there for Versace.
Again, these baseball showcase events, I mean, it's an idea. The idea is to show off these players for the college coaches. You know how serious this is when they have a TV production crew come and put the games on live as well as on the recording.
This one grounded to shortstop. Fielded cleanly, fired across, and that is the first out of the inning.
That's Chris Kennedy over there at shortstop for Connecticut Orange. So not just the coaches that are here, but any coach can look at the highlights from these games, and the players themselves can edit some of the highlights. That's the thing now, is the edit packages, the highlight packages. You can send it to a college coach in California.
Yes.
You know, and that's what this event is, and that shows you how seriously Baseball U approaches these types of showcases. They want it televised, for crying out loud.
Right.
That makes it a big deal just by that alone.
Yes, any college coaches out there watching right now?
And we have
Thanks
11
for
coaches.
joining us.
Yeah, we have 11 coaches here too. So, you know, at least there might have been some others that joined us.
1-0 to start here for Jonathan Spatola. Scored the only run of the 8 a.m. game.
8 a.m. game. I mean, it still sounds comical, right? Are we watching baseball from Korea?
Yeah.
Like we were doing during with the Major League Baseball shutdown for a while? Or you know, they've had occasional Major League openers from Japan that are on at 4 or 5 in the morning. I mean, if I'm watching baseball at 8 a.m., it's from Japan.
Yes. Ground ball here. It'll be a tough place. Spatola is out at first. That'll be the second out of the inning. That was a very close play, hustling down the line. Good work and communication over there at first base.
I thought he might have beaten that out, honestly.
Honestly, I think he did as well.
And here's what you have in a showcase. There's not going to be any player or coach that's going to be arguing with the umpire about it. I mean, yes, you care, but you don't care that much. You're not going to have a coach that's going to argue with an umpire over an out call or a strike call or anything like that, as you would in a competitive game.
Right. And even with that, if the tape does show that you beat it out, you can put that on your tape, your highlight anyway.
Yeah, sure. That's true. Right. And so, yes, there is. You want the competition. You want to win games. But that comes with a little bit of a qualifier about it.
Daniel Keenan up to bat. Quickly down 0-2. Nevin Bellinger continue to work here.
Keenan got down that sac bunt for their one run in the 7th inning that set it up there in the first game. And he's looking for his first hit of the weekend.
Went to manufacturing runs in that bottom of the 7th.
A 1-0 game. I mean, we've had a lot of 2-0, 2-1.
He stays back on this breaking ball, grounds it to second, the throw to first in time. 1-2-3 inning. Bellinger recovers from a first inning where he allowed a run, so no men get on, no men left, and we head to the third, 1-0 New Jersey. Welcome back. Third inning. Michael Coyne leading it off for Connecticut. It's New Jersey clinging to the 1-0 lead. First pitch outside, 1-0.
Yeah, Michael Coyne that began yesterday's games on Connecticut Black, and then we transferred him over to the Connecticut Orange team for the next game, and he stays with Connecticut Orange today. Maybe he plays on Connecticut Black, because Connecticut Black plays, I don't think in the next game, I think a couple games from now.
Play as much as you can. If they're going to let you play, let them play.
Yeah.
2-1 to Coyne. Foul tip. Nice catch there by the catcher.
I take it back. Connecticut Black is the next game. And then the Connecticut teams can all get out of here and can carpool back to Western Connecticut, Fairfield area. A lot of these kids are from.
2-2. Pushes the breaking ball back to the screen. And yeah, hey, listen, if they're going to let you play baseball, play some more baseball. Why not? And especially you can go back to back. Warm up in this game, get a game right up next. As he fooled by that one, swing and a miss, struck him out. So that's the 7th strikeout for Cal Fine. And in case you're wondering, there's only been 7 outs recorded.
And that's our most strikeouts for any pitcher that we've had all weekend. We've had a couple of guys with 5 or 6, including that pitcher in the first game that we saw, right? Yeah. And now Cal Fine has 7, man.
He fools Chris Kennedy with the breaking ball right there. 0-1.
This isn't just the Connecticut hitters, though. I mean, Cal Fine knows how to pitch. He's got some really good stuff.
Ground ball, foul.
Live lefty arm. I'd like to see a little more velocity. I think he's got some good kick right now, but as he continues to grow up, I mean, he's only a junior. He's 6 feet tall, listed at 150 pounds. Sometimes that's dated information. But he looks pretty thin there. Looking at 150, I can buy it. But, yeah, I think he's one of the better pitchers that we've seen this weekend. I like his stuff.
So far, so good. Now the 1-2 here. Skied into right field. And that will be the 2nd out of the inning.
We have a non-strikeout, an out that was put into play.
I was a little disappointed calling that one. I hope we can continue that one all the way through. But nonetheless, an out is an out. 2 away now. For the sake of Cal Fine's arm, he'll take an out. That's not a strikeout. Working into these counts. He fools Joel Strand there.
Now, does he look bigger than 6'1"?
Yes.
You're standing in front of us. That's what he's listed as.
I would bet that he's taller than that. As he puts this one into the gap, a base hit for Strand.
That's his 2nd hit. He had the infield single there in the 1st inning, too. After going 0 for 2 yesterday, he's 2 for 2 today.
Just a good piece of hit and stays back on that pitch. Drives it where they're not.
Here come the Bucciero brothers, Matt and then Dan.
Bucciero's successful run the first time, and now they've got Strand in a run down. And they've got him frozen. Turns back to first, and they're really working this one. He looks like, they fooled him. And he slips, and that will wrap up the inning. Spatola makes the tag to end it. No runners left, but 1 hit for Connecticut in this 3rd inning. We head to the bottom of the 3rd with New Jersey leading 1-0. Bottom of the third inning coming up here. Owen Sotero taking over for Connecticut, which means we have seen the last of Nevin Bellinger. 2 innings, allowed 2 hits and a run. So solid outing for him, especially set down the side in order in the second.
This is Buckman batting here. The left fielder, or at least he was. I don't know if he's in left right now, but that's where you've seen him quite a bit this weekend.
That's Julian Buckman taking the first one low, and the second one as well.
So, I mean, there's a real difference here between the two Soteros here. Owen Sotero is a 6'4" righty. Yesterday we saw Quinn Sotero, little lefty, 5'9" lefty, and a 6'4" righty for the two Soteros.
Now Quinn is a 2024. Owen's
yeah, he's the younger one.
A 2023. So I'd be willing to bet we've got a growth spurt in the works for Quinn.
You might have it. You might not.
If it's anything like my brother and I's, this one's popped up back behind us. I did not bring my glove because the angle here really doesn't give us a chance to catch one, but that was about as close as it's going to get to us.
We don't have souvenirs here, though. I mean, we're hanging on to our balls and bringing them back.
Yeah.
You know, we're not going to give them away to the fans. These teams need the baseballs to make it through the games.
This one low, 3-1. But back to the point there, if it's anything like my brother and I, Quinn might actually grow up to be taller than Owen.
If it's a really late growth spurt, yeah, he could be on his way.
And the 3-1 in size will reset at 2 balls. Going back to 3-1. I guess I missed the reset. And that one's low, so he'll draw the walk. Again, how we get to walks in the showcase atmosphere is you get 4 balls, then you drop back down 2. And if you take another walk, this time you earn the base. It's a way to make sure that everybody gets to hit. Gets to showcase their stuff, hence showcase. And now up to bat, Nicholas Tarafanko. With the man on and nobody out. Sotero trying to find the strike zone.
Yeah, Buckman had a good lead, and he started to go, and you could hear the first baseman say go on, and then he decided not to, or he knew he wasn't going to. He was close. It looked like he was going.
Keep on their toes. It's a 1-0. It's Tarafanko. Grounds this one to shortstop. Real slow roller. Going to make a tough play for Kennedy. And they get him. So 1 away here. Runner moves up to second.
He almost misplayed that into an infield single because he was kind of waiting back. He thought it was hit harder than what it really was. He didn't really have a chance for the force out there. But Chris Kennedy recovered at the end. Realized, I better come get this ball. It's not coming to me. You think about it when it's on the turf here because you know it's supposed to come to you hot.
Right.
So he's waiting back. Oh, it's not really coming that hot.
Sam Gates to bat. Ball low. 1-0.
So Sam Gates, he's the George Washington University commit, and he's the one who's also going to Florida among their others on a baseball U team.
Bunts at that one, foul.
They're going down for the Wood Bat Championships in a couple of weeks. He's got a Wood Bat up here now. He doesn't have to, but hey, you're going to the Wood Bat World Championships in Fort Myers, Florida, normally in Jupiter, Florida. They switched it for this year. And I was told that it's going to be at the Red Sox spring training stadium, which is very cool. And I've been there. They have 2 different stadiums there because the Twins play also down in Fort Myers, but that's at a different stadium.
This one low. 2-1.
So they get to play in a major league spring training facility at the home of the Boston Red Sox in Fort Myers for the Wood Bat Championships. And it's a lot of the kids from the Baseball U programs in Virginia with a smattering of kids from the New Jersey and Pennsylvania teams.
This one popped up. Kennedy tracking it. Makes the catch. 2 away.
So Gates and Joe Celia are a couple of the kids who are on that roster. And that's where their coach, John Wells, I had briefly chatted with him. I mean, we exchanged a couple of emails. They're especially proud of that. You know, he said about this program, mentioned that 14 years in a row that they've been invited to participate in the Perfect Game Wood Bat World Championships, which are in Fort Myers, Florida this year. And so I assume that he goes also, John
Yes.
Wells. He's the guy that founded the Baseball U program, which has now branched out into different states, and we've gone on to hundreds of kids that have gone on to play collegiately that came through the Baseball U travel programs.
It's one of those nice things about having a uniform type of setup in the way you do things, the way you prepare things. It creates an expectation, and you can build on those 14 years when you have an expectation for programs, not just in one spot, but as they collectively move across the country. It's Baseball U, the brand, continues to pump out what they're looking for in terms of prospects. As that one's fouled back.
And so all of these colleges that are here, I mean, I'm going to guess pretty much every one has already had experience bringing in kids, signing kids out of the Baseball U programs before. And so they know what they're getting. They know that they're getting kids that are, being taught to play, the right way is kind of a common phrase, and it's a bit of a cliche, but it's probably correct. And that's why you have 11 colleges here who are scouting these kids, and some of these kids will end up going to play for these colleges from what they do and perform here, as well as the other showcase events.
Never know the baseball game that's going to change the path of your career. As this ball gets by the catcher. And
just a little bit, yeah.
Gets on down to third. Runs the count full.
I'll call that a passed ball for
Zachary.
Just
Rogacki with the full count. 2 outs. And he hits this one in the air down the left field line, and it falls foul. Kennedy giving chase.
This is Jackson Tavel, who's the catcher, that just sort of maybe got crossed up a little bit on that pitch that got through him and hit off the umpire behind him. Our umpire got dinged about 3 or 4 times yesterday. He got stung a few times, and you could not pay me enough to do that home plate umpiring stuff. I mean,
you see the way I'm moving right here, and we got the whole fence in front of us.
Well, one, I'd be Flinch City, but two,
Yeah.
I don't want to be black and blue because umpires, you get dinged back there.
Ground ball up the middle. Kennedy, it's going to be a tough play. Spins, fires, and that one's offline. The run's going to score, and Rogacki is on at first base.
Yeah, he hit that up the middle. I mean, the shortstop got to it, but he hit it in the right spot. I mean, Chris Kennedy over there didn't have a chance. He probably shouldn't have even thrown it, but it didn't matter.
Right. I think Rogacki was beating that one regardless. So I'm going to give him the hit on that one.
Yes. All right, let's see what Celia can do here.
That one's away. Like you mentioned, Joe Celia to bat. Flew out to center his first time up. 2 away and a runner on first. The throw goes to first, gets away.
Got away, but he was diving back in head first, so he stays there. So now I have it as New Jersey, 2 runs, 3 hits, 1 error. Connecticut, no runs, 3 hits, and 2 errors. After we had a 0-0 game right up to the very end in Game 1 for this very same New Jersey team. We'll have a different Connecticut team coming up next, Connecticut Black.
That one's in there for a strike. But, yes, we got some runs. The hitting is happening. It's very nice. And now the pitch from Sotero is taken off. There was really no communication on that one as Rogacki gets down there to second base.
Well, I mean, Rogacki's a catcher, so he's looking in and can recognize something. He saw something where he felt it was going to be a worthwhile opportunity to take off. What, did he leave delayed? I mean,
I don't know. I'm more curious where the communication was between team. We heard earlier the inning yelling about someone going. There was no yelling, no communication.
Yeah.
One of those things you just got to check as we get to a 2-2 count here for Sotero. And the pitch high and away. He was walking off. I think he thought he had spotted that one perfectly on the corner. Not to be. Celia's worked it full. Runner on second and 2 outs. The pitch. This one fouled back. There's some backyards in danger with the way they're popping this up.
We got a couple houses up there. Somebody's got to hit that window at some point, not this weekend, but at least from one of the games here. You know that house has had a ball that's hit off the side before. And you know that whoever is the residents there, they see 5 games here, they're going, oh, no, I hope we make it through.
Yeah.
They need to put a screen or something. I mean, maybe they haven't been hit, but, geez, it's in a prime area on the top of the hill overlooking the baseball field. If you want to watch the games, you can watch it right from your window, which is kind of cool, too.
It's a lesser extent of what the Blue Jays got going on up in Toronto when they're allowed to play up there. Now we're working the count reset here as that pitch actually hits Celia. And that's a called third strike. Wrap up this third inning, but not before New Jersey tacks on another. They lead 2-0 as we head to the fourth here on BFA Live Sports. Welcome back. Top of the fourth inning. We have a new pitcher for New Jersey, Michael Kelly, taking over. What a performance we saw out of Jake Kaufayan. 3 innings, 3 hits allowed, 7 strikeouts, and no runs. So certainly some big shoes to fill here for Kelly as he starts off with Matt Bucciero in this fourth.
Here come the Bucciero brothers.
And this first pitch is lofted into right field, shallow enough where second baseman will make the play, and there is 1 away.
I kind of look up some of these players on the fly, and this kid, Michael Kelly, on his perfect game scouting report, on a previous scouting site from a perfect game scout, he topped out his fastball at 84, which ain't half bad. Not quite 17 years old yet, 16 years and 9 months.
There you go.
The months actually matter
Yes.
here at this level. I mean, 16 in 1 month is different than 16 in 11 months by a lot.
It's getting better each and every day and compounding that over time. That one is low.
Now, that's just his peak fastball, so that kind of shows his future potential. That doesn't mean he's throwing 84 on every fastball.
Sit in the low 80s and continue to grow into your body as that one is fastball in there for a strike, 2-1.
Dan Bucciero has done some pitching in his time, and when I was looking him up yesterday, I saw that he threw a no-hitter in a Little League championship game, which is a pretty nice accomplishment, in Ridgefield, Connecticut. And then his brother won the other game in the Little League championship, but Dan Bucciero had the no-no. How'd you like to win a Little League championship with a no-hitter? I mean, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, what I'm hearing is Dan is a big game pitcher, as far as I'm concerned. He fouls this breaking ball back, still 2-2. It says a lot, I know, even considering, you switch off lineups the way this works, but to have brothers batting third and fourth in a lineup might say a little bit about the gene pool there for the Buccieros. This pitch high and in, runs it full.
I mean, we talk about some of these kids, and Bucciero is a class of 2022, both of them, the twins. So they're juniors, and how big they are as 15, 16-year-olds.
The 3-2 to Bucciero. We'll reset it at 2-2.
But I remember playing in Little League, and I was the smallest kid, but we had a kid that had a mustache at 12 years old and could snap off curveballs. I mean, every Little League has one of those, right? I mean, he was fantastic. He was the only reason we won games was, because we had the best pitcher in the league. He had to be 6 feet tall at 12 years old.
I had similar experience.
Right? And I've covered some Little League as well for teams that have made it, been advancing and through their tournaments. Big kids.
Ground ball to shortstop here for Bucciero on the run. The throw, dug out, got him in time. 2 away now in this top of the 4th inning. A nice dig over there at first base. I'm trying to get you the number.
Yeah, I'm trying to see too.
Nick Vaughn digging that one out.
That is a heck of a play over there at first.
Catcher and a first baseman. Can tell.
I've covered teams that were advancing through their Little League tournaments and interviewed kids that are 12. You talk about 15-year-olds taller.
Yes.
I'm 5'6". I'm talking with 12-year-olds who are taller than me. And that one, I was in college or post-college when I was covering that as a radio reporter. That just stunned me. I'm like, you're 12.
Will used to stepping in 2-0 to him. And I had one of those. He's currently playing at Lehigh. He was the reason why we won our Little League championship. He was 6 foot and hit the ball over the fence every 3 or 4 at bats. 2-1 now, taking that fastball for a strike. And it is just the game of growing up. When everyone hits their growth spurt, how they really work into their frame. It's a good pitch, low.
I mean, he's got good stuff. That one was, the previous pitch was 79. Comes low and tight on that pitch with good velocity.
3-1 now. That's in there for a strike, 3-2.
I mean, he's, pretty consistently with that fastball in the low 80s and looking good.
And now the 3-2 bounces in there. We're going to get a count reset.
This is Will Eustace here, by the way. Yeah.
Eustace struck out in his first at bat, which a lot of this Connecticut lineup can say with the way that Cal Fine was pitching. Cal Fine 7 strikeouts in his 3 innings of work. Ground ball, going to be a tough play for the third baseman. Picks up, fires, and that one's offline, almost hit a coach, and we'll have a runner aboard.
Yeah, that's a single. He didn't really have a chance there on that little tapper. The graphic had 36 Zach Wurzel. This was actually 96 Will Eustace.
Yes.
So it's tough to see from that angle. I'm telling you, we're going along as best we can. So that is Will Eustace, I promise. And this is Charlie Lafreniere.
Lafreniere struck out looking in the first inning. That wrapped up the first inning. Takes the first pitch in there for a called strike. Now we're going to get to see what it looks like here for Kelly with a runner on coming from the stretch. The 0-1. Good breaking ball in there for a strike. Throw down to first. Just keeping them honest.
It's amazing to me. Some kids, when they're throwing 79, 80, it feels like it's faster because it pops the glove.
Yeah.
And other kids throw 79, 80, it doesn't pop the glove as much, but it's the same velocity. I don't know, if it's a spin or just how it's located or hitting it.
Fouled down the right field line. It is interesting how it works out for you. The sound of it, you can feel like it's coming so much faster.
When I hear that pop, it sounds like it's 85, and then I see the velocity on our radar readings, which is cool to have, and I see 79 or 81, which is fine. Feels like it's a little more than that on the pop.
This one high. Again, the throw down to first. And being cautious with Eustace. Lafreniere facing a 1-2 count. 2 outs, the top of the 4th. New Jersey trying to protect that 2-0 lead.
Ooh.
That breaking ball gets away behind Lafreniere. 2-2 now. He just didn't have the grip he wanted. You could see that one just slipped out of the hand.
And it's not as cold as it was at 8 a.m., but you're still trying to find your grip.
This one high and in. Runs the count full. 3-2 now. Lafreniere with a runner on first and 2 away. Calls timeout. So I'll build it up one more time for you. Kelly looks in, comes set, kicks, fires the 3-2. This one's driven into right field, going back. And he makes the catch, and the side is retired. 1 hit for Connecticut, but they leave that runner at first. We head to the bottom of the 4th with New Jersey leading 2-0 here on BFA Live Sports. Welcome back to Stroud Stadium in Dunmore, Pennsylvania for the Baseball U Fall Showcase. Baseball U New Jersey up 2-0. As Nick Vaughn coming to bat, that one is low. 1-0. Owen Sotero still on the mound. 1-0 to Vaughn, who singled in his first at-bat. Pops this one up. This one going back near the snack bar. I think it might have hit the top of the snack bar.
Sounded like it. Vaughn is 3 for 7 this weekend after that single in the first, so he's having himself a weekend.
Vaughn, the 6'2", 205, plays catcher and first base.
Yeah, if he gets a hold of one, yes.
Yeah. Class of 2021. Takes that one in for a strike. Good curveball there.
Now, Vaughn's single in the first was to right center, so shows he can go the opposite way.
But you'd assume some pull side power from him.
Yes.
And he offers at this one in the dirt, hustling down to first. And he is retired. So a strikeout from Sotero. Play completed there by good work at the backstop. I believe that's Tavel.
Yeah, Jackson Tavel.
Tavel.
Vaughn pulled one into the gap in left center yesterday. He had a double for one of his hits and an infield single as well. So double to left center, single to right, infield hit, 3 different hits as well. And then a single to right center here today.
This one gets away. Ball outside as David Cohen coming to bat. Reached on an error. His first plate appearance. Now ahead in the count 1-0. The pitch in the dirt. Sotero skipping a couple here.
Now Cohen is 0 for 6 this weekend, so you're running out of time to, do something to get on base. He reached on an error and he also walked in yesterday's games. But he wants to get a hit here.
And he's not going to get a hit unless he's going golfing right now.
Yeah, he won't get one on a 58-footer.
This back-to-back pitches bouncing to the plate. I consider one of my greatest athletic feats getting a base hit off one of those pitches. That's a ground ball back to the pitcher. Good play by Sotero. Finishes the play with the toss to first. 1-3 on the putout, and there's 2 away.
Who hit a home run on a pitch that bounced?
I think it was Vlad Guerrero, I want to say.
Maybe, yeah.
I think that's who it was, because I remember this. I remember this as well, and I believe that was him. But
you're
the senior.
Yeah, senior. Yes.
Senior, not junior. No,
yes.
No.
It didn't happen last year.
Junior will do it probably at some point.
Yes.
Given his tendency to offer at pitches that are outside of the strike zone, as that one bounces in there 1-0.
Maybe. That sounds like it could be right. I remember that. You're like, really? How does that even happen? But so you have something in common with Vladimir Guerrero.
Yes.
You got a hit.
Yeah,
I mean, not many people get a hit on a pitch that bounces.
No. The power was certainly not there for me. As anyone that can see me sitting here, the power never really came around. The arms are not.
Now that hit the light tower there on that foul.
Finding everything. They're hitting just about everything in foul territory. 1-2 now to Joseph Figliolino. There's 2 away. Sotero trying to work his way through a quick inning. And the 1-2 offering. Check, and he says he swings. That will do it. So a swing and a miss. 2 strikeouts for Sotero here in the 4th. New Jersey doesn't put any on, but they lead 2-0 as we head to the 5th here on BFA Live Sports. Welcome back to Shot Stadium in Dunmore, Pennsylvania. Bob Rochuk to my left. I'm Ray Dunn.
We have 11 colleges in attendance, as we've mentioned before, and I think it's worth repeating that, some of these players are going to end up playing for these colleges. Maybe some of it is based on their performance this weekend or on other showcase events. I think it'll be fun in 2 or 3 years to see where these players land, because some of them will be playing for University of Scranton or Gettysburg College. And we saw those coaches watch the players here right now. 2 or 3 years from now, they'll be playing for them. Somebody will be.
That's the design here. That's the
right?
hope.
Yeah.
And, it's going to be interesting. It's always fun. For me, I like to follow along with amateur baseball and see how players progress and go through. So being able to be here and a part of this is awesome for me.
Look, I don't know much about I know a little bit, but not that much about these collegiate baseball programs.
Mm-hmm.
Now, 3 years from now, I'm going to see the Bloomsburg baseball roster, and I'm going to say, I know that guy. Yeah. I saw him at 8 in the morning. He got jammed on that and turns it into an infield single. They weren't able to get a play.
That's about.
Did he foul it off his foot?
His foot?
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, he's still standing there. Okay.
Seems to be all right. Was limping a little bit, but 1-2 now. Michael Kelly still on the mound for New Jersey. That pitch is outside 2-2.
last year when I was doing the Williamsport games for the Phillies Farm Club, and they had a pitcher, and I swore I knew his name, but I thought it was just my imagination, but it turned out I had seen him in summer collegiate ball
So
6-7 years earlier.
ground ball to third, fire across the diamond, and one away.
Is a pitcher named Brian Marconi, and I think he's a Marlboro, New Jersey kid. He might have played for these guys too, but because he's New Jersey and he's a good ball player, and baseball, you've been here forever. But those stats don't show up. But he played for the South Jersey Giants in the Atlantic Collegiate Baseball League, and I had to look him up, and then I saw him, and I went, I knew your name, and I told him that I saw him, and I called a couple of his games like 6 years ago.
Crazy how that works
Yeah,
out
right.
for you.
Yeah,
Cole Dickinson
small world.
fouling this one back at us. Get him going. Struck out in his first AB. This one outside.
So the colleges who are here in attendance, and these coaches are here pretty much for all the games. I mean,
Right.
they're kind of mingling about too. But University of Scranton, Gettysburg College, Keystone College, Bloomsburg University, Goldie Beacom College, and they've already signed one of the players who's playing here this weekend because I saw that college's name.
Ground ball to third again. Fielded cleanly, firing across the diamond once again. And that's back-to-back ground outs to third base.
And Frostburg State, Lockhaven University out, kind of past Williamsport a little bit. Ursinus College, DeSales University down in the Lehigh Valley area. Newman University, Arcadia University down towards Reading. I mean, these are coaches that are not exactly, they're sort of local, but some of them are coming from a couple hours away too.
Yeah. Ursinus is right near me, Collegeville, Pennsylvania. That's
Right.
right near where I grew up. Familiar with that program. Did countless baseball workouts in their facilities, and this one, the ground ball to second base, going to be a tough play. Toss to first.
He made
Got
it
him.
work.
A 1-2-3 inning for Kelly. Connecticut goes down without a hit in that one. They still trail 2-0 here on BFA Live Sports. We'll be back with the bottom of the fifth. Welcome back. Bottom of the fifth inning coming up. New Jersey coming to bat leading 2-0. New pitcher on the mound for Connecticut, Zach Warzel. Left-hander class of 2023. Stands at 5'11". And he will be greeted by Vince Versace to get this inning started. Winds, kicks, fires. This one skied into shallow right field. And play is made by Kennedy, and there is one away. One pitch, one out.
You have a couple of Baseball U programs who are doing battle here, but it's the coach of Baseball U New Jersey playing back-to-back doubleheaders each day, John Wells, who founded the whole thing. And now they're up to 128 Baseball U alumni drafted. 10 first-round picks, 9 of which have been in the last 7 years. 10 former Baseball U players making it to the major leagues. 750 to college. The sheet I have says 702, but they updated a different site. It's so many you can't. I mean, it's
rolling counter.
I mean, you say hundreds and you think you're exaggerating. It's literally hundreds upon hundreds.
Ground ball up the middle, a base hit for Jonathan Spatola.
Now look, a lot of these kids that go on to play college will not be pro players. Some of them will, but many will not. But they, are able to parlay their baseball talent and dedication into an education as well. And so that's also a focus. Look, your baseball can become a college scholarship. Some of these guys have a ton of talent and could become pretty good pro ball players. Once you make it to single A, then you don't know. I mean, if you're going to make it to the major leagues, I mean, once a lot of single A players never get that much further past single A. And it's hard to get to that level.
And it's just continuing the career. I mean, everyone I think on this field wants to continue playing baseball and wants their career to keep going. So giving the kids the opportunity to do that is huge. This one's fouled out of play. So yes, Baseball U, if you bought stock a long time ago, it's certainly rising.
Well, they talk about, and they use a motto of scholarships are more important than trophies. They focus on the college placement and providing those opportunities, which they are doing right here with this showcase and via these broadcasts. That's the idea. Am I looking at Keenan here batting? I got sidetracked. I am. Okay, good.
Daniel Keenan up to bat. He's got Spatola over there on first with one away. And the pitch from Warzel's grounded to first. Steps on first. The throw to second. Good dig out there. That is, it's number 32 that makes the play. And the reason why I'm saying number 32 is because I don't have number 32 on my roster. So whoever it was, good job stopping that play as the runner advances
that's Coyne.
to second.
That's Coyne from the other roster.
That's why.
This Zach Warzel kid. It was a lefty, and he's using different arm slots, as a lot of lefties like to do, it seems. But he came from not quite down under, but pretty darn close to it on that one that got the ground out. Now he comes from three-quarter style up higher.
Good block there by the catcher. 1-0 to count as Julian Buckman steps in. Had a walk in his first plate appearance in the third.
We love the throw that he had from left field yesterday when he nailed that player at the plate, and the catcher, I can't remember, had to come backwards with a tag as well. But the throw that was a little bit in front of the plate, but I mean, it was a terrific throw. Good arm.
He's working.
I promise you, the coaches noticed.
Yes, absolutely. Working a 1-1 count right now. This one gets away, running ahead to third, and slides in safely. Spatola is now on third base with 2 away. Chance for Buckman to show his ability to drive in runs. Orzel behind the count, 2-1. Kicks, fires, this one low, 3-1. And it is worth mentioning with Spatola over there on third, he did manufacture the 1 run they scored on a good base running move from third base in their first game of the day at 8 o'clock start. First run of the game coming in the bottom of the 7th, courtesy of him. And now the pitch, swing and a miss.
I want to make the correction there, and one of our gentlemen on the production crew told me, because he knows Brian Marconi, Marlton, New Jersey, not Marlboro. I was relatively close. I knew it wasn't right. I knew that wasn't right, but thank you for the correction. There's a lot of talent in New Jersey.
Yes.
I mean, we're Northeast. It gets a little lost in the shuffle. And John Wells knows about it, and that's where he's put together this program, and he's been a scout forever with the Mets and the Pirates and had coached in the Atlantic Collegiate League in New Jersey as well with a former team. New Jersey and Philly area as well.
Yes.
I think scouts know about it, but I think most people think of, baseball talent, Georgia, Florida, Texas, California, Arizona, right? I mean, that's where everybody thinks of.
It's where you can play baseball year-round. And Spatola dashing for the plate, slides in safely And New Jersey extends their lead to 3-0. Spatola again using his wheels to manufacture runs, expanding that lead.
He got a good jump on a ball that doesn't get very far away because the backstop is so close. I think Orzel needed to have a better jump coming home to cover because he was almost not there in time to make the tag. I'm not sure if it makes a difference if he gets a better jump, but he knows he needed to be there a bit quicker.
And he was kicking himself through his head back to the mound, and that is a called third strike. Struck out Buckman, and that will do it for the 5th inning, but not before New Jersey tacks on another 1 hit and 1 run. They leave nobody left. It's 3-0 New Jersey as we head to the 6th. Top of the 6th inning coming here. Michael Kelly still on the mound for New Jersey. Is Connecticut trying to get a run across here in the 6th. Michael Coyne leading off. He struck out in his first AB. Fouls the first one back.
Well, they're pulling a little bit of a PA Tellip, a PA Scranton Tellip. They haven't scored all weekend. Tellip got shut out back-to-back days, and we've seen the same for Connecticut Orange, who had 3 hits yesterday and struck out 12 times. Today they have 4 hits, and they struck out 7 times against Calphion.
The one thing you can say for them is they have made contact better in the later.
Yeah, they're making contact now, right, against Kelly.
That's just about hitting it where they're not now.
Well, they got an infield single. That's what they got. Since the first, you need more.
No, absolutely. As Coyne fouls this one back, still down 0-2.
So I have it as New Jersey 3 runs, 4 hits, 1 error. Connecticut no runs, 4 hits, and 2 errors. And yesterday they lost to Maple Zone Sports Institute 2-0. They had 3 hits yesterday, 4 hits today.
And that's a called third strike. Coyne down looking. That's how we start the 6th. 1 away. Michael Kelly recording his first strikeout.
Of the 8 strikeouts of the batters today, I've got 5 of them looking. Now, a couple of them the batters thought, it was not the call that I thought it was going to be, but there are a couple that were kind of close where, hey, 2 strikes, you got to do something with it. It's close enough. You got to make it happen.
Ball inside. Yeah, especially in this type of atmosphere.
When you take a strike 3 that's you hope is going to be off by a couple inches, you're sitting there after taking it and you're just pause and hoping. That's all you're doing. Yep. You're just, please let me stay for another pitch.
And Kennedy lining this one foul towards his own dugout. Kennedy 0 for 2, the strikeout looking, and the fly
right
to right field. But in this type of atmosphere, you should want to throw the bat at it. You know?
Right.
You put a good swing forth,
that's
but
why
you miss it.
That's why we don't want the walks. That's why we reset the count.
Right.
We want the guys to put it into play. Let's go. You want to show plate discipline too.
Right. Yeah, we're not asking for you to swing at a pitch such as that one that misses low and away, but if you put a good swing on a pitch close to the zone and you miss, all right, so be it. But taking that close strike 3 isn't shown as much. Pitch, ground ball. Third baseman feels it, firing across the diamond, and Kennedy is retired, 2 away.
I mean, look, we're in the 6th inning, so this is their 13th inning of playing.
Yeah.
They came all the way here from Connecticut, and they're on the verge of this Connecticut Orange team is on the verge of getting shut out in back-to-back games. That's not a good feeling on the drive home, but you take that and you go, okay, now let's look at the video of the games, and you try to improve following some mistakes. And they've had some at-bats that have been
right, and
not going their right way.
This one lined right back at the pitcher, knocked down the throw to first. Strand is retired as Mike Kelly protected himself and then getting the out. 1-3 on the putout, 3 up, 3 down.
He hit it hard.
Yeah.
I mean, that was something.
Strand's been a bright spot, 2 hits, but that one is not to be. 3-0 New Jersey. They come to bat in the bottom of the 6th, and we come back on BFA Live Sports. Welcome back. The bottom of the 6th inning coming up here. Bob Rotruck alongside me. I'm Ray Dunn here on BFA Live Sports. Game 2 of 5 today from Shots.
And more sun.
And more sun.
It's back.
We're heating up here. Bats, likewise for New Jersey, after only scoring 1 run in the first game. They're up to 3, and now they're going to try and tack on to that. As Nicholas Terefenko digging in. Was retired on the ground out to shortstop in his first at-bat. That's one misses low and in.
He had a single in one of the games yesterday, did Terefenko. I have him as 1 for 6 on the weekend.
Well, he's ahead in the count, 2-0 here. See what he can do. Warzel still on the mound for Connecticut, and he rips this one back foul. Getting on the baseball there. You can see it left a nice mark on the bat.
New Jersey is on the verge of going to 4-0. So, we're talking about Connecticut Orange getting shut out in back-to-back games. Well, it's been a really good weekend for New Jersey, hasn't it?
I'd call that a successful trip over state lines. It's 3-1 now. Terefenko digging in as Warzel coming from the windup. He kicks and fires, fouled back.
Yesterday, a 2-1 win over Baseball U, Torresani, Baseball U Philly, on a 2-hitter. They only had 2 hits themselves, but Joe Celia's homer was one of them. A 3-1 win over the Taconic Rangers, who we'll see later today. Taconic had 7 hits, but they were scattered. Daniel Keenan had 5 strikeouts, and Julian Buckman had his throw from left field as well. I think it was in that game. And now today, a 4-hit shutout so far of Connecticut after they had the 1-0 win against Scranton in the first game on a 1-hitter. I mean, that's a lot of good pitching from a lot of different guys.
This pitch swung on and fouled back. Foul tip. Terefenko staying alive, and you mentioned the one game they win with 2 hits. It's always about the first number on the scoreboard, not anything after that. As long as you get more runs than the other team, you're going to go home with the W. But, yeah, a chance to go.
Winsinger in the first game, who had the 5 strikeouts, they gave up an infield single to Gavin Shalat in the first, and that's all that Scranton got. against the New Jersey pitching.
That's incredible. Fouled back, Tarafanko making Wurzel work. Count still full.
And who was that other pitcher, the guy that...
Bulls.
Jacob Bulls, yeah. He's the one who had the 5 strikeouts and retired, 12 in a row from the 4th through the 7th. I mean, and there was no accident because, he was pitching very well.
Tarafanko really showing how he can work a count, fouling this one back.
Was that 4 fouls? Something like that?
The adjustment on each and every pitch just to get himself on it. And again, things you're taking note of. We have, the final scorecard that'll tell you whatever, but as coaches are sitting here watching, this is what you want to show them. You want to show them even if this at-bat doesn't turn out the way he wants, you can work a count deep and you can make a pitcher work for it. And that one.
That's ball 4, so we reset.
Going to result in the reset.
Yes, it is about showcasing the talents, but you better believe that John Wells is going to be bragging, hey, my teams went 4-0 last weekend. I mean,
Oh, absolutely. A win is a win is a win.
Ultimately, it's about winning as well.
Now the 2-2. And that's a called third strike. Tarafanko takes one close there on the inside. And there is one away, so a hard-earned strikeout there for Wurzel.
This is the George Washington commit. I mean, that's a pretty good-looking ball player if you've already committed to a D1 school here for Sam Gates.
Sam Gates walking up there said to the catcher and the umpire that was the best strikeout I think I've seen. So complimenting his own teammate.
I like it. That's a good line.
Gates, 1-4-2. Singled and came around to score in the first. Popped out to shortstop in the third. That one's low. 2-0.
Ethan Gonzalez, who we saw pitching yesterday, is the other college commit on this team, and he's committed to Montclair State. And John Wells would know because he's been an assistant coach at Montclair State.
Very nice campus up there at Montclair State.
Yeah, for sure. They're not the ones that play at the New Jersey Jackal Stadium,
That
are
is.
they?
That is.
That's
That
the
is
one.
the Jackals home field.
At
yes,
Yogi Berra Stadium. Yeah, I've been there.
It's 3-0. Offered at and missed 3-1.
Yeah, that's a terrific ballpark.
It
I do
is.
like to play at a ballpark like that. I mean, that's a pro ballpark.
That is.
And you get to play there for your home games as a college team.
I was supposed to catch a game up there last year.
It's a beauty of a
Got
field.
Rained out, unfortunately. But, yes, that is a beautiful field and a beautiful campus as well. Count resets 2-1. That one misses outside. So Gates still ahead in the count. Certainly something if you can work the recount and still be up in the count. This one grounded over towards first base. That's a fair ball, and 3 unassisted. Matt Bouchier going to take that and get the out himself. So 2 away in this bottom of the 6th. As Zachary Rogacki stepping up to bat. 1-4-2. Singled in the third and stole a base after flying out to center in the first. Lefty on lefty matchup, and the breaking ball in there for a strike, 0-1.
I got to go back through too many score sheets to try to figure out the weekend. He was 0 for 4 in the previous 3 games, including a walk and a steal and a run scored. So 1 for 6 on the weekend is Zach Rogacki.
Fouls this one back down 0-2. I always wonder while I'm shuffling around here with papers if people can hear it, because you can hear the hard work of us trying to get you numbers. We don't have the computer-generated system of numbers. This is good old-fashioned paper and pen type stat keeping.
Well, it's some stats because we don't have their high school stats. Generally, it's very, very difficult to get that. And, we don't keep stats on these showcase events, but it's fun to kind of see.
Right.
I wish we had more stats. We have some of the metrics.
This one, line drive caught. Bouchier getting that one out of the air. The side is retired. 3 come up and 3 go down for New Jersey in the bottom of the 6th, but they still lead 3-0. We'll be back for the 7th inning here on BFA Live Sports. Welcome back into Shout Stadium. 7th inning of our second game of 5 here on BFA Live Sports, the Baseball U Fall Showcase, and we've got a new pitcher on the mound for New Jersey. New Jersey leading it 3-0. Nicholas Tarafanko going to be on the mound. The first pitch goes high for a ball. He'll be faced by Matt Buschiero to lead this one off. Buschiero 0 for 2, but one of those was a reach on an error.
Well, not on that one, but on the first pitch, he kind of popped the glove a little bit at 80. So, decent start there.
And the wind up and the pitch up and in again.
And, you know, this is make it or break it time. Connecticut Orange, their last chance to score. They're down to their last up at bat here. They're down 2-0 or 3-0. And haven't scored this weekend.
Ground ball to third, diving stop, thinking he was just going to eat it. Showing off the arm a bit. Good,
yeah, that is an arm.
Good pick over there at first base, but that was going to be an infield single. He was just shaded too far towards second base to really be able to get that one and make a play on it. And that'll be an infield single for Matt Buschiero.
That's Joe Seeley over there who had that throw from third base. And, I mean, that is a gun. I mean, kind of falling away and resetting himself and getting it across that nicely.
One Buschiero on, one Buschiero up as Dan comes to the plate. First pitch is a wall, 1-0. And for Dan, he's 1 for 2. Singled in the first and grounded to shortstop in the fourth. What's in there for a strike, 1-1.
We will, we still have time for the next game to start at 12:20 for New Jersey to get to bat again in the bottom of the 7th, even though they would have already won the game. They'll have another look, would be the plan. That's how we've done it all weekend anyway.
That would be the expectation, 2-1 in the count. But, yes, New Jersey gets a chance to get their cuts in. That's why they can come to bat knowing they're 4-0 on the weekend if Connecticut doesn't finish it off here. This one, foul back. And
that's a good weekend with a lot of good individual performances, particularly from some of their pitchers.
Speaking of good individual performances on the mound, final line for Michael Kelly goes 3 innings, allows just 1 hit, strikes out 1, and doesn't allow a run. So,
yeah, he didn't light it up like Calfian with the 7 strikeouts, but as you were talking about, you induce bad contact, that's good too.
And we got a strikeout here for Tarafanko. Catches Buschiero looking. 1 away, now with 1 on. And Will Eustace coming to bat. Eustace 1 for 2, struck out in the first and then singled in the fourth. And that single, according to my book, is the most recent hit before this inning.
Well, yeah, right before this inning. So 5 hits for Connecticut Orange in this game. 3 of them are infield singles.
Yeah. Why, you just got to keep running.
Yeah.
Another one up high. Eustace, and at 6 feet tall, class of 2023.
Yeah, he's 1 for 4 on their weekend. They played 2 games, and New Jersey has played 4. So, slight difference on the opportunities.
One's in there for a strike. But yeah, Eustace definitely looks like he can grow out on that frame and be a solid outfielding prospect for in the future. As the current moment, he's up ahead in the count 2-1. Pitch coming from Tarafanko is up and in, 3-1.
Okay, so the other Connecticut kids play in the next game. That's Connecticut Black. And they play against Baseball U PA Philly, the Torresani team.
Those from the area in which I came from this morning, as this one's skied to center field. Catch made by the right fielder coming all the way over into the right center field gap. And
could hear him from here.
Yeah.
Very clearly and authoritatively. That's how you got to do it to avoid collisions. I mean, you want to not just communicate loudly.
Yes.
Let everyone hear you.
And that's a sign of someone that has center field potential, the commanding presence in the outfield. Even though he's playing right field, the way showcases work, everyone plays the outfield positions just to show what they can do. But that commanding presence and ability to track beyond your position, I can't catch the number from out here. I probably need glasses.
Yeah.
But it was a good work by the right fielder there. Now up to bat, a friendly air coming up. 0 for 2 with a strikeout and a fly out to right field.
Yeah, 0 for 4 on the weekend as well. So last chance to get ahead.
And up and ahead in the count, 2-0. So Terry Franco's fallen behind in a couple of counts here, but still managed to retire the last 2. And now up ahead, 3-0, way ahead. Freddie Eric can pick a location, zone in on it. If it's not there, slide on by. Interesting, in the competitive world, you'd probably say take on 3-0, but in a showcase world, if he sees something he thinks he can drive.
Yes. Yeah,
swing
we
away.
had some, right, yeah. Chris Markowitz and I talked about that yesterday. It's a showcase, so 3-0, you go for it. It's not about winning the game as much as it is driving the ball and getting a base hit.
Fouls this one back, make it 3-2, but yeah.
So we had some 3-0 swings yesterday where you probably wouldn't see a 3-0 swing in some situations if it were a high school or even a college game, and the coaches recognize that.
Yeah.
They know that the batter gets the advantage too, so if he does something with it, well, okay, that's fine, but it was getting over aggressive on 3-0 because he's kind of taking advantage of the showcase situation. Ooh.
This one up and in, so we reset 2-2. Yes, the worst thing you could do for yourself is swing away at something bad on 3-0 because it's just a tough look. But if you find that zone and you like it, go ahead. As he swings and misses, struck him out. So that locks up the W for New Jersey. But they get to bat. We'll be back with the bottom of the 7th. New Jersey leading 7-0 here on BFA Live Sports. Bottom of the 7th coming up here on BFA Live Sports. We present the Baseball U Fall Showcase.
Is that what we're calling it? Is that
I think
an
that
official name?
That was the name I saw in the YouTube title, YouTube video title. So
Works for me. Okay.
I rolled with it.
Fall Showcase. All right.
Fall. Sounds good to me.
Yeah, I think that's
It's technically fall, right? 20th, 21st.
Oh, it is. Yeah.
Is today the equinox? Did we miss that? This
I
one's
think
a
it was-
base hit into center field.
I think it's today.
So Joe Celia didn't even give me a chance to announce his name, but there you go.
That's
Base
his
knock.
second hit of the weekend. That's his first since his home run yesterday. So he was 1 for 7 besides,
Yep.
So, yeah, a home run over that 260-foot porch and right. That's nice, but another hit is good.
Yeah.
Because otherwise he hadn't had any hits.
Nick Vaughn stepping to the plate. So, what we broke there, the news to all of you. Happy Equinox. This one, check swing. It's going to be caught down the right field line. He didn't really get his bat into it. Wasn't really sure if he wanted it.
He was playing shaded way over there, and it turned out to be the right spot because it certainly looked like it would have a chance to fall in on contact, but then ultimately it didn't. He had the RBI single back in the first inning, knocking it that direction as well towards right center.
That he did. David Cohen now up to bat. He hits this one into center, backing up. The center fielder's got it, makes the catch, and Celia returns to first. So the inning's moving so quickly that we didn't really address the fact Will Eustace is on the mound.
Yes, Will Eustace is the pitcher. We have 1 out to go. New Jersey has already won the game, and they're taking their last at-bat. New Jersey, 3 runs, 5 hits, 1 error. Connecticut, no runs, 5 hits, 2 errors.
So we're coming up on the end of game 2.
This is Figliolino.
Figliolino fouling this one down the right field line. Bob Rochuk and myself, Ray Dunn, bringing you through this entire day. 5 games. Bob did all 5 yesterday, too, so we'll do about 21 hours of baseball when it's all over. But Figliolino, the grounder to shortstop, bounces away. So we're not done yet here. Runner going to advance over to third. We'll call that an E6. As kind of fading away as he threw across. That was Coyne fading away as he threw to first. Kind of lackadaisical, this game's over type of.
I got a little excited there. I already wrote the 6-3. I thought, he had to move a little to his right towards the hole, but I thought he was going to make that play. Made it a little more of an adventure than maybe it needed to be.
So with that brings up Vince Versace. Ground out in the second and popped out in the fifth. So get a chance for his third at-bat with runners on the corners and 2 away. New Jersey locked up the W. It's 3-0, but showcase they can tack on more. That one's a ball outside.
He's 2 for 8 on the weekend. He had 1 hit yesterday and 1 hit today.
The 1-0. This one skied foul down the right field line. And I got to say, the foresight for the depth of foul territory we have until the parking lot is incredible.
That's a little better, yes.
I get kind of concerned when the foul balls go that way, and then I remind myself there's a lot of room over that way before the parking lot. This ball is low, 2-1. So you go to some stadiums and you're building the...
You're right on top of the stadium, yeah. You know some car is going to get hit.
Yes. The first car is parked the furthest. This one, line drive. Kennedy gets to it at second, and that will wrap this one up. 4-3 on the putout. We've completed a full 7. Baseball U New Jersey wins 3-0 over Connecticut Orange. We'll be back very shortly.
Yeah, the 12-20 game, they might start it a little earlier. They did that yesterday, so don't go too far here. It might start at 12:15 or something like that. Well, who knows? But so whenever they decide to start is when we will start.
Yes, we'll be back as they tell us. So again, the final score here in New Jersey: 3, Connecticut Orange 0, Connecticut Black, and BUPA Philly. Coming up next for Bob Rochuk, I'm Ray Dunn here on BFA Live Sports.
Bob Rotruck along with Ray Dunn welcoming you back inside Schott Stadium in Dunmore, Pennsylvania on this very sunshiny Sunday afternoon it is now. It was morning when we started at 8 a.m., so we are deep into hour 4 of our baseball showcase event, our fall showcase presented by Baseball U with 9 teams, 10 games this weekend. This is game 8 and game 3 of the day. And 11 college coaches here representing various schools across the region or even a little outside the region looking for talent for their programs. Connecticut Black against Baseball U Philly Torresani is our matchup here today for our 12-20 game, 7 innings or 2 hours, 6 batter maximum per inning. So sometimes you can leave batters stranded on base when you haven't even gotten to your third out. And we have the reset rule after ball 4, and we will continue to explain as we go along. I believe that this pitcher is Grady Gollier, and it is. And his first pitch of the ball game goes all the way back to the backstop at 12:21 p.m. for game 3 out of 5 today. So Grady Gollier is a right-handed pitcher out of Fairfield High School, and a lot of these Connecticut kids are from the Fairfield area. Grounder to third, Catrigata is there. Throw is high. Did it bring him down in time? Yeah. Ben Sharico at first goes upstairs to get it, and Kevin Catrigata, the name of the third baseman with a good throwing arm, throws out straddling to begin our game. Hey, and there's our cheeseburger and fries. I love it. So we're eating on the fly here, everyone. Jake Schilling is the batter. He's the left fielder for BU Philly Torresani, who lost yesterday to New Jersey 2-1, but everyone lost to New Jersey this weekend. And Schilling steps in, a Pennsbury High School product and a senior, so a 2021 class. And 5'11", he's a utility guy who pitches some as well, and he takes outside for a ball.
Talk about a weekend for New Jersey. 4-0. They get out of here before kickoff of the NFL games today. They can go sit back and relax, knowing that they had a good time here in Dunmore, PA. And
I beg your pardon, there are 2 Schillings, and this one is 20 Jake Schilling. I was talking about Eric Stradling, so Jake Schilling. Did I get that right? Yeah, okay.
Yes, you got it.
All right. Double checking, putting together lineups on the fly, and trying to get our cuisine here between games, too. I mean, we're here for 11 hours. Got to eat. 2-1 on that pitch missing to Jake Schilling. Here is Grady Gollier, who will throw 2 innings today for Connecticut Black. And there's a fastball strike, 2-2. Connecticut Black looked good yesterday against Pennsylvania Tellip, the Scranton team. Connecticut Black won yesterday 4-0 and banged out 6 base hits in the 7-inning game. 1 out, nobody on, 2-2, fouled away and shot it over to one of the hills, practically a mountain behind us over on the third base side. We're up here in the mountains of the Poconos and beautiful country in Dunmore, Pennsylvania at Schott Stadium. And terrific weather compared to what we have yesterday. It was supposed to be colder today, but it's actually warmer, partly because it's less windy too, and we actually have the sun coming through more consistently. Schilling took that fastball and it missed, so that actually I think reset it. I think we had a 3-2 count, and now we have reset for Jake Schilling of BU Torresani, and he rips it to left. Solidly struck single to left for Schilling, and yesterday he went 1 for 2 with another single to left. So he's 2 for 3 on the weekend, which ain't half bad.
That was some good, hard-hit, solid contact. Something we were kind of lacking in the first 2 games. We didn't get it with consistency. New Jersey's bats woke up a bit in the second game, not a ton.
Yeah, a lot of the hits, I mean, were infield singles.
Right.
You know, a solid percentage of them were. Had a few hard outs. Alex Martin has a big cut and fouls it back. No balls and 1 strike. They've got a lot of Pennsbury High School kids on this BU Philly Torresani team, and he is another one. So Schilling out there at first and high school teammates with Alex Martin, and very obviously this showcase is, I mean, these types of travel teams and showcases, they're big deals for the kids anyway. But when you didn't have a high school season to begin with,
Yeah.
this is humongous. This is vitally important because it's the only games that they get to play. They're not additional games. They're the only ones. There's a ball missing to Martin, 2-1.
And this summer, this delayed summer into fall season becomes even more essential when you talk about just growth as a player. Because you could do as much as you want while in quarantine. I don't care if you got the nicest batting cage in the world. You can't replicate that in-game experience.
Well, and I was talking about some of those Williamsport kids with the Phillies organization that I was with. They were working out at home all summer.
Yeah.
Now, some of them got to go to Lehigh Valley for their taxi squad, but not many.
No.
Here's a high fly into right field. That ball carrying. It's off the fence about 260 feet away. So Martin gives it a ride the other way, and he's in. Sliding with a double. Schilling had to kind of wait, to hesitate, make sure, and it's so close because it's only 260. So on a double, he's able to get up to third, but normally on a double, you think the runner is going to score? Well, that fence is only 260 feet, and it bounced right to the right fielder as well. Matt Spenner out there in right field played it very nicely and made sure that a run didn't score on that play. So Alex Martin blasted a double, and now a fastball sailed way high. Kind of slipped out of the hand a little bit there of Grady Gollier. That is ball one to John Pinciati out of Council Rock South. Now let's see, Pinciati's another senior as well. And he waved at it. Fastball kind of cutting away a little bit there too.
He looks every bit of his age. He's certainly one of the bigger guys we've seen so far today. At least for me, I don't know what you've seen all weekend, but for me today, Sundays.
Yeah. That fastball is inside, and ball two. Yeah, so you take your they decided he wanted to come out and settle him down and get him to find the strike zone here. Second and third with one out in the top of the first. Well, he brought it upstairs again.
And
he brings the gas.
The mental aspect of it can become a physical, actual mechanical problem. If he's trying to throw hard, trying to put it past players, runs, and that can change the way you release it, change the way you go through, speed up your just delivery, which can throw off time.
Well, he brought that one down, and it was fouled away. He's throwing in the low 80s, so. High ball into left field. Now tagging up from third is Schilling. He's going to fly to left for John Pinciati. And it is a 1-0 lead for BU Philly Torresana.
Playing his second straight game over there at short. Good job cutting that one off.
So Matthew Edwards is
something I think underrated of the it's the third on that pitch. You know, where are they working out outside of school? Because school right. Horrible nature of the disease and what it's
Well,
done.
they're getting to play games this weekend. They've had a couple other showcase events, and it feels normal, which is
right.
pandemic. Edwards on a swing and a foul tip into the glove of the catcher Cantolini. That's good work for the catcher to hang on. Grady Gollier gets a strikeout, and Philly Torresani scores in the top of the first. 1 run on 2 hits and 1 runner left on base. Half an inning here through game 3. Philly Torresani 1. Connecticut Black, led by head coach Pat Vigilio, is coming to bat on BFA Live Sports. So here's Callan Fang for Baseball U Philly, who is serving as the home team here in Game 3. 7 innings or 2 hours. There's a ball to Pierce Cole. Breaking ball. He tried to bend back in, but Cole's ducked out of the way, and it didn't have quite enough hook to get back in there. 1 ball and 1 strike to Coles, and a fastball is low and away. 4-2. Callan Fang, he's another Pennsbury High School product. They have, 5 of them on this team. 6 foot 3 inch tall right-handed pitcher, and he's a senior, class of 2022, so he's a junior, I beg your pardon. I think that's a fastball, missing a little low and away. Hey, when you have a pitcher, if he's not putting it in the dirt, if you keep it low, you miss low, that's okay.
Yeah.
Missing it high, then you start to get concerned. Missing it low, all right, you can bring it up a little bit, and then you throw a pitch at the knees all the time, you're going to have a lot of success. There's a cut and a miss, and it's a full count.
Miss low, don't miss high. Whatever you're trying to do. They're not doing much anything in the dirt.
Pierce Coles is a righty batter out of Fairfield Prep in Fairfield, Connecticut. And he takes ball 4, which will be ball 2, because after ball 4, we reset the walk. Now, if he gets to ball 4 again, then he goes and takes his base. But this is an opportunity for him to get his cuts and show off his abilities in front of all the college coaches, 11 of them here. So they want to see him swing the bat. And we have all fastballs here now as well. That's the rule. And we actually had to explain that yesterday to the Connecticut teams once we got to Game 3, because we got to a reset to a 2-ball count. And then the pitcher threw a changeup but didn't know he was supposed to throw fastballs. There's a swing and a miss and a strikeout, a fastball from Callan Fang. And, I mean, I think Throwing it pretty hard here is John Heitzman. Will step in, a lefty batting center fielder. One out in the bottom of the first. BU Philly Torresani on the board in the top of the first on that sac fly and a 1-0 lead. Here's a pop back, foul left field corner and sailing out of here. We're a little delayed on our video feed, so we basically get it on a replay. And so now we just saw it, and that strikeout swinging on the fastball from Callan Fang checked in 85. I know you saw, everyone else saw it, 20 seconds ago on where from where I'm talking now, but I'm just eyeballing it going, that looks like he's got a pretty good fastball. And now we have the confirmation, and not only 85 at the knees on the outside corner. My goodness, that's pretty good stuff.
That is some good stuff. Getting to the batter right here, Heitzman. I actually saw him earlier this summer in Du Bois, Pennsylvania, part of different BFA Live Sports production, as he slaps this one in for a single.
Yeah, he hits it the opposite way there, and a single to left. And that Du Bois tournament in Du Bois, Pennsylvania, I mean, that's 3 hours or so from here to the west past State College. That was almost more of an all-star tournament. That wasn't just the baseball U kids, right? So they had even more legit talent. So the fact that he was invited to that is a testament to his abilities.
He performed the 2 games I saw him, 2 for 5 with a walk and an RBI. So he had himself quite the time up there.
Maiko Cardona, number 34, and he's a big, stocky, right-handed batter, and he shoots it foul out of play. Now here's another one, listed at 6'1", and I wonder if he's maybe had an inch since then, grown. I mean, we're sitting down at, ground level, so maybe that's a little deceiving too. But some of these kids, when I see him at 6 feet, I'm like, wow, is that 6 feet? He looks bigger than 6 feet to me. There's a ball to Cardona. 1 ball and 1 strike. Runner at first is John Heitzman for a Connecticut Black team that won 4-0 yesterday against a Philly Torresani team that lost 2-1 and only had 2 hits yesterday, but they've already scored 1 run here today against the Connecticut Black pitcher Grady Gollier. We call them Connecticut Black even though they're wearing white and orange jerseys. Check swing, he goes around, the throw down to second with the runner going, and they got him down there. And a good throw
almost
from the catcher there to get him on almost kind of a delayed steal. Maybe he thought that was going to bounce through. So is that a strike him out, throw him out? That was a 1-2 pitch.
Yeah.
Okay, so strike him out, throw him out. And a caught stealing 2-4. And down goes Connecticut Black here in the first. No runs on 1 hit. And nobody left on base at the end of 1. BU Philly Torresani 1, Connecticut Black 0 on BFA Live Sports. And for the second inning here in Game 3 from Schott Stadium in Dunmore, Pennsylvania, alongside Ray Dunn, I'm Bob Rotruck. We've had a lot of feedback from the parents sitting close to us all weekend long, a lot of the New Jersey parents who traveled for this event, and getting a lot of positive feedback here on our broadcast of this showcase event. They're proud to see their kids getting a chance to do well in a broadcast type of situation. Callan Fang is the pitcher, and now he's batting, and he fouled it off. 1 ball and 1 strike for the big lefty batter against Grady Gollier. Oh, man, he ripped it. He turned on it, but he yanked it foul. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Callan Fang. Here's my Connecticut score sheet from yesterday. And here he shot it foul.
Way to stay back on that. He realized that it was a breaking pitch, realized that he was way out in front of it, kept his bat back, and just lined it right foul down the, far down the left field side.
Out of the stretch with nobody on is Gollier for Connecticut Black, and he throws high to Philly Torresani's Callan Fang, 1-2. He ripped a liner and was robbed of a base hit yesterday. Is 0 for 3 on the weekend, but really should be 1 for 3. And I cannot remember the second baseman for New Jersey that made that great play. Spatola, maybe? Geez. It's all running together. You know, it's 8 games, everyone. Here's a fastball that works a little wide on Callan Fang.
The important part of that is his expected batting average would be higher than
yes.
an 0 for 3.
He is a junior at Pennsbury High, and he's 6'3". He's a big kid. And here's a high pop to left field. Matt Vavona is having a tough time with it. Boy, he stays with that and makes a catch, a long run over there to the left field corner for Matt Vavona in left field. It's a nice catch on a tricky play. Wind pushing it around a little bit too, perhaps.
Yeah, the wind's been swirling a bit here. It felt it coming in from behind us, then it was coming in towards us.
Yeah, there's a flagpole over there in the right field corner, and it's blowing straight at us, straight in from right, really. Jimmy Tooley backed off. Look out, lefty batter and chin music, ducking out of the way. Got away from Grady Gollier, and ball 1.
Yeah, that shift happened in the last, 30 minutes or so, where it's now coming right at us.
There's ball 2 to Tooley. 2 balls, 2 strikes to the Hatboro Horsham product, Jimmy Tooley. That is high. Ball 3. Grady Gollier is popping that glove with his fastballs as well. He's missing, but
you like the sound of it.
Yeah, well, that last one was 78. This one he did not pop the glove because he took a little off of that one and it dropped out on Tooley. Gollier might have kind of deked him out a little with his arm action. 3-1. That is high, way high. I mean, over his head. And you're talking a batter of Tooley who's 6 feet tall. And so that is ball 4. So we reset to ball 2. And so it is a 2-1 count. He's mostly touching the high 70s, I guess, is Gollier. There's a swing and a miss. All fastballs is the rule now after we have the reset following the ball 4. Give the batter a chance to put it into play. And there's a foul back.
And you see, when he slows down his delivery there, he's been so trying to get it. It almost seems like he's rushing his delivery to the plate. He's trying so hard to throw fast, hit that time. He slowed it down there, and he had great control. So it's finding that consistency.
That was a little bit of a riser, I feel like. Tooley got under it, tipped it, fouled it back to the backstop fence. I looked at some of the archive videos yesterday just to see how it looked and how it sounded. We didn't get a great look at it when we were doing it live. It was amazing to see from the morning to the afternoon to the evening. The sun is behind the plate to start. It's setting the other way by the end, and it all goes from first over to third, I guess, is how it went. There is strike 3 called.
We are quite literally going from sunrise to sunset.
It's amazing. I've never done it before. All right, so there's a strike 3 on the outside corner that caught Tooley looking. And 2 strikeouts now for Grady Gollier. 1-0 for BU Philly Torresani is our score in the top of the 2nd inning. Blake Silber is batting and taking outside for ball 1. Silber out of Council Rock North, and a 5'10" tall right-handed batting senior, class of 2021. Big cut and a miss. Kind of jammed him on the hands there.
Yeah, he pulled his entire body out of that. When he finished his swing, he was staring at the left field fence, and his body was wide open. He was trying to do a lot with that.
And he rips it back up the middle. Nice backhand pick at second base on 1 hop by Brett Davino. And he squares himself and throws him out at first base. Blake Silber hit it hard, but the second baseman nicely backhanding the 1-hopper. And down goes Philly Torresani, 1-2-3 in the 2nd inning. Middle of 2, it's BU Philly 1, Connecticut Black 0 on BFA Live Sports. Callan Fang had a couple of strikeouts for BU Philly in the bottom of the 1st. Now we go to the bottom of the 2nd. Brett Davino made that nice backhand pick on the sharply hit 1-hopper an inning ago. Takes a strike from Callan Fang at a Pennsbury high. No balls, 1 strike. Here's a ground ball to second, kind of circling around that to get it and throw him out there for the first out in the bottom of the 2nd. That's Alex Martin over there at second base for BU Philly.
Davino made that close at first, much closer than I thought it would be.
You better be hustling out of the box. At this level, especially with these coaches, I promise you, baseball, you coaches are not going to stand for kids that are jogging to first.
I'm just saying the sprint speed on him was something. I mean, yeah, the player's been moving out of the box, which is, as you said, very much important. You've got to do it. If you're not at this level, especially in this atmosphere, I don't know where else you're going to do it.
Right.
But yeah, the sprint speed for him there was impressive.
Alberto Cantolini taking a ball outside. And so 1 ball and 1 strike. Northwestern Regional High. And a right-handed batter and 5'10", and a junior, class of 2022. So a lot of 16-year-olds primarily, some 17-year-olds among the seniors, and some 15-year-olds. 16 is roughly the average age for these kids, many of whom will be playing college ball at 18 and 19 years old in a couple of years. Cannolini fouled that last one away, 1-2. Next pitch. Oh, good pitch, Callan Fang. He knows how to pitch. That's a good pitch. And Cannolini chased one that might have been ball 2, but my goodness, it looked like a strike at about 55 feet, right? So at 60 feet it wasn't. What can you do?
Yeah, that was just massively put. That was a really, really good pitch there by Fang. Like you said, the placement of it was just wonderful, and it dropped out of the zone.
Kevin Catragata, who has a tremendous throwing arm from third, and also belted a 2-run triple off the fence in left in yesterday's game. And I mean, he crushed it, did Catragata. And here's Callan Fang delivering and missing high for a ball. And our video, actually, we had a couple glitches yesterday. And it glitched out when Catragata hit the triple. So his family didn't get a chance to see it, a crying shame. He takes the ball, and I think it's now 2-1 out of Trumbull.
So it happened to be we had similar issues up at Du Bois, and we missed a home run in one of the first or second bat of the game. His dad comes in, asks us about it, like, sorry, we didn't get it. Kid's next at bat hits another home run.
Well, here's the thing, and I didn't tell Catragata this, but, okay, let's hit another one.
Yeah.
It won't look. It feels like, oh, you missed it, and I had a good play. You got a long high school and hopefully college career ahead of you. You got a lot of chances, and he fouled that one off, so it's a full count. It was the moment of the day when he hit that 2-run triple because he was pumped for his team, and he slides in at third and comes up and he does a He-Man flex to his buddies in the dugout there. There's a check swing, and, well, he went around on a high fastball. Well, Callan Fang's got some really, really good stuff, and I keep saying this, but, he's one of the best pitchers we've seen this week, and I feel like we got about 5 or 6 guys that I've said he's one of the best guys, but we've seen some really good talent. He put him away in order, and he got Callan Fang. I'm going to call that swinging. I think he kind of went around on that fastball. And so down goes Connecticut Black in the second. We're at the end of 2. It is 1-0. BU Philly leads BU Connecticut Black on BFA Live Sports. Onward we go to the third, and I think we have a new pitcher for Connecticut Black, and I was trying to scarf down my burger a little bit. Is this still Gollier? No, this is Andrew Castelluccio. And here's a rip to left for Joe Limongelli. Castelluccio to Limongelli. Those are good names. I love it. And a single to left for Limongelli off of Castelluccio to start off the third inning. So Grady Gollier threw 2 innings. And he got behind in the count, and they had to chat with him and try to get him on track a little bit. And then he had a 1-2-3 seconds. So you want to talk about bouncing back and making the most of his very limited 2-inning appearance and opportunity today as Eric Stradling takes ball 1.
I mean, given the command issues and the fact that it was second and third with an out.
That got the umpire. I got through the catcher, and Limongelli will go up to second on a passed ball, and our umpire got stung a little bit there. It's 2-0. Ouch. You okay? Okay. He got hit about 2 or 3 times yesterday, too. That one's okay.
Yeah.
If he says he's up, the catcher wanted to go out. The umpire was telling Cannellini, stay here, don't worry about it. And the catcher said, no, take a second to breathe.
With the new pitcher in, going to the stretch almost immediately. The first pitch taken to left field. Now you got a runner in scoring position. It's a quick, jarring change in the situation when you're brought in. So probably good to talk that one over as they turn over the lineup to the top.
2-0 to Eric Stradling, a ground out to third in the first inning, and a high pop is fouled backwards.
Oh.
Where did that hit?
That hit the tree, hit a rock.
Oh, I see it. Okay. I was looking over at the house over here. I'm worried about the people that live in that house, directly, practically above us and behind us.
You are so kind because I'm just looking at the poles and the trees behind us and waiting for a ricochet towards
Oh,
us.
yeah, totally. Yeah.
You're concerned about everyone else. I'm concerned about myself.
Here's a grounder back up the middle. Diving stop at second. Davino has it. Throws to first. Got him. Oh, my goodness. That's a nice play by Brett Davino, diving for a comebacker up the middle, practically on the bag at second, and able to set his feet and throw back to his left all the way back to first. I mean, moving to left and throwing to first, that's one thing. Moving to right, throwing backwards, as he had to do there. Terrific play on that ground out for Stradling. Yeah, for sure. I mean, that was wonderful. Gleeman Jelly up to third on the ground out. Jake Schilling, who takes a ball, I believe, and single to left in the first and scored a run. Fastball, strike. So Schilling steps out and a one-out runner at third for Baseball U Philly Torresani. 1 ball, 1 strike. That pitch skipped up there. Nice block, Cannellini. I mean, this is with a runner at third now. So we've seen some good action from the catchers before, but when you have it with a runner at second or at third and you're keeping that runner from coming in, if that gets past him, that might be a run. And so it's ball 2. Here's a high pop. Shallow right. Davino, second baseman, back. Right fielder is in. Spenner. Oh, they're going to try it. And he got halfway there. And now running back to third. Here's the throw to third. He's out. Well, he changed his mind. Lehman Jelly came he came halfway down. He was 45 feet down, and he saw that the throw home from the right fielder, Spenner, was good, so he got caught in a sort of pseudo rundown, but he really tried to scramble back to third. He is out 9-2-5 on what is a fly ball double play off the bat of Jake Schilling. No runs, 1 hit, nobody left on base. Middle of the third, it is Baseball U Philly 1, Baseball U Connecticut Black nothing on BFA Live Sports. Callan Fang has 4 strikeouts, looks terrific in his 2 innings of work, and he's on for a third. And facing Michael Coyne. Fang, the pitcher for Baseball U Philly, led by head coach Brian Torresani. And Pat Vigilio, the head coach for Baseball U Connecticut. They brought in 2 teams, so we call them Connecticut Orange, Connecticut Black. And strike there at a Coyne, right? He was showing bunt, and it's 0-1.
Neither one wearing the color of their name, but
I
digress.
Everyone's got orange here, which is very confusing. There's a strike to Coyne, and it's 0-2. We had about 5 different things going on that double play with the runner getting kind of caught halfway down Lehman Jelly before deciding to go back. But he was kind of doing it non-committally.
Yeah.
He maybe could have made it back if he just goes straight back because he made it very close with all of that hesitation.
And it was kind of a war of attrition between the catcher and him at first.
Yes.
It was who's going to make the first move here.
All right, using the wood bat, Michael Coyne smacked it over to right. They're going to try to get him at first. We had one of those yesterday, too, lest we forget. Coyne beats it out for a single. You better be hustling on the turf field, and it's only 260 feet to right for crying out loud, so it's not like the right fielder is playing that far away. We had a 9-3 out, a guy that, I mean, when you hit it through the right side, you got a single.
Right.
That's what you think. There's probably a hesitation there, okay, but here, yeah, those right field and the right fielders are thinking it every time. Every single time there's a ball that's hit to them, if I charge in, maybe I can get them at first, and they want to do it every time.
I always thought that. That was always my gut instinct.
At this level of first, right? At this level of baseball, especially, but now even more so. Turf field, 260 feet to right. I mean, you've got all the different elements in there. Well, he beat it out, and there's a ball to Vivona, 1-0, and now you get even more situations sort of similar like that with all the overshift stuff. And I don't know how much they're doing that in high school or even in college ball, but I can tell you from experience with it last year, they're doing it in the minor leagues. Because if you make it to the majors, that's what you're going to do. Right. So it's an organizational philosophy. There's Vivona taking ball 2. And that's part of where these guys as well, if you're an infielder, you better be able to play the different positions because you have to know those different angles. If you're a shortstop, at some point you're going to be overshifted and rotated over to the other side, not just at some point, at multiple points. Right. And there's a – and I think that was missing. Oh, I beg your pardon. That caught the corner for a strike. 2-1. Third baseman, you're going to rotate over and play in shallow right field in some overshift situations. And so that kind of reminds me, because I saw a couple of guys playing in shallow right on overshifts on what would have been a base hit, and instead it's to basically your second right fielder who's playing out there.
And I don't think it's catching on as much at the high school age, even though they should practice it just because of the big data kind of availability in that respect. But you're absolutely right. Everyone should have a choice. This one's grounded.
Short to second, and he beat it out at first. So fairly close play there at second base on a hard slide into the second baseman, Alex Martin. He got that back over to first and made it interesting. So Matt Vivona reaches on a fielder's choice. He's hustling and beats out what would have been a double play on a nice turn there by Martin at second. Michael Coyne is forced out at second base. And now it's 1 out in the first for Christian Smith. And that is a fastball strike at the knees, outside corner again. We've said that a few times for Callan Fang. I mean, he's got some good command. This might be the last we see of him here in his third inning. But I think he's got terrific stuff.
I'm petitioning for a fourth. I want to watch some more.
Christian Smith out of Fairfield Ludlow. He takes a fastball. That's just above the knees. And it's 0-2. I mean, you throw fastball knee high, knee high, knee high over and over again. Even if you know it's coming, it's going to be hard to hit it. And these college coaches have to love the promise of this guy on the mound. He threw it knee high again. The runner goes, throw down to second is not going to get him. Well, they might want Fang's motion to the plate to be a little faster, his step to the plate, because Vivona had a huge jump on him there. Let's not quibble. He's pitching very well. It's a stolen base for Vivona. It's 1-2 to Christian Smith, junior out of Fairfield Ludlow High School. Breaking ball, missing low, ball 2. I'm so impressed with some of these teams and the parents and the families and the players. I mean, this is dedication. Take an entire weekend.
Yeah.
I mean, you could be hanging at home watching football on the tube with your buddies, and instead you're coming all the way down to play baseball, and some of them are doing it year-round. I mean, tournaments in Florida in January and the whole bit. 2-2, and a high pop is fouled away. And
that gets back to the point of what we were talking about, if you stuck with us through all these broadcasts so far earlier, about these cold weather, areas with talent. You got to play somewhere. And if you're not playing year-round, you are missing out on some of what, people in Florida, people in Georgia, those hotbeds of talent are doing. So it's systems like Baseball U that innovate and find a way to keep these guys playing.
Smith swung at a changeup there, so there's Fang pulling the string. And I've loved his fastballs at the knees and locating him some on the outside corner. And there you get in the batter's head, and he's fastball. And I'm ready for it. It's 2 strikes, and just yank the string on him. 5 strikeouts now for Callan Fang. And there's a big cut and a miss for Matt Spenner. That was 74 on that changeup on the strikeout there of Christian Smith. So he didn't take that much off, but enough where he was way out in front. Because you're jumpy, because, the fastball is good. And he topped that one. I thought he hit it off his foot.
So did I.
Okay, I'm not the only one. And it's charging in. The shortstop got it. Now they got another guy caught in a rundown. What's going on here? First baseman throws to third, to catcher, and we're going to go back and forth. So 3 to 5 to 2. This might be the shortstop. And then a tag there. They finally got the out. 3 to 5 to 2 to 6 to. Is that the first baseman that tagged him? Did he come all the way across?
I think he came all the way across.
That's because I got 49. 3 to 5 to 2 to 6 to 3 is what I think that is when Vivona took the wide turn. Something like that. On a situation like this, normally I would go to the official score and say, what did you have on that? We don't have one, so it's up to us.
I'm just going to applaud you for that one.
I'm close enough. Spenner is out 6-3 on a ball that we thought hit off his foot. He wasn't asking about it, and so he booked it down the line.
He ends up safe on that one. We had 2 outs in that situation. The runner didn't realize there were 2 outs. The runner thought the inning was over and was starting to jog towards the dugout, and gets himself stuck in that rundown, kind of unwittingly to him.
That's why he got stuck. So Spenner was safe, and the runner Vivona out of the rundown, thinking they got the final out on what I thought was a foul ball. Okay,
what a play!
Yeah, that was confusing.
Let's take a couple minutes and breathe.
Every day in baseball, something very confusing will happen, and we go to the 4th. Everybody, it is Baseball U Philly 1, Baseball U Connecticut Black nothing on BFA Live Sports. Well, both teams have had runners that have gotten themselves caught in rundowns between third and home, and in consecutive innings, too. Here's Alex Martin for Philly Torresani, and he takes ball 1 from Andrew Castelluccio. And this should be his last inning, and we have another pitcher scheduled for the 5th on their rotation. The coaches are generous in letting us know what their planned rotation is going to be, and they post it up on their dugout. And there's a 2-0 and a big cut and a miss on a fastball to Alex Martin, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike. So Castelluccio topping out around the low 80s here. And a bouncing ball up the middle. Tough play. Davino made a nice play earlier, and makes an okay play here, but not in time to get Alex Martin hustling down the line for an infield single.
Now I'm going to nitpick here. On that one, you need communication between the middle infielders.
Shortstop could have taken it.
Second baseman running the opposite way. You need the shortstop to come and call that one off.
They're talking about it right now.
That's good.
Yeah.
At least the post communication, because your baseball careers go on beyond that one play. But
they're still talking about it, and they're kind of joking, and Davino knows he goofed it.
Yeah.
You know what? I mean, he's I probably should have let you take it. I didn't know you were there. That type of thing. Here's a high fly to left field, blasted out there by Pinciotti, carrying all the way out, and it's up against the fence. Alex Martin is rounding third. He's going to come in and score without a play on an RBI double to left for John Pinciotti after he had a sac fly to left in the first inning. Here he hits it a little bit deeper and has both RBIs for Baseball U Philly, who now leads 2-0.
That's just a fantastic piece of hitting. This real solid contact, pulls that one really nicely. And, you saw it at the first AB. He did what he had to do. This time he actually gets a chance. He barrels it. The first time he just kind of flew it out there to left, and that's the result. Big, good, strong hitter, and 2 RBIs on the day.
They're having a meeting on the mound here for their coach, Patrick Vigilio, and wants to chat with Andrew Castelluccio on the mound. Now, Alex Martin, who beat out that infield single, he was off on contact. He recognized it right away. I mean, he not only scored all the way from first on the double, they didn't have a chance of getting him at all. It was, I mean, not even a close play because he recognized that ball was crushed. I'm going. Let's go. And once he gets around second, look, if there's a great catch out there, okay, I'm going to have to double back, touch second on my way back, and I still got time to make it back because it's out to left field.
Right.
You know, that's the difference. 1-0 to Matthew Edwards, who swung and missed there, 1 ball, 1 strike out of Neshaminy High School. Struck out swinging in the first did Edwards. And had a double yesterday, so he's 1 for 3 this weekend and a mile-high pop-up. Shortstop is Davino, actually, now. It was Coyne before, but I think that's Davino, who handles that for the first out in the top of the 4th. Baseball U Philly Torresani, 2 runs on 5 hits. Connecticut Black, no runs on 3 hits. And no errors in this game, right? Yeah. Some weird base running, but no errors. Yeah. There's Callan Fang.
It's been interesting, but
Fang takes a ball, and well, I'd love to see what he can do at the plate, but I definitely am enjoying watching him on the mound. And his fastballs at the knees, you know, repeatedly. Ball 2 to Fang. Runner at second is Pinciati. You can kind of see him leading away there. And that one is in the dirt. And there is Fang holding up his hand for the runner Pinciati. You know, reference communication.
Yep.
Let your runner know, hey, it's right here. Just don't worry about it. Stay where you are.
And again, little things. As a team, obviously these aren't.
He crushed it to right field. Matt Spenner looking up. See ya! Callan Fang blasted over the fence in right for our second home run of the weekend. Callan Fang, who has wrapped up 5 strikeouts in 3 innings as the pitcher, crushes a 2-run homer to right field. Oh, my. And a no-doubter, too.
Have a day. Have a day for him. Great job on the mound and absolutely crushing that ball. I think everyone, even the right fielder giving chase, was kind of aware of where that one was ending up.
And, yes, it's a shorter porch, but that's a higher fence, and I think that's gone on a deeper fence as well.
Big time.
You know. You'd have to have a pretty big ballpark to keep that one in. He got it.
This is where I wish we had a StatCast from the MLB. I'd love to see where that was, how far that one was going out.
Yeah. Well, and they, you know, and here's Jimmy Tooley taking in the dirt, ball 1. You know, they have the mechanics there for the exit velocity. It's pricey equipment, but they have that in the minor leagues too.
Yeah.
And we, you know, when I was with Williamsport, I talked about this yesterday with Chris. Tooley taking, I think, a strike, 1-1, and big cut and a miss, pulling the string on him there was Castelluccio, and it's 1-2. Oh, is that strike 3? It is, and they throw him out. Beg your pardon. So, strike 3, it got away from the catcher, and he throws him out at first. For the second out here in the 4th, they set up the TrackMan device. Just put it right there in front of the plate during batting practice. The video coach is there holding onto a tablet at the cage. The guys know what their exit velocity is in batting practice. They can come out of a round, come back, say, what did I, you know, oh, you topped out at 94 or whatever, or a guy hits a home run, then everybody wants to know. They have a kid named Kendall Simmons who is hitting a lot of home runs, a 9th rounder, I believe, with the Phillies, and good-looking player. And he crushed a few 105s. Oh. And so, I mean, when you see it, you go, and then after a little while, you get pretty good at guessing. 103, you know, everyone's kind of making guesses. You can tell what a 100 is and a 95 is. After you've been there and seen enough of them, and you don't have to see many, now you got a pretty good idea. That one bounced away. And so they have some of that occasionally on some of these perfect game events, and it's incredible that we can see exit velocity and pitch rotation, you know, the 1,800 rotations on the curveballs. And the spin rate. The spin rate. Yeah. Thank you for that. That's how far behind I am on the analytics. I can't remember the phrase, but I know it's a thing. Here's a big cut and a miss on a fastball, and that is strike 3. So Blake Silber goes down. Back-to-back strikeouts for Castelluccio, bouncing back after giving up the bomb. But Callan Fang got every last bit of that, and a 2-run homer. For Baseball U Philly, they scored 3 runs on 3 hits, including the 2-run homer for Callan Fang. And in the middle of the 4th inning, It is Baseball U Philly 4, Connecticut Black nothing on BFA Live Sports. Callan Fang departs the pitching spot anyway. He moves over to first base now after that 2-run homer while firing in 5 strikeouts as the pitcher as well in his 3 innings. And Jimmy Tooley takes over in the bottom of the 4th for Baseball U Philly. Connecticut Black has put a couple base runners on, have 3 singles, a couple of strikeouts, one that was a strike him out, throw him out, double play in the first. And here's Pierce Cowles, who also struck out against Callan Fang in the first inning. 4-0 for Baseball U Philly. Strike called to Cowles from Jimmy Tooley, left-hander out of Hatboro Horsham. Oh, I'm sorry. Going back to the bottom of the lineup. Thank you. Chirico is the batter. Ben Chirico. And he waved at it, and it's 0-2. So Ben Chirico for Connecticut Black out of Ridgefield. And Finn Popkin on deck.
They got him listed.
Because, I got 12 batters here on the lineup, so I'm going past all the allotted lines, and it's instinctive to go back to the top.
Yeah.
So I goofed it. Here is Chirico, 0-2, and a quick little meeting there with his catcher for Jimmy Tooley.
They got him listed at 6'4". I believe it.
Yeah, he's got some big boys here. Swing and a miss. Tooley challenged him low and in. Good breaking ball. Chirico strikes out to Jimmy Tooley. 1 out in the bottom of the 4th. Now Finn Popkin, who struck out a couple times yesterday, is 0-2. So they're allowed to have more than 9 batters in the lineup. We just call them extra hitters. And we've seen as many as 14 in the lineup that Baseball U New Jersey had yesterday. Popkin chased a high fastball, 0-1. Finn Popkin out of Staples, Connecticut. Listed at 5'9".
Gonna doubt that.
Maybe a little bigger?
Yeah, a little taller.
There's a ball, 1-1. See, now on the video, doesn't look that tall. To us in person from behind here, sitting at the ground level, he looks taller than what he does on the video. And here he strikes out swinging. So that wasn't a ball on the previous pitch. I beg your pardon. And that's 2 strikeouts very quickly for Jimmy Tooley. And now we really do have Pierce Cowles, as I had erroneously stated earlier.
Tooley's just pounding the zone.
Yes.
He's coming out.
That's 6 straight strikes, isn't it? Yes. And not that one, though. He bounced it up there.
That's my fault. I apologize, Jimmy.
1 ball and no strikes to Pierce Cowles out of Fairfield Prep, 5'8" tall right-handed batter. And he steps out, and now a fastball sailed away on Jimmy Tooley. 1 ball, 1 strike here in game 8 out of 10 of our baseball fall showcase event at Schott Stadium in Dunmore, Pennsylvania. Fastball just a little tight. Pretty good pitch and just missed. 2 balls and 1 strike to Pierce Cowles. 3-0, I beg your pardon. That first pitch was a ball. 3-0. That is low for ball 4, and so we reset the count to 2-0.
Yeah, this is all my fault.
Yeah, he had all the strikes before, and now 4
Yep.
balls in a row.
That one's on me.
And the lefty truly out of the stretch with nobody on base. He's got the tall orange socks up to his knees and the red shoes. And that one got the umpire in the mask. Ow. So we'll pause a little bit while he kind of catches himself. Man, over and over.
Yeah.
If you're a home plate umpire, I mean, that's, especially if you're doing, and he's not doing all 10 games behind the dish, but he's done most of them. It's just a bunch of ouchies there. It really is.
That one's, again, grateful I have the fence in front of me.
Yes. Well, you're grateful to have the mask as well.
Yeah.
But it still hurts. like a lot.
No. I mean, for me personally,
I'm
sitting here, yeah.
But I'm talking about what those guys go through. Some people think, oh, they got the helmet, they got the mask, they're fine. No, that hits you in the mask, and that clears out the cobwebs significantly.
That statement only comes from a person who has never experienced that at all.
Right. That missed for ball 3 after we had the reset. So now it's 2-1. 3-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. It's, again, once you reset the count, after you get to ball 4, you reset the count. It's all fastballs. So we got a good look at Jimmy Tooley's velocity here because he's not allowed to take anything off of it now. And he threw that last one at 79. And ball 4. So now that truly is a walk after we had it reset from the first ball 4. The second ball 4, he does take his base. So you give him the extra chances and the extra fastballs to try to showcase his talents for the college coaches. But once you get to ball 4 again, you say, okay, let's move on. Go ahead and take your base. We got to keep it moving too. 6 batters maximum each inning as well, which is a rule that we really haven't run into a whole lot this weekend. But you're not going to have any big rallies. We had it happen a couple times where you had 6 batters. You had runners on base, only 2 outs. But okay, that's the 6 batter max, so that's it. John Heitzman takes a ball. Julie slide step forward for a strike, 1-1.
You'd have to have a seriously amazing hitting inning to get 5 or 6 runs in an inning. Like, you really have to just.
Well, the 6th guy has to hit a home run.
Right, exactly.
Pickoff throw to first. They had him leaning, and he got back in. Yeah, Cowles got back in there, and everybody from the Connecticut dugout was screaming at him, get back, don't go anywhere. He's their leadoff guy, so one assumes pretty fast kid, too. Yeah, he's got a healthy lead there, too. On the outside corner to the lefty batting Heitzman, 1-2 in this lefty-lefty matchup. I'm telling you, Jimmy Tooley, the orange socks up to his knees and the red shoes, Wizard of Oz or what's going on. I love it. That's a bold-fashioned statement for this tall left-hander for Baseball U Philly, Jimmy Tooley.
And listen, look good, play good, feel good, all those things. If he likes the way it looks, roll with it.
That pitch missed to Heitzman.
I'm curious, are you a socks to the knees or long pants?
I wore them high.
All right. Good to hear.
Tooley is listed at 6 feet tall. I think he looks taller than what he is because he's so skinny. 6 feet and 145 pounds.
Yep.
Eat a hamburger, Jimmy Tooley. He's rail.
I'm not coming after Jimmy because that's about the measurements that I'm at. So
a little more muscle, I think, and I could, or maybe not. I mean, lean is good too.
The velo would go up with some more.
There's a foul back by Heitzman. I mean, in the legs especially. You need the muscle there, and that's where you get the power from. And hey, he's got some nice long limbs here as a left-hander, so you've got the potential there.
You've got the frame. Just
build it out. I think absolutely. 2-2. And it's lined into left field. There is a base hit for John Heitzman. That's a good piece of hitting. I mean, he takes an outside pitch, smacked it the opposite way and knocks it through to left for a single.
It was a really, really good piece. He kept his bat back, saw it, worked with the pitch he was given. He wasn't trying to pull it. It's 2-strike hitting. It's really, really good work. That's textbook for him.
Michael Cardona now.
A little 2-out rally.
Yeah, well, trying anyway. He struck out swinging in the first. He had an RBI double down the left field line in the first, and here he rips it into left. Rounding third is Cowles. They're going to hold him up there. We're not going to have our third run down between third and home. And if he had tried it, I think that would have been the result. So Cowles stays there on a single to left for Michael Cardona. So let's see. Cardona is, I think, 2 for 4, 2 for 5 on the weekend. Had an RBI double yesterday and solidly struck single. Nothing cheap about that. It wasn't a little flare or anything. He hit it hard. Bases loaded, 2 outs for Brett Davino and a strike outside corner. Davino, a ground out in the second inning, is 0 for 1. Yesterday he was 2 for 2 with a couple runs scored. And a ground ball to shortstop, and I don't think it's going to beat this out. Oh, it's close. Oh, they got him. Boy, oh boy, he was hustling hard, wanted to beat that out. He's a second baseman, so one assumes he has some speed. They got him on the ground out to shortstop, and the Connecticut Black team in the 4th inning leaves them loaded. No runs, 2 hits, 1 walk, 3 runners left on base here in our Baseball Fall Showcase from Dunmore, Pennsylvania. We're through 4 in Game 3. And it's Baseball U Philly 4, Baseball U Connecticut Black nothing on BFA Live Sports. Fifth inning, new pitcher for Connecticut Black is Andrew Cavini. I feel like we saw him yesterday on the mound, too. He might be the first guy that we've seen pitch in consecutive days, but my score sheets are so messy, I don't think I get to tell you for sure. I'm going off of memory. And maybe not. I mean, I saw him in the field, of course. Cavini fires in a strike to Joe Limongelli for Baseball U Philly, leading 4-0. And it's no balls and 1 strike. 4-0, and we're in the 5th. And some of these kids who have performed at the Perfect Game events in front of all the scouts there. There's a foul off by Limongelli, 0-2. The scouting reports on the Perfect Game website or on PBR, the Prep Baseball Report website. I mean, they've got all the details on these high school players. It's incredible. I love the scouting language. We talked about this some yesterday. Primarily a left-handed pitcher, elongated rocker step, back to balance. I mean, all these things that I sort of kind of understand. Ball 1 to Limongelli. Let's see, ran 40-yard dash in 5.2. Smoothness through delivery. I told you they like the word smooth, especially on pitchers, but middle infielders is what I was talking about it in reference to that phrase a couple games ago. About 5 hours ago, fouled away by Limongelli, 1-2.
Just, 4.5 hours.
That's right. Limongelli, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Smoothness through delivery. High front side. Fastball worked 74 to 76 with command to both sides. I like reading this because it's not just info for me. This is what these coaches are looking for and looking at as well. and you better believe that they've read his report
yes.
on the Perfect Game site. And this kid himself, Andrew Cavini, has read his own report. He knows what they're saying about him. It's right here on the internet. Liam and Jelly takes ball 2. I mean, these kids have read their perfect.
You have to.
Now, not everyone has reports on
Right.
perfect games. It depends on whether you've participated in the right tournaments or not. Liam and Jelly takes outside ball 3. But they have him 74 to 76. Hits from slightly closed stance, loads back deep, hands preloaded and cocked, strength present. Through 74 across the diamond also. So they've got his velo across the diamond
Position
for
velo.
a high school kid. But it lists him here as a lefty pitcher, outfielder, first base. So he might have been playing third. Ground ball down the line, fair ball for Lehman Jelly. Squeezed it between the third baseman and the bag.
2 hits for him now.
And they're both to left.
Getting back to reading your reports, you got to read your reports. I mean, these scouts isn't Joe Schmo on the internet telling you what you are or what you aren't. I mean, these scouts are well plugged in. They know a lot of people in the baseball industry. If they're saying something about you from what they've seen, it's coming from a place of knowledge. You'd be doing yourself.
They're smart guys.
Right, you'd be doing yourself a disservice not to be reading these reports.
And that's what these coaches. I mean, some of them have been scouts before as well, and it depends on your preference. Do you like coaching your own kids and the competitive juices and trying to win? Because the scouting life, you're traveling around on your own, and you see different guys that you know as they bounce around. Here's the 1-0 pitch. It is low, and ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes.
I think I'd enjoy that. I think I'd enjoy the traveling around.
It's a competitive business. I can tell you that for sure.
And when I say enjoy it, I don't mean by any means that it's easy. Don't let anyone misconstrue that.
Here's a swing and a miss, a high fastball, and the runner, Lehman Jelly, dives back into first on the throwdown from the catcher, which I think is now Christian Smith. Yeah, that's 55. So Smith took over at catcher and tried to pick him off at first and had a pretty good gun down there. That fastball missing high to Eric Stradling, ball 3. 3 balls and 1 strike. I mean, back in the day, scouts would not get velocities on pitches across the diamond. It wouldn't be up on the internet for everyone to see either. There is a ball high to Stradling, so we reset the count after ball 4. I don't think 20 years ago anybody knew or cared so much about velocities on infielder throws. High fly ball, Brett Davino has it. He's underneath and he's catching, and there's one gone. It was a thing where you just could tell, does he have a good arm or not a good arm, or medium arm. That's where people left it. Do you have a good arm if you're fading away from in the hole at shortstop? Nobody knew what anybody's velocity was. Nobody knew if somebody's throwing 100 miles an hour across the diamond. Now that's analyzed. And, obviously it's a hop step as opposed to a wind-up. I mean, it's different throwing across the diamond. It's amazing to me.
And, that's where the evolution of scouting is.
Yes.
You now have these numbers that can tell you what you're seeing, so you can really key in on other things, smaller things, smaller details, about the way they're playing, about what they can do.
They should have been looking at this before. There's only so many radar guns to go around. Bouncing ball to second. Davino steps on the bag. And actually, I beg your pardon, that's Coyne, I think, playing second base now. He steps on the base and throws across to first and got him for a double play. 4-3. Jake Schilling bounces out. No runs, 1 hit. Nobody left on base. And Baseball U Philly leading Baseball U Connecticut Black 4-0 in the middle of the 5th inning on BFA Live Sports. Well, today is kind of a big day for Callan Fang with a 2-run homer and with 5 strikeouts here in this showcase event. I'm just sort of looking up some of his history, and he's not exactly the biggest secret in the world. 14 years old, and he won the pitch, hit, and run competition at the Major League All-Star game. He was a big deal then, too, and scouts are probably noticing him then at 14, I promise you. Alberto Cantillini takes a strike from Jimmy Tooley. No balls and 1 strike. He had been to Nationals Park 2 years before for the previous level of the pitch, hit, and run. This time he returned as a qualifier for the finals, and he won the whole thing while hanging out with some Major League All-Stars. He said, I saw Jesus Aguilar, and we were on the field when he was hitting, and he was really big, Callan Fang's quote when he was 14 years old. So, yeah, we can see it. He can pitch and he can hit.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw him do the same thing here on a slightly smaller scale than Nationals Park in Washington.
The only thing we haven't really needed to see is him running because we saw the home run trot.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
There's a strike to Cantillini, and he goes down looking. A strikeout for Jimmy Tooley. Connecticut Black looking for their first run of the game here. And they've had a lot of strikeouts here, and that was the same thing with Connecticut Orange, and obviously it's all part of Baseball U Connecticut, so a certain bit of similarity with the hitting philosophies, one would assume, even with slightly different coaches. Here is Kevin Catragata, and a full cut for the third baseman, who shoots it backwards foul. 0-1. It's 4-0. Baseball U Philly leads Connecticut Black. We are in the bottom of the 5th in game 3 out of 5. And we began at 8 a.m., which is a first for me, except for yesterday. Yesterday was the true first. This is both days combined. Catragata taking a fastball that missed.
This is also the earliest start for me I've ever done.
Here comes the 1-1. That missed.
And I said it earlier. I intentionally schedule my classes or classes that I know will be difficult after 11 a.m. because that's the sweet spot for my brain. I can work.
That's a smart strategy.
I can work till 2, 3 a.m. in terms of getting stuff done and be efficient. I just cannot do it on the flip side of the morning. That's just not how I work.
Playing morning baseball, then broadcasting live sports at 8 a.m. I'm here to tell you, it's weird. It's 2-2 to Kevin Catragata, and there's a big cut and a miss, and Tooley put it right there on the outside corner with a good pitch, and that's back-to-back strikeouts for number 24, Jimmy Tooley out of Hatboro Horsham High. He's a senior and a 6-foot-tall lefty.
So they have 9 of the 14 outs so far have been strikeouts by
I got 9 strikeouts. Yeah,
the UPA Philly.
5 for Fang and 4 for Tooley.
Crazy.
And Connecticut Orange had 12 strikeouts for their batters yesterday, and they were going down quite a bit on K's in their game earlier today. That pitch missed a ball to Michael Coyne, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike to Michael Coyne at a Fairfield Prep. Tooley with those tall orange socks out of the stretch for the tall, skinny left-hander here, and his 1-1 missed a little away. 2-1.
Coyne had a single in his first AB.
And Coyne has played in all 4 games. They bounced him back and forth between Connecticut Orange and Connecticut Black, so he's playing for both of the teams and getting more reps and consequently more looks by the college coaches who are here this weekend. And he swung and missed on that last one, 2-2.
That group is firmly in place for this game.
Oh, cut on and missed. And Jimmy Tooley strikes out the side and has 5 strikeouts in 2 innings after Callan Fang had 5 strikeouts in 3 innings. So fairly consistently around 77 or so for Jimmy Tooley. 3 straight strikeouts. And here we are through 5. And it is a 4-0 lead for Baseball U Philly over Baseball U Connecticut Black here on BFA Live Sports. Matt Vavona is way ahead of a changeup here. And we're in the 6th. And I beg your pardon. Let me get this right. Alex Martin way ahead of a changeup. And here's a ground ball to third, and that is a good, strong throw across for the out on Alex Martin. And one gone in the 6th inning. So this is still Cavini, correct?
I would assume so.
Yes. And this is John Pinciotti on an RBI double to left in the 4th and an RBI sac fly in the 1st. So he has 2 RBIs. And Callan Fang has the 2 other RBIs on his absolute shot of a 2-run homer to right. Just our 2nd home run of this showcase event. 0-1 after that foul ball by Pinciotti. And he grounds it to short and circling around and throwing off of 1 foot. Boy, that's a nice play to get it across like that. I think that's a pretty sharp play. That's Pierce Cowles, right? Number 10 at shortstop. And I like that play. The way that he circled around that ball and got his momentum going the correct way.
It's impressive if you're able to pull that one off, especially at this age. That's a unique ability.
Matthew Edwards takes a ball outside from Cavini. 1 ball and no strikes to Edwards. Matt Edwards is 0 for 2. He struck out in the 1st and flied out in the 4th and takes outside ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes. With 2 outs and nobody on. And there's big Callan Fang waiting on deck. Big swing and a miss. And a good fastball from Andrew Cavini with a little bit of movement on it. You know, kind of a little rise tail at the end of that.
And we're just a little bit behind that one.
2-1 pitch. And that missed high. 3 balls and 1 strike.
He really takes a big step in to get going. That stance is open, and then he takes a real step towards that ball.
And that missed high and away for ball 4, and so we reset the count to 2-1, and we have all fastballs from here on. We're in the 6th, and it's 4-0 for Philly over Connecticut. And 2 more games after this one. Had the sun kind of behind us, then over us, and then it's back behind us to the other way now. Fouled away. And a full count to Edwards. We are scheduled for our next game at 2:30. Sometimes that's flexible by a couple of minutes before or after. But the next game is the Taconic Rangers against the other BU Philly team, BU Philly Lindsay coached. Edwards, a swing and a miss, a strikeout, and down goes Matt Edwards. Andrew Cavini put him away in order here in the 6th. We're in the middle of the 6th inning here in Game 3 of our quintuple header fall baseball showcase today for 11 college coaches with 9 teams playing a combined 10 games. It's Baseball U Philly 4, Connecticut Black nothing on BFA Live Sports. Well, you can see on the graphic there between innings, it's Alex Martin from Pennsbury High School, who is coming in as the third pitcher of the game for Philly Torresani. And then we have the other Baseball U Philly team, Philly Lindsay, coming up in the next game. Jimmy Tooley had 5 strikeouts in 2 innings after Callan Fang had 5 strikeouts in 3 innings. I'm no mathematician, but I'm pretty sure that adds up to 10 strikeouts of Connecticut batters from the 2 Philly pitchers as Vivona takes a ball from Alex Martin, number 60.
I haven't taken a math class since high school, but I
Yeah.
believe I agree with you.
And there's a ball that missed. Alex Martin out of Pennsbury High School. He's a senior and a 6-foot-tall right-hander who plays some middle infield and shortstop primarily. That 1-1 is missing on a breaking ball inside on Vivona. 2 balls and 1 strike to the righty batting left fielder, Matt Vivona. Reached on a fielder's choice. There's a foul tip, 2-2. And a couple batters later, eventually, he thought the inning was over. He rudely learned that he was wrong, and he was stuck, hung out to dry in a rundown, a fairly lengthy rundown, between third and home. He bounced it off the wood bat there to short. He might have even broken his bat. And it's fielded out there at shortstop. They throw him out. Sounded like it might have.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah, they're taking. Yep. Yeah,
That's a broken bat.
Yeah, I can recognize a broken bat sound when I hear it, for sure. They just tested it. It didn't shatter in 2, but there's definitely a crack in there. So Vivona loses on the at-bat, and he loses a bat as well. And now Christian Smith, 0 for 1 with a strike. Fired in there by Alex Martin on a fastball. Smith struck out swinging in the 3rd, and so he is 0 for 1 in this game.
And you can feel the sting on the hands of that breaking that bat. Just in this cold weather right now, you're not used to it. Oh.
Well, we had a kid yesterday, and I mean, we had 5 games, so I couldn't tell you when or who, but he broke his bat, and it sounded like it to both of us, and he didn't know it. He didn't think it, and I'm looking at Chris, and we both think it's broken. He didn't feel it. Here's a high fly. It is belted out to right center. It's off the top of the fence. It gets away from the center fielder a little. Christian Smith is in at second with a stand-up double. And, hey, listen to his teammates there. They're here rallying for each other. They're just trying to get on the board. They're down 4-0. They have 2 innings to go, and they want to put together as big a rally as they can amongst their 6 batters that they get. So a double to right center is belted off the fence by Christian Smith.
Just a good piece of hitting, just taking the ball where it is, working that towards the right center gap. Find yourself on second base. He's any other fence.
Yeah.
And he's got himself over.
Yeah, maybe. I was kind of thinking that possibility too. Maybe. Matt Spenner looking at a strike. And now a ground ball smash through short and third. Base hit single to left. Smith up to third. Hey, Connecticut Black threatened in the 4th. They had him loaded. Their base running failed them a little bit, but they had a 2-out threat in the 4th inning as well. So Spenner singles, and they put him at 1st and 3rd with 1 out here in the 6th and some energy from the Connecticut Black dugout. They want to get it going here. And this should be Ben Chirico, and it is. That pitch is low and in, ball 1. So anyway, the batter yesterday, he broke his bat. It sounded like it. He didn't think so. He was ready to step back in there. To everyone else, it sounded like it was broken. They finally convinced him to test it, and yeah, it was shattered inside. And I don't know how he didn't feel it. That's what surprised me, because normally you feel it in your hands. You know. But there's the 1% of the time, I guess, where it hit the right spot and didn't really feel too terrible in the hands. All right, so a lot of times you think you feel it in the hands and you test it and, no, okay, I guess it's okay. Thought I felt something.
I felt that way more often than I didn't feel it and it was broken.
I mean, you can get that if you hit it off the end of the stick and it gets a little vibration there. Check swing, fastball high from Alex Martin. 2 balls, no strikes. 1st and 3rd for Connecticut Black. Let's see here. 2, 3, 4. They got 6 hits, so they're hitting the ball okay. Low and away, ball 3. 3 balls, no strikes. So Connecticut, no runs on 6 hits, no errors. Philly, 4 runs on 7 hits. I think we've had no errors this game. There goes the runner on sort of a delayed steal. He's going to take it without a throw. They're not going to worry about him. It's a stolen base. And now where are we on Chirico? 3-0. Big cut and a foul tip, kind of off the end of the stick there. I mean, he's got the metal bat. We had the wood bat broken. I mean, obviously the metal bat, you can drive it more, but here it's about showcasing your talents as well. And so some of the kids are going with the wood bat, which is a little bit of a handicap for them, but if they end up hitting it well with the wood bat, then it looks impressive. Here's a grounder out to third, and their only chance is to try to get the out at second. He caught it in the air. I beg your pardon. That was a looping liner.
Yes.
That's why he threw to second. I thought, why is he not throwing to first? But he caught it in the air and then tried to get the double play at second. That wasn't happening. So a line out to third for the second out of the inning.
Good job, Pinciai there. Catch that in the air, recognizing the runner on second a little bit off.
And here is, let's see, Finn Popkin, number 91. And takes in the dirt. Good block in front to keep those runners at their stations. 1 ball, no strikes to Finn Popkin. With runners at second and third, Spenner and Smith. Alex Martin pitches. And he left it high for ball 2. 2-0.
And I get this isn't competitive necessarily, but 2 on, 2 out. You got to be feeling the juices flowing a bit to knock these guys in.
There's a belt buckle high fastball strike outside corner 2-1. Well, I guarantee you if he delivers to drive in 2 right here with 2 outs, those kids over there to our right in the first base dugout are going to be making a lot of noise. They're already pumped just for the threat. Check swing high, ball 3. They're pumped just because he took ball 3, had a good eye. I mean, you got some voices, got some teamwork going on. 3 balls, 1 strike. Martin and him in a little jam himself. Check swing, foul tip. Got the ump there, too. Yeah, walk it off. Full count. It's another walk it off.
Yeah, he's taking a beating in this last hour or so.
It was worse on him yesterday. I'm pretty sure. Martin, I don't even know if he has socks. Those pants are about to cover up his shoes.
Yeah.
Compared with the other kid with the red socks up to his knees. Different fashion statements here. Check swing. That pitch misses low, ball 4, so he reset the count, and that's another good block in front to keep the runners from going anywhere. Who's our catcher right now?
I believe that's number 8, so Lemon Jelly.
Okay. Well, I like that. Good work behind the dish by Lemon Jelly. That pitch missed high for another ball.
I can't get over how cool his name is.
It is a very cool. We have some cool names here. I mean, 9 teams are going to get some good names. All right, so now you're back to a 3-2 count, strike 3. Fastball at the knees, outside corner, and he gets that call, and Alex Martin strikes him out. Finn Popkin goes down looking. And another threat for Connecticut Black. They left him loaded in the 4th. Here in the 6th, they leave him at 2nd and 3rd. So they've had a ton of runners on base. A couple others have been thrown out on the bases, including between 3rd and home. But nobody's touched the plate. No runs on 2 hits, and 2 runners are left on base. We are at the end of 6, and it is Baseball U Philly 4, Connecticut Black nothing on BFA Live Sports. New pitcher for Connecticut Black will be Max Foster. And he steps in here for the 7th inning, and he's going to be going up against Callan Fang, who shined at the 2018 All-Star Game in the run, hit, and field competition. Or the pitch, hit, and run, I beg your pardon. 2 years ago. I can believe he could win competitions like that 2 years ago. And he takes a ball, does Fang. He had a 2-run homer in the 4th, and as a pitcher today, he had 5 strikeouts in 3 innings. So this kid's looking very good, and he's swinging for another, too, against Max Foster. And he came up empty, and it's 1-1.
This is kind of a throwing Max Foster out there being like, best of luck, here you go, prove yourself real quick. With the
Pennsbury high product, cut and a miss. And it was 0-2 actually. I said 1-1. So he strikes out swinging, not nearly as exciting as his home run. I have had the count wrong a couple times, or more than that, but I had his home run as being on a 3-0 count in the 4th. But in this type of showcase event, go ahead and take your licks 3-0 and see what you can do. Jimmy Tooley is looking at a strike from Max Foster. No balls and 1 strike. Tooley, we had pitching earlier in this game. And Max Foster, number 68, out of Bethel High, Connecticut. And 6'1", missed with that pitch. Working quickly here, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a little flare and a shallow left. Yeah, that'll fall. Base hit single for Jimmy Tooley. And he has a base knock after he'd been 0 for 2 beforehand. 4-0 Philly, and we're in the 7th for Baseball U Philly Torresani. 4 runs on 8 hits and no errors. Baseball U Connecticut Black, no runs on 6 hits, 7 hits, and no errors. So they have almost as many hits, but it's a 4-0 game. Throw to first, looking at Tooley. Look over there. And now Blake Silber looking at a fastball inside for Max Foster for ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes to Silber, who grounded out to second in the 2nd inning. And he struck out swinging in the 4th against Andrew Castellucci. Another look over there. Fairly quick move from Foster, I think.
I think if I'm doing my math correctly, in this game alone, we've had more hits than the first 2 games combined.
Yeah, definitely. Silber fouled that one off his foot. That's a little hot foot. He's going to walk that off and probably bruised it a little bit there. 1 ball, 1 strike here in the 7th inning, and we're kind of ahead of schedule a little bit. Next game is at 2:30, or scheduled for 2:30. That pitch missed. It's 2 balls and 1 strike now. 2:30 for the Taconic Rangers under 18s against the BU Philly Lindsay coach squad under 18s. That's our plan anyway. Little bouncer foul to Silber, 2-2. You have 7 innings or 2 hours max. We haven't had a game that's run short of 7 innings. We've gotten them all in within the 2 hours, and part of that is, well, we've had a lot of good pitching and decent defense, and sometimes not a whole lot of hitting. But also the 6-batter rule, which we haven't even had to get to. There's a swing and a miss on a change. It bounced in there. And so the catcher's Christian Smith, I believe, and he's going to throw out Blake Silber for the strikeout, and then 2-3 on the out at first. Yeah, that's Christian Smith back there. 2 outs for Joe Limongelli. A couple singles today for Limongelli, after he had 3 strikeouts in 3 at-bats yesterday. So you want to talk about redemption, and, you take your second opportunity, and 2 for 2 is a whole lot better than 3 capital Ks, and he looks at ball 1. Couple of singles to left field pulled out there for the very open stance of Limongelli. That ball got past the catcher, Smith, glanced off of his glove, and I think that's a passed ball here for Tooley to advance to second base. 2 balls, no strikes to Joe Limongelli. We're in the 7th and last inning here, with Connecticut Black trailing 4-0 despite a couple pretty good threats. But the Philly pitchers work out of it, and Connecticut can't come through with the big hit at the right time. Limongelli taking a strike. It's 2-1. Max Foster out of the stretch. Lehman Jelly fouls it back, got under it, and tipped it back to the screen. And it's 2-2.
I am leaving this pitch outside. Lehman Jelly has proven that he can really pull the ball and make solid contacts.
He wants
on
to
that
pull.
Inner half of the plate. Leave him something outside. See if he could take it the other way.
Foster throwing in the low, almost mid-80s here. And there's a ball.
He went exactly the opposite of where I told him.
Well, hey, the double reverse psychology.
Yeah.
Right? It's a big game of rock, paper, scissors, practically. 3 balls and 2 strikes, and they're looking at the runner at second. Now he pours plateward, breaking ball. He bent it in there. Lehman Jelly knew it. He actually sprinted out of there before it was even called a strike. He knew. He wasn't going to wait and hope. He knew he was done. He got fooled on the change, and you know a change might be coming, but a 3-2 change, he goes down.
If I knew Foster could pull that out of his bag of tricks, I would have just adjusted that off the top.
There you go. Yeah, you don't know what he's got. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left on base. Last chance for Connecticut Black. They are trailing 4-0. Bottom of the 7th, forthcoming on BFA Live Sports.
Somebody give me a glove, I'll do it.
Along with Ray Dunn, this is Bob Rotrug with you on BFA Live Sports, our exclusive coverage of the Baseball U Fall Showcase event from Schatz Stadium in Dunmore, Pennsylvania. 9 teams, 10 games over 2 days, and coaches from 11 colleges, and they're all looking for talent. Here is Alex Martin, his second inning of work, to Pierce Cowles, who ducks out of the way of ball 1.
Coaches have come to the right place. We've got some quality showcase today.
There's ball 2. We can hear the dings of the metal bats in the background. The teams for the next game get to warm up in the batting cages, so they get a few hacks. They can get there for 40 minutes to an hour before the game and kind of trade off. That one bent in, and now the next pitch from Alex Martin. That missed a little low and away. That was the 3-0 pitch that missed, so now we have the reset from ball 4 to 2-0, and it's all fastballs from here, and he missed low and in there again. Connecticut Black trailing 4-0 here in the 7th inning. They had him loaded in the 4th, but with 2 outs. They had him at 2nd and 3rd in the 6th with 1 out. It was a looping liner for one of the outs. There's ball 4, which is really ball 6. So Alex Martin couldn't find the strike zone there. Pierce Cowles is aboard. In order for Connecticut Black to officially come back, and again, it's a showcase event, so we do keep score, but it isn't critical. It's not a win-loss record per se. But in order for them to come back, they would have to score their 4 runs within 6 batters, which is the maximum. So that's a rule for this showcase event, and it's a common rule. It's not just for this one. Heitzman fouled it back 0-1.
Yeah, you're looking at a near perfect inning for them to do it. But hey, why not?
If the 5th batter gets on and they've put in 3, then you need a double or home run or something from the sixth guy to get there. Heitzman swing and a miss, 0-2. You don't have a whole lot of room to mess around.
No.
When you're down 4 and you only get 6 batters. But they have one base runner aboard, and so that's how they start. John Heitzman has a pair of singles today. And they've got a bunch of hits. They have 7 hits. Throw over there to check on the runner Cowles. I mean, is he really going to be running in a 4-0 game? I mean, who knows, because it's a showcase event, right? And they are actually guarding him over there and treating it like a regular situation as opposed to a 4-run game in the last inning where strategy would normally change. That high and away fastball, Heitzman goes chasing and he ends up striking out. He is victimized and out for the first time today. Finishes today 2 for 3 and finishes the weekend 2 for 5. He had a walk and a run scored yesterday, and he also reached on an error. Myco Cardona, and a high fly left field foul.
Hello, everyone, and welcome into Game 4 of 5 from Dunmore, Pennsylvania. This is the Baseball U Fall Showcase. We got the Tacoma Rangers taking on the Baseball U Pennsylvania Philly Lindsay team. And that's Philly leading it off here, the away team batting. And the first batter is Matt Benner. And on the mound is Dylan Joseph, 2021 right-handed pitcher from John J. Fishkill. 1-1 count to Banner now. Been with us throughout the day. You've caught 3 great games. We've seen a lot of good pitching today. The bat's starting to warm up as the weather has. Banner fouls this one back, 1-2.
That got him. Again. I feel for this umpire. I really do.
Umpire certainly taking a beating the last 2 days.
Okay, so Dylan Joseph, and he's not even on the roster, so he's kind of a new player that didn't appear. We had to run over there to the coach, and that's Robert Fletcher, and ask, okay, 34, who's that? Okay, Dylan Joseph out of Hopewell Junction, New York, and John J. East Fishkill High.
Nothing like a little pregame fun for us.
Well, this perfect game has him as on the Taconic Rangers, so he just wasn't on the roster. But he has been. It's not like they just picked him up yesterday. Yeah. And he's 17 years old, and he's a senior. And tops out at 83 miles an hour in the fastball on his last scouting report on perfect game for Dylan Joseph.
Well, here you got a chance. Got 2 strikes on Benner. That ball is outside.
Yeah, that's Adam Agresti behind the plate. And he tried to frame that on the corner. He didn't quite get it, but he made it close enough. He almost got it.
And now the 2-2 pitch. Ground ball foul. So Benner working it well. Fouling him off, keeping himself alive.
Taconic comes out here, and they wear these kind of Dodgers-like looking uniforms where they have the Texas Rangers font on the cap for the Taconic. I think it's a terrific look. They lost yesterday in one of the games that Baseball U New Jersey won, and Taconic had 7 hits, but they lost 3-1. Took some good defense to get them out, too. It was a pretty good game.
7 hits sounds like a dream to me. I think.
Yeah, that's what. Well, I mean, they've been kind of hard to come by, right? And with all the good pitching and hitting that we've had throughout the course of this fall showcase event.
This one skied on the right side of the field. Second baseman trying to get under it, and he
caught it.
Makes the catch. So it's blind.
I saw that one. Normally you're seeing it when I can't, but this one I saw it, and your view was obstructed a little.
So 1 away, and that brings up Eric Chandler, middle infielder for Philly.
All right, so Baseball U with Coach Kyle Lindsay, and that was our first game yesterday. We saw him at 8 a.m. yesterday, bright and early, and they defeated PA Scranton, led by Coach Guy, 3-1 yesterday, and they had 10 hits.
There you go. Oh, we got 2 teams that can hit the ball.
Yes.
Chandler from LaSalle College High School. Stands 5'9", 170. Also a senior, 2021. From the stretch. That one's inside.
Good looking fastball there. A 6' 1" tall right-hander for this senior.
He's behind the count 2-1.
Little meat to him. He's not quite as rail thin as a couple of the other kids that we've seen, so little muscle there.
This one ripped foul.
Chandler yesterday, in game 1 out of our 10 total, he had a couple doubles, and he blasted both of them to right. I'm pretty sure that one of them was off the fence in right and barely fair, and the other one he kept fair, maybe right on the line. They were both knocked out that way, the opposite way, but he got it pretty good on both of them. So let's see what he can do today. A couple more doubles, maybe. Who knows?
Yeah.
And primarily plays middle infield, and he's going to be playing on both sides of the second base bag today.
I would like to point out, just observation here, is this pitch is line foul. The coach cohort has decided that since the shade has taken over on the third base side, they have moved to the first base side.
That is a motley crew over there, all kicking back in the lawn chairs.
It looks like a great time. Looks like an absolutely fun time over there.
Well, it looks like they're camped out for 4th of July fireworks, and they should be getting some beers and just, that many people all sitting together in lawn chairs like that. Is the parade route coming this way? Is that why you guys are here? I mean, they came prepared. They all came with their lawn chairs, right? They know what the score is on these. They know what the deal is.
And they knew the time to move over. This will be, the 3-2 pitch. Forgetting that we reset.
He took ball 4, right? Yeah, and we reset the count.
I thought I'd missed a reset there.
That happened a dozen times yesterday, I bet. That's the first time that happened today. And maybe not a dozen, but 5, 6,
You
7
feel
times.
like you've earned the
something.
base by keeping the eye on it. Now 2-2. Ground ball foul.
So
Not making it easy on Joseph earlier.
Kyle Lindsay, who's down there in the third base box for Baseball U Philly, he's a guy that previously played at Misericordia just a few years ago. They're all young to me, but he wasn't long
This
ago. He
one.
was a player.
Hit to left, and left fielder able to slide over just a few steps.
Lindsay is also an assistant baseball coach at Arcadia, and he's doing some scouting for his own program, not just from this team, but from the other teams as well. And this is an opportunity for, coaches and players to mingle a little bit. Well, hey, how you doing? And what are your prospects?
Yes.
And, kind of get to know you a little bit. And, yeah, we might be interested. Let's talk.
This first pitch fouled all the way back. But, yes, this is a nice little, hey, so baseball, the next level. What do you know? What do I know?
What do you think? And who's have you talked with others?
Yeah. What can I do for you?
Well, there's a lot of that. So it's a showcase, but it's also a little networking, a little chatter.
Yes, many of us network with ties on. These guys are networking with baseball pants on.
Right.
Works for everyone. 1-1 on the way from Joseph. Foul back again.
And it goes both ways. The players are looking to get college opportunities to parlay their baseball talents into scholarships and educations. These coaches are looking for talent so they can have a winning program.
Yeah.
Right? They're all hungry. And it's all of them. They're all after the same guys, right?
Yes. Yes, that's why they're all friendly down there down the line. But as this one's skied to left, and it's going to drop in there. No one able to get to it. And now running towards second. Heads up play right there. Whitlinger able to get himself a double on a bloop hit into left field.
Yeah, I thought the left fielder had a chance to get to that. That was Phil Mashia who was running in, but it was hit high enough, you thought, right?
Right.
But it was a long run and kind of one of those in no man's land. So you'll take it. You got a little bloop double to shallow left.
If you've been listening to me all day, you've heard me say the word communication way too many times, but
I wonder if that
fall
was
back on that.
was part of it there. The third baseman and shortstop couldn't really get there, I don't think.
Yeah, that's when you got to tell them to get out of the way and just start come running in hard as left fielders. The runner is off, and this one is hit to left field, and that will wrap up the inning. So they do get one on, a double from Whitlinger, so one hit, but they do not get one across. We head to the bottom of the first inning, all knotted up at 0. Welcome back, bottom of the first inning. Bob Roadtruck with me. I'm Ray Dunn. The Tacoma Rangers coming to bat here. Colin Williams on the mound for the BUPA Philly team.
Yeah, he's already a commit for Radford University. Virginia. I'm pretty sure that's correct. And out of Council Rock North High School as a senior.
And we got Sean Camacho up to start, and then shows bunt, but takes it.
Yeah, we're picking up their lineup as we go
Yes.
for Taconic.
Camacho, 2022, plays the outfield from Ketchum High School. And he grounds this one to first. Fielded cleanly, walk on
That's
over
close.
to
They
first.
got him. Yeah. Camacho can book it. He went 0 for 3 yesterday, and now he's 0 for 4, and he's their leadoff guy, so we might have a similar lineup, and I take it back. So Brendan Tulo will be the next batter.
Benjamin Tulo to bat, middle infielder.
Benjamin, yes, okay.
Year 2022, also Ketchum, so you got same year, same school as the leadoff man Camacho. And this one, low and in.
He had a couple ground outs yesterday. He went 0 for 2 in Taconic's 3-1 loss against Baseball U New Jersey, who is the team that has taken the trophy that we don't
Yes.
have, but they've gone 4-0. They were terrific.
Common theme for them. Anyone who played New Jersey going home a little empty-handed afterwards. That's in there for a strike.
That's a good pitch from Colin Williams. He brings pretty good velocity for a 6-foot left-hander. This is why he's on his way to college. He's throwing in the mid-80s already here in this game.
Wines kicks that one in the dirt.
So let me see. They have 4 players just on the Philly Lindsay team that have already committed to different colleges, including this left-handed pitcher, Colin Williams.
Ground ball to second, fielded cleanly. The throw to first in time, and there are 2 away. Good job over there at second base. That would be number 10. That's Kyle Kruppa. 4-3 on the putout, and now
We're
to
seeing
bat,
who's coming up here, right?
number 23. That's
Yeah, okay, that's Kyle Kremen. Yeah.
First pitch to him, and therefore strike. Kremen, a senior, 2021, right-handed pitcher and a third baseman from Kennedy Catholic. Quite a few guys from Kennedy Catholic on this squad. And the 0-1 pitch to him, low and away, 1-1. That one's on the outside corner, 1-2.
Trying to look up Colin Williams and some of his stats, but as one might assume, there's more than one Colin Williams out there. I like the guys who have the names that are more unique, because then they're going to be the first one that shows up on Google.
Just watching Colin Williams. It's interesting to see different timing he's got to the plate. This one, a ground ball to first. Williams got to hustle to get over there. Does he get there in time?
Yeah, he did.
Yes, he does.
Ooh, he didn't get a good jump, but he made it work.
Number 3 on that one. So both teams failed to score in the first inning. 1-2-3 goes the Rangers. We head to the second here on BFA Live Sports. Top of the second inning here. Short Stadium in Dunmore, Pennsylvania. The Baseball U Fall Showcase. We're on Game 4. Game 5 will be up right after this. As Dylan Joseph fires away at the first pitch of the inning, that's inside for a ball. RJ Agris up to bat. Corner infielder, and he grounds this one down line. Athletic move there by the coach.
He drilled that. I mean, he got ahead of it. And Prep Baseball Report, PBR as it's known in the biz, they got him at an 88 exit velo on one of his swings on an earlier scouting look. That's pretty good
That is
for
really good.
for that age. Yeah, that's dandy.
Would not want to be on the other side of one of his line drives. That's in there for a strike. 1-2. It's from North Penn High School. This one foul back. High school of all my roommates. So much so at this point that when people ask where I went to high school, sometimes I just answer North Penn.
Sure, why
Easier.
not?
And the 1-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. First strikeout for Joseph. And now Tony Rossi comes to bat. Another corner infielder.
That strikeout sounded loud, didn't it? I mean, that popped the glove pretty good. Well, it was a breaking ball, though.
Ground ball to shortstop. Fielded cleanly. Fires across the diamond in time. There's 2 away.
Very quickly. So that was J.J. O'Neill, correct?
Yes, J.J. O'Neill coming to bat. Outfielder from Downingtown East High School.
This is O'Neill. I missed somebody between Agris and
that was Tony
O'Neill.
Rossi that just
That was
grounded
Rossi
out
that
to
batted.
shortstop.
Okay.
O'Neill committed to Eastern University. And also a senior, so class of 2021 down Downingtown East. This is my neck of the woods here. These high schools. This
Sure,
team
of course.
is from my area. This one, low and away. A 2-0 now to O'Neill. Joseph from the stretch, kicks, fires. That one is also low, 3-0.
He steps out and catches his breath here, just resetting himself some.
Well, he's 1 ball away from the reset. And he will get it, so now 2-0. Makes me question if we could begin saying the phrase, counts 4-0, counts 5-0.
Yeah, seriously. More or less, it's almost what it is.
This one, ground ball. I think that caught him as it went down the third base line. 2-1.
O'Neill had an infield single yesterday. He also hit one hard that turned into a line-out double play to the shortstop. Just bad luck on that one in our morning game. These guys played at 8 a.m. yesterday.
They've had some considerable time off.
Yes, exactly. They play in Game 1, and they play again in Game 9.
Yes, explore the town a little bit. Get to know the Scranton area. One has to question maybe they even went home. Ground ball down the third base line and foul. Most of these people about 2 hours-ish from the area. Again, I know because of the commute this morning.
Yeah, a lot of carpooling to get up here and a lot of dedication to just show up and get to play other teams other than themselves. And a lot of these teams have played each other before.
So line drive to right field. That one should be in for a base hit, and it is. You never know with how shallow that right field is, but O'Neill hustling down the line the whole way gets himself a base hit. So now Zach Zielinski, the outfielder, coming to bat from a Great Valley High School, standing at 6 foot tall, 175 pounds. He's also a senior. So a 2-out base runner, and this one's lined into the left center field gap. O'Neal going around second. That one just keeps on rolling. O'Neal coming around third. He's being waved home. He will score. And it's a Zielinski double that brings home a run for Philly. It is 1-0.
Nice piece of hitting by Zielinski, and he goes the other way, and he just lifts that right over the shortstop. And on this turf, it's going to keep on bouncing all the way to the wall. Zielinski had a hit yesterday, so now he's 2 for 4 on this weekend showcase.
Tack on the RBI for him. Kyle Kruppa coming up to bat. And he takes this one into left field, but it is caught. And that will retire the side. So a little 2-out rally. 2 hits in this inning and a run for Philly. They lead 1-0 as we head to the bottom of the second inning here on BFA Sports. Welcome back, bottom of the second inning. BUPA Philly taking a 1-0 lead in the top half. Now returning to the mound is Colin Williams for them. First pitch here is outside. Adam Agresti coming up for the Rangers.
Oh, this is Agresti, yeah.
20.
Mazzata's batting this inning too, or at least he had a bat, but Agresti's up right now.
I've just been very excited. Been the first one out of the dugout to get ready to hit.
Yes.
And this one's fouled. Out of play.
So Agresti's their catcher. And, we're looking at Colin Williams here on the mound, and he's on his way to Radford University. That's in Radford, Virginia. I knew it was a Virginia team. That's a D1 program, too.
I believed you.
Yeah. I mean, that's a D1 program, and he's already a commit there. And you can see why. I mean, he's throwing low to mid-80s. And he's got good stuff, and it looks to me, and we've said this about a few guys, but he knows how to pitch. Mm-hmm. Some other guys, I don't know if they really get it yet, right. But some guys, you just look at them and they look like they get it.
Now he kicks and fires. In and out of the glove. 2-2 count. Agresti gonna dig back in. 2023, Kennedy Catholic High School. He's got a couple years. Pitch, high and away.
Dropped his arm slot a little bit on that one, didn't he? Yeah, kind of snapped it up.
And what we would typically refer to in normal baseball settings as the payoff pitch, but this really could just result in
it's not really a payoff.
And so we will reset the count 2-2. Gresty battling. This one, good piece of hitting. It is caught in center field. Hit that one hard and far, but right where they were playing him, so good work out
Yeah,
there
that was
by
good.
the outfield.
That's good contact for Agresti, and I kind of like his rhythm on his swing, kind of a slightly open stance, and he's ready to drive the ball. Went the opposite way with that pitch from Colin Williams, which was an 85-mile-an-hour fastball. That's why it's a smidge behind, because Colin Williams can bring it. Calvin Diamond here.
A break right there. Baseball no longer able to be used after it was hit so hard. Now Calvin Diamond, as you said, to the plate. Takes first pitch, first strike. Diamond, class of 2022, right-handed pitcher and a first baseman. He also is from Candy Catholic. Sets a pattern. This one's away.
Yeah, kind of sailed on him there. I mean, the scouting report on Colin Williams had him at around 82, 84. Today we've got him 84, 85. So he's gaining velocity.
Somebody's been lifting over quarantine.
Yeah, maybe. That's true.
1-2.
I mean, it's got a little movement to it.
Yeah.
It's some good stuff here for this future Radford University pitcher.
Radford fans, Radford coaches watching right now. You might be licking your chops a little bit.
There's a good chance somebody from Radford is.
And foul tip caught. He is retired. First strikeout for Williams.
I mean, these college coaches, they've got their commits all over the place, right? So watching on broadcasts like this, they're not always broadcast a showcase event. So when it is, and it's one of your kids, and they end up knowing that it's going to be a broadcast, you better believe that they're going to watch it, or maybe on replay, to see how he looks, and then get excited because Colin Williams looks pretty darn good to me.
Yeah. As long as they're not watching it on mute. That ball is away.
Yeah, this is Nicholas Mazzata.
2 outs as Williams retired all 5 he's seen so far. Mazzata coming to the dish. Another class of 2022 guy, and like many of his teammates, Candy Catholic, 7 of them on this roster. Swings and misses at that pitch.
I mean, he couldn't catch up to it.
No.
I mean, this is some serious gas from this, and he's a lefty too.
Kicks, fires, in there for a strike.
And that had serious cut to it too. So he's got the fastball that blows with movement, and then he's got the hard breaking ball. Whew. Good repertoire. And he works it in and out.
2 strikes on Mazzata. That one's outside.
That was too far out.
Yeah. Hey, you can afford to miss out there. 2s across the board. 2 outs here in the second inning, and 2-2 the count. And I like just his timing again on the play. It seems to vary pitch to pitch. And swing and a miss. He struck him out. Back-to-back strikeouts there for Williams. He's retired all 6 that he's seen. That wraps up the second inning. 1-0 Philly as we head to the third here on BFA Live Sports. Top of the third, and we have a pitching change for the Rangers. Lewis Marinaro coming on to relieve Dylan Joseph. Joseph going 2 innings, with 3 hits, a strikeout, and allowed 1 run.
This is a young kid. He just turned 16, like less than a month ago, a few weeks ago. So he's one of the youngest players we've had here. I haven't looked up every single one of them, but I don't recall having seen too many 15-year-olds. Well, Adam Agresti, he's pretty young. Wow. It's amazing to me how young these kids are. Agresti is a February 2005 birthday, and this pitcher, Marinaro, August 26, 2004. He just turned 16.
Wow. Makes me think what I was doing at 16, not this.
I see 2005 birthdays, and I go, oh, my goodness, really?
Yeah. Justice Augusto up to bat. That one's low.
Well, Perfect Game website has his velocity topping out at 85 on his last scouting look, and he's already been throwing 84 here. So, similar to Colin Williams, he's a lefty that can bring the gas, and he's 16. He was practically 15. That's great.
So much room for growth for so many of these guys. Just looking at the frame he's got out there, he can grow.
At 16, yeah.
And the pitch in the dirt, bouncing away. Full count. Gusto in to take his hacks. And the pitch. Swing and miss. He struck him out.
And he blew that one past him, too. Some of the other strikeouts that we've had in some of the other games, a lot of that has been just outsmarting him and working it in and out. Here, this is just power it past him.
Yeah.
Here it is, try to hit it. And some of the batters are just behind, and they can't.
I mean, they have a certain amount of finesse to them, but when you have this type of power stuff, that's what you got to go with. Now, Colin Williams coming to bat. Maybe
pitcher versus pitcher here.
Yeah. See if he can get a taste of his own medicine.
That's kind of what I was thinking. Can he catch up to stuff that's not that different from his?
Marinaro kicks, fires, ground ball to second base. Fielded cleanly, throw to first. Takes him off
got
the
him.
bag,
Yeah.
but he got him. They're now 2 down in the inning. He's able to get the bat on it, which...
Yeah, we're back to the top. This is Matt Benner.
Matt Benner popped out to shortstop. Or excuse me, not shortstop, to second in his first AB. The first pitch to him, and there for a strike. Took something off it. Benner stepping out, taking time. And the pitch in there for a strike. Peppered him with a little off speed to start this AB.
Well, why not? Because you already got kids a little afraid of that fastball, so.
See if he goes back to it now. Up 0-2. And he does, but just.
He almost hit him in the toes there.
It in.
Yeah, that changeup that he had thrown on the previous pitch, or kind of a looping curve, that was 70. Then he's going to come back and follow that up with something 84,
Cause problems.
Yeah, that's a tough adjustment to make.
From the open stance, Benner steps and fouls this one back. I don't know where it went.
And by the way, this radar gun reading that we have on the video, that's a very cool thing.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
And something that the college coaches, like we've had coaches that have come up to us here, and, hey, how hard was he throwing? And that coaches in other places who are watching the live or replay of this game, they're looking at the velocity, and you can't tell. You can hear us say, oh, that's a good-looking fastball, but they want the numbers. They don't want to trust Bob Rotruck and what his opinion is. They want to see what is the number. Is it 82, 85? What is it? Now they've got it.
2-2 in there for a called third strike. 3 up, 3 down for Philly in the top of the first. A good job by Luis Marinaro coming in for the Rangers. They'll get a chance to bat trailing 1-0 in the bottom of the third. Bottom of the third inning is Bupa Philly leading 1-0. Rangers come to bat here. Number 22, Phil Macia leading off. The outfielder from Kennedy Catholic. Swings and misses at the first pitch, 0-1.
He was looking fastball, and then they pulled the string on him a little, right?
Yeah.
You know, you got a guy that's throwing 85. I mean, it's sort of we're kind of talking this to death, but it's the story of this game so far.
And the 0-1. Outside, 1-1.
Yeah, that first pitch was 72. I just caught the replay there. I mean, that's okay. I know you're going to look at my fastball. I'm going to try to fake you out here, get ahead of strike, and he did.
The 1-1. Taking something off of that one, too, but it misses, 2-1.
Yeah, that has a different kind of break to it, though. That's a little harder cut. So he's showing a couple of different breaking ball actions, you know, curve, cutter, change.
It's in there, 4 strikes, so the count now even out 2-2.
The future Radford Highlander. And I thought they were Big South Conference. I was pretty sure, and I looked it up and confirmed. That's some really good baseball. Yeah. I mean, you know, and at Radford University, or they have other sports, baseball. That's the program they're known for.
Right. Yep.
And that's a D1 program. So kudos to him.
And the 2-2. Low and away, 3-2. Yeah, that Radford program, their last full season of 2019, finished 30-27. It's just above 500.
How do you know this?
I do research in between innings.
Well, there you
too.
go. Good for you.
Someone out there thought for a second that I was just a huge closet Radford baseball fans. That we're going to get a count reset here. But, yeah, I snuck in my research in between innings.
Okay, good enough. Well, I think they've got a pretty decent-looking prospect here in their future left-handed pitcher. As promise, anyway.
Fouled back. That one hits the trees and rolls on down the hill. I really thought that one was going to be the one that gets the lighting pole behind us, but
yeah, it sure was in that area. It was close.
And the 2-2 once again. One hopper to shortstop. The throw's got to be quick. Got to be on target, and it is. One away here in the third. Solid play over there by number 26. That's Eric Chandler, the middle infielder from LaSalle.
All right, here's Bisaglia, Brendan Bisaglia, out of Arlington High School. He had a walk and a single yesterday, as well as a stolen base. So
Good
he's
weekend
officially
so
1
far.
for 1, yeah.
Takes that first pitch outside. Another class of 2023, which makes me feel ancient.
Seriously, wow.
Pitch. In there for a strike. Anytime I see someone who's graduating high school after I graduate college, it's not fun for me.
It only gets worse from here, I
know,
promise you.
I know. I say that, and I'm aware of the fact that time's just going to continue to happen, and people are going to continue to graduate from high school, but right now it's just a
This
new
kid is
phenomenon.
This kid is 15. 15 years and 8 months. I mean, we got some, you know, and their pitcher that we were talking about as well, Luis Marinero, is 16 and 0 months. Just turned 16. That's something. And so they might not get a college commitment out of it today.
Yeah, the looks certainly
But-
don't hurt.
Well, they're on the radars
Yes.
of 11 different coaches that are watching them here live, and you know, some other coaches that are going to end up seeing them ultimately on the videos of these broadcasts as well. I mean, if you're the Radford coach and you're watching your kid Colin Williams or one of the coaches there, you're going to be taking a look at Brendan Bisaglia, who's 15. I mean, there's a lot of college coaches that are looking for talent, sure, and they're not. Yep. Okay, now that maybe this is a guy we got to look at here.
As for Basaglia's current moment, he grounds this one back to the pitcher. Williams going to take care of it, and there is 2 away.
But yeah, as we've referenced on a few occasions here on this weekend, but I mean, we're on for 10 hours a day, so I think we can repeat topics. It's a little okay because who's listening to us the whole time?
If you are,
Yeah, well,
good
kudos
for you. Thank you. We appreciate it.
Yeah, for sure. 11 coaches here checking out these prospects at this college showcase event.
Once in there for a strike. Jonathan Link up to bat. Left-hander. Trinity Pauling, class of 2021.
This is Batke, 28.
Did I get that one wrong? That's my bad.
Yeah.
Nico Batke.
I got you. Nico Batke is batting. Batke is batting.
And I'm going to go schedule a appointment with the eye doctor after that one.
He had a single yesterday. He was 1 for 2.
Pitch outside.
And he's another John Jay's Fishkill kid. And so they have actually 3 of them on this team, along with their starting pitcher that we saw, Dylan Joseph.
John J. Fishkill and Kennedy Catholic. Those are the 2 from Ketchum. Yeah. Tipped into the glove. Good catch there. 2-2 now. Williams has retired 8 straight to start this game. I have to think this might be the last we see of him. As he fires this one, ground ball to second base. Fielded cleanly, the throw to first. He got him. 9 up, 9 down. A perfect 3 innings for Colin Williams, the Radford commit. He keeps it locked at 1-0. As BUPA Philly coming about in the top of the 4th when we're back on BFA Live Sports. Top of the fourth inning, getting underway here at Shaw Stadium in Dunmore, Pennsylvania. Coming to bat for BUPA Philly, Eric Chandler flew to left field in his first AB, and still on the mound for the Rangers, Luis Marinaro.
Yeah, Chandler is the one who had a couple of doubles the other way into the right field fence in their 8 a.m. Game yesterday.
Marinaro kicks and fires for the first pitch of the inning. That one's high, 1-0.
Two hard-throwing left-handers, and Marinaro, just 16 years old and 16 as of a couple of weeks ago. Boy, I like Colin Williams, and I like Marinaro as well. He's got to kind of find his way around learning to pitch, but he's got the velocity there, and boy, he's on his way too. Well, he's sailing it high. I mean, he can throw hard, but now he's got to bring it down.
Yep, finding that release point. A little bit of time on the bench, but that first inning of work for him. 2 strikeouts, and no hits allowed, so he'll take it, certainly. He's now down 2-0, though, to Chandler as he kicks and fires. That one's away, so Chandler not biting.
LaSalle College High School has produced a few baseball players. I've seen them bouncing around various college teams in the area.
LaSalle, very good sports in general for LaSalle down there. They do a pretty good job. That one's in there for a strike.
All of our coaches who are watching, and they're out there in the lawn chairs, and they began over on the third base side. That's where the sunshine was.
Yes.
Now they've moved over to the first. They're the warmest people here because they're just following the sun. I don't know if all 11 coaches are here today. I think we had some yesterday, some today, and some for both days.
That one's away. So reset 2-1. But yes, if
I already wrote my line in for a walk. That's where I am. We're on game number 9, and I still can't figure out. I still have the instincts.
To be fair,
ball 4 is a walk. Right. Ball 4 is a walk. I can't. That's what it's supposed to be.
Yes, this is hour 18 of baseball for you for the weekend, so we'll give you the pass.
I've done baseball doubleheaders before,
Yeah.
quintuple headers. That's something different entirely.
And the pitch in there for a call, 3rd strike.
Oh, he's going to call it no strike, no pitch.
No pitch.
Because it has to be a fastball. You got to remind him of the rules.
Yes,
After you do
there
the
you go.
reset, it has to be all fastballs.
Right there.
We had a little kind of grace period yesterday. One of the Connecticut kids didn't know that, and he threw a changeup, and okay, let him get away with it. We talked about it. But now, no pitch. We're not going to strike him out here when you didn't throw the fastball.
Fastball.
And now he
Gets
does strike
Chandler
out.
there,
Right.
but that was a heads-up play by him on seeing the breaking pitch and waiting to get his fastball, but strikeout nonetheless.
So to explain again, after we get to ball 4, we reset to 2 balls because we want to give batters a chance to hit and to show their abilities for the college coaches. And once you do the reset to 2 balls, the rule is we're going to do fastballs only. And so he didn't know that, or he forgot, and he threw a change or a curve. So that's why we had a no pitch there. Hey, it's got to be a fastball. Let him know.
Well, now with one away, it's Jake Whitlinger, who had the double in the first. He skies this one down the third base line. Good play of tracking that one down. Typically, that's not really the third baseman's ball, as he
left
that
fielder wasn't quite there, and he was calling for it. And I think that was 12. Sean Camacho is now playing at third. Is that Kremen, or because he was there at third
I believe
before?
that's still Kremen over.
Oh, it
there
is
at third.
Kremen. Okay. Well, anyway, that's a tough play. Okay, yeah. Camacho was coming in from left. That's where I saw the number 12. So, turns out as an okay play for Kremen, because I saw that, and I'm thinking the entire way that's going to be trouble. But he stayed with it and made a fairly long run going back to get to that.
No, it's absolutely a good play by him. Bucking the standards. It's Evan Holohan stepping to the plate. He flew out to left field his first time up. One's away. Holohan from Central High School. Listed at 5'11", 185. a senior. Pitch. High and away.
Boy, when Marinaro misses up, he misses up by a lot. And here comes the catcher. Is that still Agresti? And he's going to try to talk him down a little bit in a couple of different ways.
Yeah.
Right? He talk him into bringing the pitches down a little.
Holohan looking for something to hit. Picking his zone. And the pitch. This is foul and out of play.
You know, you think about it with release point and the arm, but a lot of times if you're missing up, you're not doing something right with your legs.
Yeah.
You know, your hips. You're not just finishing. You know, it can come down to footwork and your legs or your hips as much as your arm if you're missing up high and your shoulders.
That's what makes pitching an art form. You really have to be centered and perfect in it to do it well.
Okay, that's ball 4, so the reset here.
Back to 2-1 as Holohan steps on back in. Swing and a miss on that one, 2-2.
So, you know, after whatever, this catcher is not Agresti anymore. And whatever he said to him there, that helped him out. That got him kind of back on track here.
That's Rayón, number 8, Nick Rayón.
Okay, that's who it is. Yeah, you're right. Nick Rayón, number 8.
One's up and away, so 3-2. We'll get a true payoff pitch here because we've had the reset. Interesting, Holohan has a bit of a closed stance. Slightly.
We don't see too many of those, do we? A lot of open stances.
Not too much anymore. Across all levels of baseballs. He takes this one and bloops this one into left field. Let's see, that one's going to drop in for a base hit. He'll round first and head on back, but that's a base knock for Evan Holohan. With two
Sean
outs.
Camacho wanted to give it a go, and he realized he really didn't have a chance, so he just backed off and played it on the turf hop.
Overall, smart play on that one because you come sliding in for that one with the turf and the way that bounces and rolls, you could be in for some trouble. Now
So that's 1 run and 4 hits for Philly, and you know, Taconic at the plate has no base runners yet against Colin Williams. I think they'll be happy to get to the Philly bullpen now.
Yes. RJ Gris up to bat. A statement that echoes throughout all levels of baseball. Happy to get to the Philly bullpen.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, they are having some troubles.
Oh boy.
7.5 ERA or something for their bullpen. I mean,
Historically bad.
yes, that's incredible. I mean, you hear about the bullpen for whatever team is bad.
Right.
Phillies are officially historically bad on the ERA. It's incredible.
Yeah. The bullpen's usually.
Well, and now they've got all these injuries that are going on all over the place. You got a guy that injures himself putting on his pants. That's when you know your season's bad. You know, if one of your top pitchers, Zach Wheeler, one of your top pitchers hurts himself putting on his pants, something's going wrong with your team.
And there's a strike with a runner going. A great throw down there to second.
Yeah, I got him.
And they got.
Oh. And then they changed it, and he's
there we
safe.
go.
He signaled out at first, but he dropped the ball, so he stays alive. He'll get the stolen base barely.
Yes. Thank you to RJ and Chris who pointed that out, that he dropped it. That was the first person I heard.
And that's 1 and 2 now.
So 1 and 2 to him. Now he's got a runner in scoring position too. Marinaro steps off.
The ump had the out sign.
Yeah,
he was
did.
calling it out, and then he's kind of he'll change it to safe. Got it.
I mean, the throw had beaten. It was a great throw and great
right.
placement of the throw. Just holding that tag as tough as this one. Lifted in the air towards the coaches section, and that one
Look out,
bounces
guys.
out of play.
They didn't even flinch.
Yeah, I was going to say there was no concern, absolutely no concern by the coaches.
I would, be in the duck and cover position. I'd have, both arms over my head, and they're just looking at it, going, whatever.
It's a baseball. We've seen plenty of them.
It's a baseball thing. They don't flinch. They're,
And the pitch here is swing and a miss on a breaking pitch. Struck him out. 2 strikeouts in the inning as they strand the base runner on second. So 1 hit, no runs. We head to the bottom half of the 4th inning. Philly still up 1-0. Bottom of the fourth inning, getting away here. Got John Munzo up to bat.
Oh, they got another batter in their lineup. Okay, good. I thought we were at the top of the lineup.
Not
But
quite
no,
yet.
We'll go more than 9 batters, which teams are allowed to do. We've had as many as 14 batters in a lineup. Just get everybody their chances.
And this one is skied by Munzo, and a little confusion out there, right? But the catch is made, 1 away, and that gives us time to talk about Eric Kolb, the new pitcher.
Yeah, their new pitcher. After Colin Williams went 9 up and 9 down, now Munzo's fly out makes it 10 in a row. That Rangers batters have gone down. And so Eric Kolb comes in, a 6'4" left-hander out of Pennsbury High School. He's a 17-year-old senior, 170 pounds on his 6'4" frame officially.
Wow. Nick Ryan coming to bat.
Okay, here's Rayon, right.
So he's catching for the Rangers. He swings through an off-speed pitch. Back-to-back off-speed pitch to get him going. Oh,
Yeah, he's really looping those curves in there. Getting colder again, by the way, if you hadn't noticed.
Oh, yes, I have. Called. Strike 3, and the throw back to the pitcher hits right on the head.
Ow!
A little bit of pinball action there. He seems to be all right.
They're laughing about it, so I think everyone's okay. But come on, guys. Yeah, Sean Camacho's on deck, and now he's coming in, and he's got a big chuckle on that, and the catcher too.
To insult right there. Catch him looking, and then throw.
Is that
balls.
Is that still Hallahan catching?
That is.
Who did that?
I believe that's now 31. Hallahan, that is Hallahan.
Yeah.
Correct behind
So
the plate.
threw it off the batter's head, throwing it back to the pitcher. I don't know if I've ever seen that before.
I don't think I've ever seen that. Camacho now up to bat. Takes a called strike to start the AB. Camacho grounded to first, his first time up.
Nobody hurt on it, so, all's well that ends well.
Makes for a funny blooper. That curveball's in there for a strike. Sliding off the mound a bit. Kolb. 0-2. Getting ahead of hitters quickly. And the 0-2. Outside.
Dropped the arm angle a lot on that one, didn't he? Kind of frisbeed that on its way over.
And the 1-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. 3 up, 3 down. That's 12 up, 12 down for Philly through 4
He does have a
innings.
fastball. There it is.
There you go.
Okay.
It exists. We head to the 5th inning. Philly leading 1-0 here on BFA Live Sports. Tony Rossi to get things going here to start the 5th inning. BUPA Philly, the Lindsay team, holding a 1-0 advantage. The Taconic Rangers. For the Rangers, Marinaro stays on the mound. First pitch from him is low. 1-0. Rossi grounded to shortstop his first time up. Real open stance for him. Grounds this one to third. Going to be a tough play, firing across the diamond. He got him. What a throw across the diamond there. That's number 23, Kyle Kremen. All that big frame to get that ball across the diamond before Rossi could get the first base. One away, 5-3 on the putout for those of you scoring at home. And now J.J. O'Neill coming to bat. He singled and came around to score in the second.
Baseball U is up to officially 772 commitments as of a few days ago.
Wow.
And you know what? By the end of this week, with these coaches watching, you might be to 775 and a few more, right? I mean, and that includes Baseball U Philly, Baseball U New Jersey, all of them combined.
You would imagine after they go play in the Wood Bat Championships down in Fort Myers, perfect game.
Yeah, some of those kids too, right? When they're down there, everyone's watching that.
Imagine you might pick up a couple there too.
Now that's not just colleges, that's pro scouts going as well, because it's a wood bat tournament, and a lot of really good players, they're drafted out of high school.
Yeah.
Although now the draft is all changed around with only 5 rounds and whatever they're doing instead of 40 rounds or 50 rounds like it used to be. I mean, that's a different world now.
We could have a whole long discussion about that and what they're doing there. As this one's skied to left, down the line, foul.
Well, I mean, you can still sign kids out of high school, but the minor leagues are going to be trimmed.
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean more kids stay in college ball instead of turning pro? I think there could be some, slight chain reaction there, because it is tempting to turn pro. Now, when you get drafted out of high school, a lot of kids get drafted late in high school because the pro team doesn't think they're going to turn pro, and then they don't.
Right.
And so you waste a 33rd round pick because you don't really care.
Exactly.
And then the kid ends up going to college anyway because he's already committed.
High and away. Checking the swing. He did not go.
Regardless, the major league teams, that some are doing some cost-cutting measures, but they still have scouting departments, and they're going to go to events down in Florida like the Wood Bat Championship.
2-2 pitch, up in the zone.
And there's going to be more than normal, perhaps, because these scouts didn't have any minor league games or college games to scout anyway. I mean, the minor leagues wouldn't be playing now, but they haven't had any minor leagues to scout in the summer. And I talk about minor leagues because organizations are sending scouts to all of these minor league games because you have other prospects that you might want to trade for. Okay, they're offering this kid who's a right-handed pitcher. What do we know about him? And now you've got to know what else is out there, even though they've already signed with a different organization.
Swing and a miss there for O'Neill. He's set down on strikes.
And so you have the amateur scouts and the scouts that hit the pro levels. Well, the pro scouts haven't had anything to do because the minor leagues didn't play. I'm going to assume some of them went to some of the amateur scout events that what there is and what they can. That's where you get a lot of the major league teams that are cutting their scouting departments as well. I'm looking at the commits for class of 2020. Wait, where am I? Yeah. And how many there were and are. I mean, I'm counting about 70 or so out of the different Baseball U programs.
Quite a legion of players as Zielinski rips this one to right field, going back, looking up. That one's off the wall. It'll be a real long single.
Yeah, well, it's a 260 dimension out to right. So off the fence to right can often be a single, especially if you play that kind of ricochet off the fence decently.
Zielinski now 2 for 2, if you remember. Had the RBI double in the second that brought home the game's only run. So Kyle Kruppa coming up to bat. Swings through that pitch. I said these players are from my neck of the woods. Kruppa actually goes to the rival high school of which I graduated.
There you go.
So, no ill will, no bad blood. I graduated. I think I can move past that as that ball is high and in.
Last year, Jamari Baylor, who was a Phillies third-round pick. I didn't see him last year in Williamsport, but he comes out of the Baseball U program. He was their earliest selection last year. They did not have a first-round pick out of Baseball U for the first time in a few years. They had that happen, 7 years in a row. I beg your pardon.
Getting away, the throw down to second, not in time.
So for the first time in 7 years, Baseball U did not have a first-rounder. Jack McCarthy of the Diamondbacks in 2018. Pavin Smith of the Diamondbacks was a first-rounder in 2017. 2 first-rounders in 2016, including Justin Dunn of the Mets, Alex Kirilloff of the Twins. These are all from all of Baseball U. Virginia has a lot of the good players, and we don't have them here. So some of these are Baseball U Virginia guys. 10 major leaguers in their 14 years, and now you're up to almost 800 college commits. Right. There's a reason these guys are so proud of the program. The numbers are ludicrous. They really are.
I mean, you're not talking. This is not small potatoes right here. This is some big time stuff. And some of the names you route off there, and a lot of people excited for futures of them.
When they started, and 14 years ago, when they started in 2006. How excited do you think they were? They had 3 draft picks out of this thing. Hey, we had 3 kids who were drafted. One of them was in the 10th round. Yeah. That's how they started. It doesn't sound like much, but for them, that's really exciting. They just put the program together, for crying out loud. Okay, next year you get a second rounder, you get 6 picks, and then after that you're getting all these first rounders. Steven Matz of the Mets was a first rounder, and he came through the Baseball U program. There's so much talent in this. Pennsylvania, New Jersey, but also Baseball U Virginia too.
Marinaro delivers. And swinging through that one, Kruppa struck out, so they'll leave one at first. 1 hit, no runs, but Philly still holding a 1-0 lead. The Rangers have a chance to change that coming up in the bottom of the 5th here on BFA Live Sports. Bottom of the 5th coming up here. Zach Zielinski into pitch for Philly. Eric Kolb pitches 1 inning, strikes out 2, allows no base runners. So through 4 innings, the Rangers had no base runners. And tasked with changing that as of right now, Ben Tulo coming to bat. Ground out to second base in the first.
Wappingers Falls, New York. And he's played in a couple of perfect game events before as well. 5'6" might be growing a little bit since last report.
Behind the count already.
Now this Taconic Rangers program, they've produced a few as well. Joe Panic is one of a few for Robert Fletcher's program. Yeah, they're pretty legit too.
Yeah.
I don't know if they've produced 800. They're only one team. 800 college commits.
Panic's playing down in Philly right now.
Yeah.
With the Blue Jays this weekend. That's in there.
I mean, that's he played in an All-Star game. He won a Gold Glove. I mean, he had a big World Series there for the Giants when they beat the Royals. It's a legit player. It's a little while ago, but yeah, it's very cool. And then some other pros bouncing around in the minor leagues, including a 5th rounder named Alex Robinson. Last reported from a year ago, of course, with Fort Myers, which is advanced A-ball for the Twins. They've been the Twins forever. They've had the spring training there forever. Gavin Garay, and I saw him briefly for a couple games last year with the Brooklyn Cyclones, which is the Mets' short A farm club. So, yeah, I mean, this isn't a Baseball U program. They're joining the Baseball U Fall Showcase event here. They got some pretty good players here, and we can see them, too, although they haven't had any hits in this game. But, they play some pretty good baseball on the Taconic Rangers as well. And they've got some snazzy uniforms, too.
Yeah. I would play just for the uniforms.
I like it.
Count's reset to 2-2, and this one's going to be taken into the gap. Tulo gets the first hit of the game for the Rangers. He's on his horse, a wide turn, but returns to first base. First hit for the Rangers coming here in the 5th, courtesy of Ben Tulo, putting that one in the gap. Good piece of hit, take the ball the other way.
He hit it hard. That was solid contact.
Kyle Kremen coming to bat. He ground out to first in the first. That pitch is low. 1-0. Now we have to see Philly react to a situation they haven't had to. A runner on base. Ball low and in. 2-0. Now for Zielinski, having a little trouble falling behind in counts. This one in, so 3-0. The 3-0 to Kremen. Oh, not coming this. Let's see. Tries to pick off first. Keeping him honest. And this time we'll get the 3-0 kicks. This one's ground off himself. And Kremen going to take a second to regain himself. I think he put that one off his knee, if I saw that one correctly.
Now, when these kids, not all of them, but when the kids, especially from the Baseball U New Jersey team, when they go down to Fort Myers to play in the Wood Bat Championships, you're not getting position switches and, 13 batters are going to be in there. This is hardcore work here to win the game and do whatever it takes. And if you miss a strike call, then the coach is going to come out and have a little talk with the umpire. I mean, all sorts of elements that are not part of this because it's competitive, but not all the way competitive in the showcase event.
Yes, now you're going to see some hardcore baseball, the pastime that you're more familiar with in that event.
And so when you get guys like Joe Celia, Sam Gates from Baseball U New Jersey, and they go down there, you're in it to win it.
Yeah.
And you might not get a chance to play if you're not cut to make the lineup. They're going to take a full roster now. I think they're going to try to give. I mean, they're going all the way to Florida to do it. So I think everyone's going to get maybe a rep, but they finished 9th at the Wood Bat World Championships last year. They'd like to do better than that. They want to win a trophy, right? That's what they're attempting to do.
Grumman going to walk there.
Yeah, after the reset too.
After the reset, much needed meeting on the mound here. Settle down, Zielinski.
And so here we are on September 20th in these Wood Bat World Championships in Fort Myers for the Baseball U kids that are going. That's in a couple weeks, October 1st and 2nd, and I think October 1 through 4, something like that. You want to talk about baseball all day. And they're not going to play 7 innings or 2 hours. This is, you go extras and, hey, we're in the 12th inning. Somebody's got to win. And, really hard competition.
First one's in there for a strike, so the meeting looks like it appears to have helped. Adam Agresti coming up to bat. So he's down 0-1 in the count.
On the video, it looks fairly bright here. I'm here to tell you, it's not that bright. We got shadows.
And this one nubbed fair. It's going to be a fair ball. They get the out at first, move the runners up to 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, I thought that was going to spin foul as well. It just never did.
Yeah. Well, 2nd and 3rd with an out now.
Here's a team that had no base runners in the first 4, and now they've got a couple in scoring position, and they're only trailing 1-0 here.
Chance to take the lead here for Calvin Diamond. Puts one into the gap. Could score 2. Kremen's got a healthy lead. This one foul back as the infield's in.
You've got the mound in partial sunshine still and the plate in shadows. That's tricky. You've got the sunshine background. That ball hits the shadow, and it gets darker very fast, but seems like they're able to adjust. I mean, we're looking at almost the same thing that the batters are looking at. It's not like it gets pitch black all of a sudden.
No. I think they're doing a good job adjusting to it. Makes a scenic background for us, but
sure.
a little bit more difficult baseball-wise. This one's flown it to right field, charging to make the catch, and now the throw to the plate.
Oh, good throw.
What a dart from right field.
I thought that was going to be good to score him, but no. Who is that in right? Do we know?
I think that's Justice Augusto out there in right field, number 16. Caught a quick glimpse of the jersey as he spun around.
Those coaches out there are kind of looking at each other. They're chatting and they're friendly, and that's a whole bunch of
a pitcher.
Yeah.
So you could see.
Yeah. So right.
So now 2 outs.
Yeah, he went
Swings
chasing
through
on
that
that
one. Zada. So now you went from an opportunity with 2 on and nobody out.
Yeah.
To 2 outs. And for Zielinski, you couldn't be happier that your outfielder threw it in that hard. Helps you as you try to work out of this jam. Nicholas Mazzata grounds this one to shortstop. Fielded cleanly, firing across the diamond, and he gets the out. So Zielinski gets himself out of the jam. They put 2 on and leave him stranded in scoring position. Philly up 1-0, and they'll get a chance to bat in the top of the 6th here on BFA Live Sports. Top of the 6th inning about to get underway here at Shaw Stadium. We continue on game 4 of our 5-game set today.
Game 9, baby.
Game 9
all
for you.
weekend long.
Road Truck with me. I'm Ray Dunn, and you have done almost a complete 9 games. How are we feeling?
I'm okay. I slept better last night than I did the night before. I was ready to go to bed after yesterday. Oh, man. Hey, getting up at 5 in the morning or whatever it is to get up here for the 8 a.m. game.
Yes. I left Philadelphia today at 4:45.
I will admit that I had what am I doing? What did I get myself into by, agreeing to do this at first? But you know what? I've ended up really enjoying it a ton.
I had a similar last night.
Yeah.
Mid-Atlantic Emmys college production. Fortunate to be a part of one of them that was nominated for Temple. So I had watched that with some friends and realized it was almost 10:30, and I was like, okay, it's time for bed. As this one's grounded, Augusto puts it on the ground. The throw to first gets him, and there's one away. Calvin Diamond on the mound for the Rangers.
Yeah, Diamond on his I'm on the PBR website, Prep Baseball Report, and he's got a fastball topping out at 85. So, we're saving some of the best for last. I thought maybe the pitching would kind of tail off by the end of this showcase event, but we've got some of the hardest throwers of the whole weekend coming here in Game 9.
Bring the juice all the way to the end. The first pitch here is up and away. Colin Williams to bat, and if you joined us late, Colin Williams was the top of the conversation for the first 3 innings. Perfect 3 innings for him.
And he was right around 84, 85 pretty consistently for the Radford commit. The left-hander is also a lefty batter.
Up 2-0 in the count. As for Diamond, another one of them from Kennedy Catholic. Gets that one in for a strike, 2-1. Diamond's a 2022, so going into his junior year. Now working from behind the count, 2-1. Kicks, fires. Up and away, 3-1.
He can hit too. This pitcher, Calvin Diamond, 97 exit velo he hit in an appearance in June.
This one fouled away.
And I'm here to tell you, 97 exit velocity is very good.
You know when someone hits a 97 exit velo. You hear that one from quite a bit away.
6'4" tall right-hander out of Kennedy Catholic.
And a 3-2 pitch from him. Called, third strike. He gets Williams looking for the second out of this inning. And we'll flip over the lineup to Matt Benner.
I had him as playing with Evolution Baseball for his travel team previously. And here he is joining the Taconic Rangers. A 6.97 60-yard dash. I mean,
Can move.
so he can smash the ball. He can pitch up to 85. He has a 97 exit velocity. He's got a little bit of everything going on and a lot of different possibilities.
Yeah. His first pitch to Benner, up and away. This one into the hole at shortstop. That's a base hit for Benner. Good piece of hitting. 2 outs. There's a runner aboard. Benner, who was 0 for 2 in his first 2 at-bats today, gets on base.
All right, here's Chandler, who had the 2 doubles yesterday and now 0 for 2 today. So trying to make something of today's game.
Now we'll get to see what Diamond looks like from the stretch. Pitch inside.
His spin rate that he maxed at was 2,145. I mean, a major league curveball is around 3,000, I believe, or that's a pretty good curve.
That's pretty good, yeah.
Is that right? Am I getting the numbers right on that, as I remember? All right, you might know more than I think you do know more than I do on it. I knew a little bit for about 5 minutes one time last year. But that's one of the higher spin rates that I've seen of the guys that have been looked at on the TrackMan, and there aren't many.
Yep.
Most of the guys don't have these types of analytics when you Google them, but there's a lot going on with Justin Diamond, and with good reason.
And the coach's cohort over there calling the out, and the umpire follows suit on the pickoff move.
I like it.
You saw the coaches get excited about Diamond's pickoff move, flash the outside, and the umpire agreed with them. So that ends the top of the 6th inning on the pickoff. Still 1-0 Philly as we head to the bottom of the 6th. The Rangers coming up. Bottom of the 6th inning on tap here on BFA Live Sports. Bob Roadtruck along with me. I'm Ray Dunn, bringing you through Game 4 of 5 today and Game 9 of 10 over the last 2 days. Zach Zielinski still on the mound for Philly. Now for the Rangers, number 22, Phil Macia, coming up to bat.
So I got Philly at 1 run, 6 hits, and no errors. Taconic Rangers, no runs, 1 hit that they finally got in the 5th, and no errors. So another 1-0 game. I mean,
Yes.
we've had a few 1-0 and 2-1 games, and not surprising the way that some of these pitchers are throwing. They can pitch.
Yes, if you love explosive offenses, you might have sat this weekend out, but if you love to watch some good pitching, we have the product for you as this one is fouled down the line.
So 1-1 now. Macia had a couple of singles yesterday, went 2 for 2, and today is 0 for 1.
Nice ground to short, first time up in the 3rd. This one's lined into the coaches, and the catch.
Nope, not quite.
No, was not made. Oh, that's disappointing.
I bet you it is 15 degrees colder where we are than where they are.
Oh, absolutely.
In the shade, and also the wind is really whipping up now
I
and
was-
blowing into our faces.
I was going to give the excuse of cold hands over there, but
Yeah, those guys are perfectly comfortable.
yeah, that
They
can't
could
have
break
that
out the
shot.
beach towels out there in the sun. I mean, they're fine. we're
E-coach.
we're the ones freezing here in the shadows. But you know what? I survived it yesterday, and you're going to survive it today. I promise you will. It'll put hair on your chest.
Called 3rd strike there. Macia sat down, looking. First
And-
strikeout for Zielinski.
They, we've talked about the Wood Bat Championships with those guys that we are very jealous of, who will be traveling to Fort Myers, Florida. But they have a couple other showcase events up here forthcoming. I mean, I'm looking on their website, and in October, are you crazy? I mean, this is cold enough.
Are we getting the call back here? Because I'm going to have to order a new jacket.
Well, I don't know if I'll do it without a space heater. Inside the press box, they've got the heater.
Yeah.
Steve and the gang up there, there's not enough room for everyone.
This one is down the left field line. That's dropping in for a base hit. Basilio around first. He gives look to second, and after a long turn, he comes back to first.
I mean, they're wearing short sleeves up there in the production booth.
I took Sean Kelly's sweatshirt. I'm not ashamed to admit it. I was cold.
Yeah. Well, Steve figured out that white box over his head on the wall. He figured out by game 3 yesterday that was a heater. so it's like, yeah, 4 or 5 hours later, it's not just an air conditioner. This actually turns on. and he's been here since 6 a.m. both days.
Yes.
Setting up the gear, setting up the equipment. Short-handed to begin yesterday because the crew was still on its way in. And, it's BFA, and we met some of the BFA guys yesterday because they stopped by and they were chatting with me and Chris, getting in our way as much as they could, and in conjunction with SFBN, invited here again by Baseball U because they've done such a good job on producing the previous events, which is something that they hadn't had before.
This one low, the pitch, runner on his way, safe at second base. So that's a swipe back for Basilio.
So I don't know what kind of video Baseball U had for their events last year or the year before, but they weren't broadcasting them live like they are now. This is an idea they had. They tried it for the first event. You know what? They like it, and they keep on bringing this group back. I want to say bringing us back, but I'm here for the first time personally, and I'm loving it. I'm enjoying it a lot. And I kind of, I'm talking through it here and figuring it out, but I'm recognizing the importance of a showcase event like this. If you have that many coaches here, it means it's a big deal.
Yeah. No, it's a big deal, and certainly have it live streams, give people a time and place to watch, and we could open it up to even more. I mean, the recruiting possibilities with live stream events is through the roof. So.
And obviously the proof is in the pudding. Baseball U keeps on bringing back.
And this one looped out to right. Catch
he caught
made.
it, yeah. Over the shoulder like that. That's a second baseman. That was Krupa playing second before, but I don't think that's him now. Oh, I heard, come on, good job, Krupp. So, okay, I'll go with that.
Let's give it to him. I'm all for it. It's really testing the vision I thought I had as John Munzo comes up. And skies this one to right, going back on it and making the catch. That wraps up the inning. So they threaten, get a runner in scoring position. One hit, no runs. That's been the story of the day. 1-0 still Philly as they will come to bat in the top of the 7th. Seventh inning of baseball in this game between the Taconic Rangers and BUPA Philly Lindsay team for their coach. And Philly with a 1-0 lead as they come to bat at the top of the 7th. Eric Chandler coming to bat. He was batting in the 6th before Matt Benner was picked off at first. And the pitch is fouled on back beyond us.
This kid...
Ooh, almost hit a car.
Oh, goodness. I'm glad I didn't. This kid, Calvin Diamond, 6'4", righty, 16 years and 2 months. So he's barely having just turned 16. hasn't committed to a college yet. I can promise you he's going to get college offers eventually, and maybe already has.
Inducing this fly to center field, and catch is made. One away.
I mean, you don't have to take the first offer you get. And he's still developing, and he's throwing 85 at 16 years old. That doesn't make him the top prospect in the country, but it makes him pretty gosh darn good.
Yes, and plenty of room to grow and a solid frame to do so with. As Jake Whitlinger comes to the plate, doubled in the first inning. Takes a strike there.
That's a good bender, too. All right, I mean, we've been talking about the velocity, right? On his fastball and on his exit velo at 97 that he hit at one time just a couple months ago. That's a pretty good curve, too.
Yeah, the windup of the pitch from him. He speeds it up once again. Whitlinger trying to catch up with it, fouls it back.
I got to look at that kind of, 12-6, they call it, hook that he dropped in there at 68. And, I mean, when you're sitting there waiting on the fastball and comes in on the hands with a pitch like that, ooh.
And this one grounded to shortstop. Fielded cleanly, the toss across the diamond is in time. Gets him at first base, 2 away. Hustling down the line there. Whitlinger made that closer than I thought it'd be.
Philly with 1 run, 6 hits, no errors. Taconic Rangers, kind of a frustrating day for them at the plate. No runs, 2 hits, and no errors after Taconic lost yesterday 3-1. They had 7 hits, so they have 1 run all weekend.
As Evan Holohan to the plate, flew out to left in the first inning and then singled and stole the bag in the 4th. Ground ball once again to shortstop. Fielded cleanly. The throw gets him, and that will wrap up the top of the 7th inning. But don't you go anywhere. Bottom of the 7th on its way. The Rangers trailing 1-0 when we come right back on BFA Live Sports. Bottom of the 7th inning, one final chance for the Rangers. They trail Philly 1-0 in this Baseball U Fall Showcase. And again, per the rules of the tournament, they will have the chance to put up 6 batters in the inning.
Not just the coaches out there at third, but also a lot of the parents and fans who are watching this event, they're congregating over there as well, because that's where the sun is.
The sun has shifted, and then first pitch from new pitcher Tony Rossi, taken up the middle by Nick Rayone, caught by the shortstop. So 1 away, just like that.
That's Eric Chandler who caught that on the run. He got a good jump and a good read on it. So 2 outs left for DeConnick to try to bust through and get a run. Down 1-0 here.
Top of the order for the Rangers. Sean Camacho coming up to the plate. Takes the first one for a strike, so he is 0 for 2. Ground to first and struck out. That one's a little outside, 1-1. Rossi, senior from CB East, and 6'5", weighs 215, right-hander. Fouls back, and yeah, if there was a build for a closer in this game, I would like the build for Rossi.
Yeah, for sure.
Ahead 1-2 to Camacho. Very engaged fan base, like you said. Locking into the end here as this one's popped up on the left side of the infield. 3 converging.
Ooh.
The left fielder able to come in and snag that one.
Oh, goodness.
Oof.
They made that an adventure.
That'll sure to get the heart rates of the parents and coaches up. That catch made, so now 2 away.
Yeah, who do we got next? We got
Ben Tula.
BUPA Guy against MSI, Maple Zone Sports Institute. 4:40 would be the scheduled start.
Tula going to take that one for a strike, start the AB. Yes, 4:40 is the scheduled start. Right now we're staring down 4:18, according to my watch. The 0-1. In there for a strike. Nice curveball moving in there from Rossi. And the 0-2 to Tula. Outside.
I mean, a 1-0 game here, and you get, guys like Colin Williams and Eric Kolb who threw very well, and Zach Zielinski to a certain extent as well. And for DeConnick, beginning with Dylan Joseph, but then you get, Luis Marinero and Calvin Diamond who are lighting it up. And, I mean, we had, really 4 pitchers that were touching 83, 84, 85, 2 on each side. Good arms. There's a reason why it's a 1-0 game.
Right. No shortage of good pitching in this one, and like we've said throughout the broadcast today, throughout the weekend, is Rossi Wines kick, swing and a miss, struck him out, and that will wrap this one up. Philly with a 1-0 victory over the Taconic Rangers. It was a game decided by its pitching. As we get through this one quickly, and the next one's supposed to start at 4:40. That will be the 10th and final game of the showcase. Hard to believe we're there.
We made it.
We're there. Bob Roadtruck, I'm Ray Dunn. We'll be back here on BFA Live Sports in just a little bit. Take some time off, grab something to drink, sit down and relax. You got one more coming your way here on BFA Live Sports.